The manhwa opens with someone shouting at the female protagonist, questioning who goes to college just to farm, and whether all the support given to her was meant for this. The protagonist attempts to explain herself, asking what is wrong with her choice and reminding them that farming represents the future strength of the country. However, her words only fuel her mother's anger, as her mother dismisses the idea entirely, declaring that she does not care about such matters and questioning why the future of the country should concern her daughter at all. Reflecting on this, the protagonist wonders how her mother is doing now, realizing that her mother would never have imagined that the daughter she once scolded for entering the agriculture department would go on to spark an agricultural revolution in another world. The scene shifts to a grand setting filled with sparkling chandeliers, beautiful flowers, and vibrant colors. Elegantly dressed people in gowns and tuxedos fill the hall, creating an atmosphere of luxury and celebration. At the center of it all stands a man glaring intensely at her. In this moment, he declares that he intends to break off their engagement. This leaves Liana utterly confused, as she struggles to comprehend what is happening. Only moments ago, she had been in a break room, grinding coffee beans, when she heard a strange popping sound and felt something unusual. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through her head, disorienting her completely. As she tries to process the situation, her fiancé assumes she is pretending to be ill once again to escape the confrontation, dismissing her condition as a cheap trick. Finally, she questions whether he is truly Crown Prince David. Instead of answering with concern, he accuses her of pretending to be insane and urges her to stop her hypocritical behavior. He explains that their engagement was arranged under His Majesty's wishes, though he had been reluctant from the very beginning. This revelation shocks her deeply. She quickly realizes that she is now inside the very novel she had read in her previous life. The story revolves around a girl from another world who becomes a saint, fitting the typical romance fantasy narrative. That girl, Sienna, is currently standing beside Crown Prince David, linking arms with him. As the protagonist of the story, Sienna possesses a charming and quirky personality that wins everyone over. In contrast, the villainess who constantly criticizes and mistreats her is none other than Liana herself. Although regaining the memories of both her past and present lives should be a blessing, it instead becomes a source of despair. She cannot understand why she had to become the villainess of the story. Even with her memories restored, she feels powerless to change the course of events. This moment marks the beginning of her downfall as Liana Vance. However, something feels off to her. She recalls that in the original story, her engagement was broken due to her repeated mistreatment of Sienna. Yet at this point in time, she has not insulted Sienna, mocked her lack of etiquette, or ridiculed her for wearing the same dress. Despite this, Crown Prince David proceeds to call off the engagement. Furthermore, this day is supposed to be her 20th birthday, the day she was meant to receive a proposal from him. Instead, everything collapses before her eyes. Later, inside a carriage, Liana is overwhelmed with frustration and despair. She questions why her memories had to return at such a critical moment. With the engagement already broken, she feels that there is nothing left she can do to alter her fate. It seems inevitable that she is doomed. Upon returning home, her father reacts with anger and disappointment, calling her disgraceful. When she tries to speak to him, he coldly declares that he will erase her name from the family. He offers her one final chance to say anything she wishes, as this will be the last time she has such an opportunity. In the original story, Liana stubbornly resisted at this point, ultimately provoking her father's fury and being cast out onto the streets. But now, with the knowledge from her past life, she understands the harsh reality of this world. Living without money is nearly impossible. Medical care is extremely expensive, and commoners often have no choice but to rely on shamans, whose treatments are crude and unpleasant. She remembers clearly that without money, one cannot even afford to fall sick. Determined to avoid such a fate, she abandons her pride. She clasps her hands together and begins rubbing them nervously, begging her father not to throw her out. She promises to live quietly and behave properly from now on. Despite her desperate plea, her father merely smiles coldly before ordering the knights to remove her immediately. Without hesitation, the knights carry out his command, and just like that, Liana is thrown out of her home. In the span of only a few hours, her entire life crumbled. Standing alone, abandoned and helpless, she realizes that everything she once had is gone. Overcome with grief, she cries out for her father, but her voice is left unanswered. She can clearly see that she is completely ruined. Overcome with desperation, Liana cries out to her father, realizing that she has suddenly become a commoner. She cannot comprehend how she is supposed to survive in such a penniless state. For a moment, she considers clinging to the door, wondering if she should keep waiting there until someone opens it again. As she struggles with these thoughts, someone calls out to her, urging her to come their way. Turning toward the voice, she sees her nanny standing nearby, accompanied by a large carriage. Confused and slightly hopeful, Liana asks where they are going and whether her father might have arranged a place for her. For a brief moment, she wonders if her desperate tears may have softened his heart after all. However, her nanny quickly dispels that hope, explaining that the master had only ordered her to send Liana away. Despite this, the nanny could not bring herself to abandon her completely. She suggests that, for now, they should head to her hometown, where the local lord is known to be kind, making it a relatively safe place. Once inside the carriage, Liana sinks into her thoughts. She feels utterly lost. In the end, she has been cast out exactly as the original story had described. Now, she is left questioning what she is supposed to do next. Letting out a quiet sigh, she listens as her nanny gently tries to comfort her, urging her not to lose heart. The nanny believes that the master understands it is not truly Liana's fault, and that this may simply be a temporary measure, a way to keep her hidden until public opinion settles. However, Liana cannot bring herself to believe such reassurance. In the latter part of the novel she once read, her character does not appear again. To her, this suggests that this moment marks the true end of her story. She imagines a grim possibility that after being cast out without money, she might have fallen ill and died alone in some forgotten place. The thought sends a chill through her as she realizes how horrifying such a fate would be. She cannot help but think that if her memories had returned just a little earlier, she might have been able to change everything. Perhaps she could have avoided this outcome entirely. Then again, that would mean she would not have been abandoned by Crown Prince David. Reflecting on him, she finds little comfort in that idea. In her mind, he is insensitive, arrogant, and self-righteous, the very embodiment of selfishness. She reasons that it is precisely because of his nature that he fell for Sienna, a woman bold enough to speak of equality and challenge him in ways no one else had. Sienna had even struck him, becoming the first person to do so, which only deepened his fascination. Liana concludes that while such a man might seem appealing within the pages of a novel, living alongside someone like him in reality would likely drive a person to madness. Even if she had not been cast aside, she doubts her life would have been a happy one. With this realization, she begins to shift her perspective. Instead of viewing her situation as pure misfortune, she considers the possibility that this could be her freedom, a chance to finally live a life of her own choosing. With that thought in mind, she gradually drifts off to sleep. Sometime later, her nanny gently wakes her, informing her that they have arrived. This is as far as she can accompany her. Before parting, the nanny embraces her tightly and apologizes for everything. Liana reassures her, expressing gratitude instead. She understands that even bringing her this far was a significant risk, as it could have invited her father's wrath. The nanny tells her that if they ever meet again, she will make sure to repay Liana's kindness. Standing there, at the end of her journey with the only person who showed her compassion, Liana prepares to step forward into an uncertain future, completely alone. While the nanny asks her not to worry, she assures her that one day, when she becomes useful, the Duke will come looking for her again. Liana, however, thinks that hearing such words from the nanny somehow makes everything feel even more bitter. She cannot help but wonder if they truly did not leave her here to prepare for something later. With that, the nanny says that she will be off now. Liana, thinking internally, reflects that it is her nanny of all people, and she would not do something like that. Perhaps she has simply become too sensitive because of the broken engagement. She decides that she will try to think positively. At the very least, she has managed to avoid sleeping on bare ground, and that alone is something worth acknowledging. However, when she opens the door, she is immediately taken aback, wondering what exactly she is looking at. She knows that the nanny went out of her way to help her, but honestly, the condition of this house is simply too much to accept. She now looks like a complete beggar. Once, she was born with a silver spoon in her mouth, and yet, in a single instant, everything has come to this. A drop of water suddenly falls onto her, and it is unbearably cold. She looks around, realizing that this is what real life is like. Life is a battlefield. The house is nothing but a wreck, and she does not even have food to eat. Even so, she refuses to sit there and starve to death. A few months later, someone is heard saying that someone is actually living in their rundown house. They claim that it is the Duke's daughter, yet the man admits that he has not seen even a trace of her. The woman beside him suggests that she might already be dead. However, they soon notice a chicken, and as it is being chased, they assume that she must still be alive. At the same time, they begin to wonder if that chicken looks like one that had run away from their own place. Meanwhile, Liana peeks from the side, thinking about what they mean by calling it their chicken. In her mind, anything that comes onto her land now belongs to her, and there is no way she is going to give it up. It is her precious source of protein. If anyone were to ask for the chicken, she would firmly refuse. However, before she can even think further, The girl with the woman points out that there is a person over there and questions whether that shabby-looking figure is truly a lady. The mother, in response, admonishes the child for speaking in such a manner about a lady and urges her to apologize quickly. Liana, feeling utterly embarrassed, gathers herself and asks them if they would like to have some sweet potatoes, not knowing what else she should do in such an awkward situation. Fortunately, the climate here is quite similar to what she was used to back in Korea. In other words, it is perfect for stable crops. The plants here are familiar to her, and she makes use of that knowledge. She takes out a sweet potato and eats it, and she also gives one to the guest who arrived earlier. The man, upon eating the sweet potato, reacts with astonishment and wonders if such delicious things truly exist in the neighborhood. This reaction causes Liana to question whether he genuinely does not know about it. The man insists that it is exceptionally good and asks if he can have another. She allows him, of course, but then curiously asks how much apples cost here. He replies that apples are sold for 3 gold coins. She acknowledges this calmly, but then a spark appears in her eyes as she realizes something important. She concludes that nothing in this world comes for free, and therefore her stewed sweet potatoes will be sold for 6. It has already been 4 years since she arrived in this area. While someone is working in the field, they point toward her and remark that the red-roofed Liana has adapted at an astonishing speed and has achieved so much. Of course, her success has not come easily. 2 years earlier, someone had pointed out that relying on sweet potatoes alone would not be enough, and that she needed to decide on a new crop. Reflecting on that, she remembers how the villagers sell apples the moment they ripen. She then resolves that the next big venture she will pursue will be Apple's beautiful apples. In her mind, she criticizes the people around her, believing that they do not understand the first thing about farming. She questions whether they realize how much hard work and knowledge are required to grow perfect apples. However, she also knows that such effort yields extraordinary results. When people see her apples, they are overwhelmed to the point of tears, as they have never witnessed such large and beautiful apples in their lives. Liana takes pride in this, confidently acknowledging that she is indeed quite the farmer. However, one of the villagers suggests that such a magnificent apple deserves to be offered to the lord of the land. This immediately irritates her. She cannot understand why the lord should be involved at all. She glares at them, thinking about how and why they could even consider giving away something that rightfully belongs to her. She mentally protests that it is her apple in questions who gave them the authority to give it away, urging them to stop immediately. At that moment, someone arrives and questions what all the commotion is about. One of the men respectfully presents the apple and asks the lord to take a look. Liana is surprised to discover that the lord is actually an elderly woman. The lord examines the fruit with disbelief, questioning whether such an enormous object can truly be an apple, and wondering what kind of magic could have produced it. Liana confidently responds that there is nothing mysterious about it, asserting that she is simply a genius farmer. This statement prompts the lady to recall something, and she remarks that Liana is the daughter of the Duke Pond. Hearing this, Liana becomes slightly taken aback and begins to question how the woman knows about her. The lady replies that, of course, there is no way she would not know. She explains that she has even received reports about how Liana has been making a living through farming here. Naturally, she had assumed those reports were all lies. This immediately irritates Liana, as she realizes that the lady had believed she was merely hiring others to do the work. Although she admits that such a thing could have been possible, she firmly knows that she has done all of this herself. As Liana begins to stroll away, she reflects on how the lady, despite knowing her identity as the Duke's daughter, has not done a single thing for her. Because of that, she turns back and states that the price will be 1 gold coin. The lady questions whether Liana truly intends to charge her for the apple. Liana confidently confirms this, explaining that the apple is like her own child. Furthermore, due to this year's poor harvest, she has only managed to grow 20 of these exceptional fruits. This revelation shocks the lady, who immediately questions whether Liana is claiming to have 20 more apples of the same quality. Liana calmly confirms that she does. The lady then presses further, asking if Liana has not considered that offering them might earn her a reward far greater than a single gold coin. However, Liana dismisses the idea, making it clear that gambling is not something she believes in. The lady remarks that Liana is quite a bold young woman. She admits that she had originally expected Liana to come crying at the gates of her manor within a week. She then asks whether Liana is capable of growing other fruits as well. Liana confidently replies that she can, describing the peaches she grows as so sweet and tender that they practically burst in one's mouth. This vivid description causes the lady to react visibly, while Liana notices her interest and realizes just how tempting the idea sounds. Eventually, the lady proposes that she will hire Liana as the estate gardener, instructing her to grow fruit trees within the manor grounds. However, Liana immediately refuses, stating that she does not take subcontracted work. She believes that growing and selling the fruit herself is far more profitable. The lady questions how Liana intends to manage everything alone, pointing out that her family, the Duke's household, has completely cut ties with her and that she has no one to rely on. In response, Liana explains that this is precisely why the lady should invest in her. She expresses that she would appreciate it if the lady offered her protection, as someone without powerful backing becomes an easy target once they gain wealth. The lady, impressed by her audacity, acknowledges her confidence. Ultimately, she decides to trust Liana and instructs her butler to provide whatever Liana requests. She also orders that all the apples be collected from Liana's house, ensuring that not a single one is left behind. As a result, Liana sells all her apples for no less than 20 gold coins. The following year, she grows peaches that fetch an even higher price. Soon her fruits become so famous that neighboring lords begin competing for them through offerings, sponsorships, and purchase deals. She expands her operations by buying land, hiring workers, and raising livestock. At this point, she considers her life a resounding success and feels completely satisfied. Later, the lady remarks to Liana that, now that she thinks about it, the Crown Prince David, whom Liana had so bluntly rejected, has recently gotten married. She wonders if Liana feels any curiosity about the rest of his story, noting that, had he not been so fickle, Liana might have become queen. However, Liana shows no interest at all, as she values farming far too much to concern herself with such matters. It appears that her second life will conclude as that of a successful farmer. On this particular day, the harvest is even greater than the previous year. She plans to sell a portion of it to neighboring villages, while another portion she intends to share with the elderly Lady Lord. As she reflects on what she should cultivate next, she suddenly trips and falls to the ground. Confused, she looks back to see what caused her fall. To her surprise, she notices perfectly straight lines etched into the ground, forming elegant and flowing curves that resemble a hoe. She wonders why such a rare tool is present here, as she had believed she would never encounter one. In this world, everyone uses flower spades for farming, which makes her question why they would rely on such impractical tools when something far more efficient exists. Suddenly, the hoe begins to glow. Then, to her astonishment, it addresses her directly, asking whether she is its new master. Liana wonders if the tool had spoken in her past life. She would have been utterly shocked. However, in this world, magic is not unusual. Having perfectly adapted to this new life, she is not too surprised. Moreover, she cannot ignore this precious talking tool that she has found after 4 years. Without hesitation, she acknowledges herself as its master. Suddenly, the hoe begins to glow, and a mark is sealed onto her hand, signifying that a contract has been established. As she looks back at it, the tool transforms into a sword and introduces itself as Sam, stating that she should consider it an honor to be his 10th master. Liana immediately feels that something is wrong. She is certain that she had only picked up a simple hoe, so how could it suddenly become a sword? She is also confused about this claim of being the 10th master. Louis explains that recounting the full history of his creation would be far too long, even requiring 10 handkerchiefs to endure the tale, so he keeps it brief. This only makes Liana more curious about the so-called Britannia stone. Louis continues by revealing that he is a sword forged by the god of abundance over 3 days and nights. Abundance resides within him, which is why many have coveted him. However, he describes himself as a very clever sword, one who has only allowed himself to be wielded by those destined to become empress. After 9 such masters, he had grown weary. More and more unqualified individuals sought to claim him, so he eventually hid himself in a humble form. Liana questions whether he is implying that the hoe she picked up was actually him. She finds it difficult to believe that she has encountered something so bizarre, and she wonders if there is any way to undo this situation. Louis immediately insists that his master has recognized his true worth, even when he was hidden in such a modest form. He praises her for possessing eyes that can see beauty, even in something as simple as a flower blooming in the mud. Internally, Liana reflects that she had merely picked it up because it was a hoe. Louis continues, declaring that she possesses the qualities of a ruler and should receive his blessing. Liana, however, insists that he is mistaken, as she considers herself nothing more than an ordinary farmer. Louis responds that her identity does not matter. Liana counters his argument by reminding him that he himself claimed to have remained hidden for a long time in search of a proper master, so he should have chosen someone brave, wise, and ambitious. Louis remains firm, stating that she possesses wisdom and humility, which are enough for him to recognize her as his master. Meanwhile, Liana simply wishes to return to tending her farm, finding the situation stubborn and troublesome. Eventually, she decides that it does not matter. A talking sword in a fantasy world is not such a big deal. Since she has no family and often feels bored, she resolves to treat Louis as a conversation partner for now. She agrees that they should get along. Louis expresses his desire for her to live a long life and keep him content until she reaches her grave, which Liana internally feels is a bit excessive. The scene then shifts to an old granny who mentions to Liana that something strange has been happening in the territory lately. Liana wonders what could be so unusual. The old woman explains that the trees and grasses have suddenly begun to grow exceptionally well, and even the Hoya plant in her office has bloomed for the first time in 7 years, which she finds astonishing. Liana attributes this to good sunlight and favorable weather, suggesting that perhaps divine intervention is at play, though she considers it one of those natural occurrences that simply happen from time to time. However, the old granny continues, noting even stranger events. Whenever a dog gives birth, there are always 8 puppies, and when hens lay eggs, they consistently produce double-yolked eggs. People have even started searching for normal eggs without double yolks for amusement. This leads the old granny to reflect deeply, wondering if all of this is not, in fact, very strange. Liana insists that everything is simply too good to be abandoned, and believes that she is merely a kind person. However, the old granny finds the situation increasingly suspicious. No matter how much she thinks about it, everything feels unnaturally strange. Meanwhile, Liana reflects internally that if she were in the old woman's position, she would simply feel grateful. Still, she cannot ignore the fact that the old granny is cautious by nature, yet she had trusted Liana almost immediately. Eventually, the old granny notices the bandages on Liana's hand and asks why she is wearing them and whether she is injured. Liana hesitates, wondering how she should explain the situation. She casually replies that she is not hurt at all and explains that while walking around the farm earlier, she picked up something strange. This immediately alarms the old granny, who anxiously asks if she has suffered from metal poisoning and urges her to take care of it quickly, warning that it could be fatal. Liana tries to reassure her, insisting once again that she is not injured. She explains that she has only acquired a strange tattoo, something she never even wanted. Finally, she reveals the mark to the old granny. The old granny responds calmly, telling her that it is fine, and instructs her to wrap it up again. However, almost immediately afterward, she complains of a sudden headache and asks Liana if she could leave for the day. Liana departs, feeling uneasy. She wonders whether it is right to leave the old woman alone just because she is unwell. Concerned, she decides that she will bring her some fresh vegetables the next day. When Liana returns home, she finds Louis waiting for her, clearly upset. She asks him why he seems so angry. Louis is furious, accusing her of shamelessly coming back after using another sword. This confuses Liana, as she cannot imagine who would use a sword like him to cut melons. She tries to explain that she could not carry a weapon in front of the Lord, so she had no choice but to leave him behind. She reasons that it would have been worse if he had ended up in the hands of a guard or abandoned on the ground. However, Louis refuses to accept her reasoning, declaring that no human should treat him in such a manner. In an attempt to calm him down, Liana begins to praise him, speaking sweetly about his qualities. Louis encourages her to continue, which makes her feel that the sword's behavior is rather unusual. She then picks him up and promises that next time she will carry him by her side and proudly boast about how impressive he is. Louis asks if she truly promises, and in that moment, Liana cannot help but feel that he resembles a living being. She wonders whether something like him could truly possess a soul. Not only can he speak, but he can also change his form freely and even emit light like a lantern. Despite everything, she still considers the hoe to be the most practical form. Changing the topic, Liana mentions that the Lord had spoken about something unusual. The territory has been flourishing recently, with livestock producing an unusually large number of offspring and crops yielding abundant harvests. She finds it quite remarkable. Louis immediately claims that all of this is due to his blessing. Liana questions what he could have possibly done, since all he seems to do is float around her room when he is bored. Louis proudly explains that he was forged with utmost devotion by the god of abundance, so it is only natural that any land where he resides would experience prosperity, with crops thriving and livestock multiplying. Liana remains unconvinced. Thinking about her crops, she decides that she should go check the fields before it gets too late. Meanwhile, Louis continues explaining that he represents a form of state. When there is an abundance of food, people naturally gather, and society begins to form. He claims that ancient civilizations were established in fertile lands for this very reason. Liana remarks that he seems to know many complicated words, which only irritates him further, as he questions whether she truly sees him as nothing more than a child. At that moment, a voice calls out from outside, asking if anyone is there. Liana pauses, recognizing that it is a male voice. She finds it unusual, as no one should be visiting at such a late hour. Carefully, she moves closer and peeks outside, only to discover that it is not just one man, but several strong-looking young men. The situation immediately feels suspicious. Louis reacts eagerly, suggesting that this is the perfect opportunity for him to demonstrate his abilities by turning the entrance into a sea of blood. Liana quickly shuts down the idea, telling him not to say such things, as it would only lower the property value. She orders him not to move until she gives permission. Finally, she opens the door and begins to ask who they are. However, before she can finish her sentence, she is struck by the sight of the man standing in front of her. She is momentarily captivated, thinking about how remarkably handsome he is. The man, however, addresses her in a completely different tone, stating that he has finally found her and calling her a thief cat. His choice of words does not match his refined and elegant appearance at all. As she continues to stare at him, somewhat mesmerized, she suddenly feels a sense of familiarity. She questions him, wondering if he is, in fact, her little kitten. Someone expresses the desire for a divorce, yet the king firmly tells the empress that no such precedent exists. The emperor, however, responds calmly that if it has never happened before, then this can simply be the first time. This bold statement leaves the king stunned, questioning what exactly she is implying. The empress, unfazed, explains that she could become the first example in many different regards. For instance, she could be remembered as the wife who could not endure the tedious divorce proceedings and ultimately murdered her husband. Returning to the present, the old lady reflects on how she once believed her existence had been completely forgotten after those events. However, the man from before appears again, greeting her warmly and expressing his relief at seeing her in good health, while addressing her as his grandmother. He is none other than the emperor himself, Carmine. The grandmother responds in kind, but Carmine tells her there is no need for such formality, reminding her that she is his grandmother after all. Despite this, she firmly replies that she abandoned such familial ties on the very day she declared her divorce at the Grand Cathedral, and therefore His Majesty should address her as Lady now. Carmine then mentions that he enjoyed the fruit she had sent, though he had been unaware that it was grown with blessings. The old woman internally reflects that her only intention had been to send Liana some beautiful fruits for her children, yet things had turned out in an unexpected way. She calmly explains that it is all a misunderstanding. Carmine questions this, asking whether it is the kind of misunderstanding that conveniently appeared at the same time her presence vanished from the imperial palace after her divorce. He further challenges her by implying that such unusually bountiful harvests could not possibly be unrelated, questioning if that is truly what she is claiming. The grandmother reassures him that she has nothing to be ashamed of. She reminds him that he knows very well that she left everything behind in the imperial palace that day, including the royal family name. Carmine then asks about the sword's whereabouts. She replies that she is not the one who possesses it. When he presses her on what she means, she explains that a villager has formed a pact with the sword. Carmine reacts with disbelief, almost amused, questioning whether she truly expects him to accept such a claim. The old woman remains resolute, stating that he may interrogate her as much as he wishes, but the truth will not change. She declares that the one who holds the sword is named Liana, and that she is merely an ordinary farmer. Soon after, Carmine stands directly before Liana. She questions whether he is certain he has come to see her, and he confirms that he has. This causes her to think that he does not appear to be an ordinary man. Despite that, he has been polite, and she cannot help but notice that he just called her a kitten, or rather, a cat. Being addressed in such a way, by such a handsome man, unexpectedly aligns with something she once imagined as part of her own little dreams. She decides that she will hear him out, but only outside. She trusts that he is not the type of ruffian who would intrude into a home where a woman lives alone. This remark provokes a reaction from the knight accompanying Carmine, who raises his voice at her. However, she firmly rebukes him, stating that he should not behave so shamelessly as to arrive unannounced at such an hour and then demand hospitality. Before the knight can escalate the situation further, Carmine intervenes and orders him to stop. This moment leads Liana to think that he must be someone of considerable importance. She wonders what exactly he could want from her, whether it is her farmland or perhaps her farming techniques, but she resolves not to be easily deceived by whatever he says. Carmine then reveals that he has come to retrieve the sword, claiming that he is its rightful owner. This causes Liana to question Louis, asking if that is true and whether he already has another master. Louis immediately denies it, insisting that such a claim is false and declaring that she is his only master. Liana, however, scolds Louis for what appears to be blatant two-timing, unable to reconcile his words with the situation unfolding before her. Louis immediately begins to argue back, insisting that he never said anything of the sort, and questioning why she would assume he is two-timing her. Liana, however, responds that it is because of the way Carmine presents himself, which irritates Louis. He demands to know since when she has cared so much about appearances. Carmine, observing this strange exchange, finally questions whether she is actually speaking to the sword. This makes Liana inwardly question how its supposed master cannot even recognize such a thing. Carmine then clears his throat and states that he is indeed aware that the sword possesses a will of its own. Liana acknowledges that he is correct, describing the sword as quiet and reserved. However, she also points out that Louis is clearly lying about Carmine being his master. She grows suspicious and demands to know what Carmine truly wants from her. She warns him firmly that if he lies even once more, she will refuse to open her door to him again. At last, Carmine introduces himself properly, stating that his name is Carmine and that he is the grandson of Lady Aurelian. Liana responds that she does not know anyone by that name. Carmine then explains that Lady Aurelian is the governor of this region. Upon hearing this, Liana suddenly recognizes the name and recalls that she has been having tea with her for years, affectionately calling her Granny. Carmine clears his throat once more and begins to explain the truth. He reveals that the sword is a deeply treasured artifact, one that can only be wielded by the head of their family. When his grandmother divorced and left the imperial household, the sword vanished along with her. This realization makes Liana think back, understanding why he had immediately called her a kitten earlier. In her mind, she concludes that the sword is nothing more than a troublesome burglar that secretly ran away, and because of it, both she and Granny have been treated like criminals. Carmine assures her that she will be generously rewarded if she returns the sword. Liana admits that she more or less understands the situation, but before she can finish her thought, Louis suddenly begins to cry. He pleads desperately, declaring that he will not leave her and that he intends to stay by her side until her hair turns white. He continues, lamenting that others merely labeled him as a family heirloom without ever truly caring for him. He challenges the claim of Carmine being his master, insisting that if it were true, Carmine should at least be able to say his real name. Liana agrees to this and relays Louis' demand to Carmine, asking him to state the sword's true name. Carmine appears confused at first and instead provides a nickname. Liana then tells Louis that Carmine does, in fact, know his name. This causes Louis to protest loudly, pointing out that Carmine only mentioned a nickname and that she herself was the one who used it in front of him. Liana dismisses this by saying that an ordinary person could never memorize Louis' full name anyway. This remark deeply wounds Louis, causing him to cry even more as he questions how she could say such a thing to him. Despite the chaos, Liana ultimately concludes that she cannot hand over the sword. She explains that since Louis himself denies Carmine as his master, she has no reason to give him up, and she politely tells Carmine to leave. Carmine, however, refuses to back down. He explains that the sword's value and significance are far beyond anything she could imagine, and therefore he cannot simply walk away. He declares that he must reclaim it, even if it requires resorting to underhanded method. Liana responds firmly, stating that Louis possesses a will of his own, and she cannot ignore his wishes by handing him over against his consent. Carmine questions this reasoning, emphasizing that the sword is ultimately a weapon, and what truly matters is her decision. He adds that he would prefer not to use force against a fragile young woman, but then asks her directly whether her answer would remain the same if she knew he was the most powerful person in the world. Liana answers without hesitation that her decision would not change. Carmine leans in closer, as if about to act on his earlier statement, which causes Liana to wonder if this is what he meant by underhanded methods. Acting quickly, she raises her hand and places a finger against his lips, telling him to be quiet and to be more careful with his words. Carmine becomes visibly confused and asks what words she is referring to. Liana then accuses him of implying a contract marriage. This takes him completely off guard, and he questions why she would come to such an absurd conclusion. Liana, however, remains entirely serious. She explains that he himself mentioned underhanded methods, and from her perspective, a contract marriage would be the most logical approach. After all, as a married couple, they would share ownership over their possessions. In her reasoning, this would make it the only legal way for him to claim the sword. Carmine says to Liana that, in that case, will she marry him? This makes her think that this man really would not make it as a con artist. When she gets a proposal, it feels nice to receive one, even if it is like this. The crown prince did not even propose. It would have been perfect with a big bouquet of flowers, though. She says to him that this is such an uninspired proposal, and that he should bow elegantly at the waist or something. He immediately goes down on his knees. She reacts with delight, thinking, oh yes, yes, like that, but immediately says that she will have to decline the proposal. With that, she shuts the door which leaves him and his knights speechless. Outside, someone shouts the word loudly. She comments that he is quite good-looking, but his voice is not. Louis tells her that actually it was a subordinate next to him who yelled, and that he himself was just standing there clueless. Liana questions whether Louis can really see things like that. He replies that he is the magic sword, and that seeing through a shabby wall like this is nothing. Anyway, Liana plans to just stay home for today, which makes Louis happy. He thinks that taking a break from work must mean she is finally going to play with him. Liana, however, thinks that maybe she should have just discussed how to separate that handsome man from his sword, which makes Louis cry out internally, wondering why she is making that face and whether she is thinking weird things. She assures him that of course she is not thinking at all. On the other hand, Germain can see that he has been fooled completely. It has been like that ever since he has been bewitched. The image of wavy red hair and a tiny straw hat pressed down tightly, along with light brown eyes, looks totally different from the way she acted. He has never been toyed with like this before. The granny approaches Carmine and remarks that he was supposed to return to the palace. He responds that he will have to impose on her again. She replies that she does not mind, but she thought that His Majesty would whisk Liana off to the Empire immediately. Carmine explains that he has been completely ensnared. That daring girl told him that the only legal way to own the sword is through marriage, and he also proposed to her. This makes the granny think that she knew Liana was bold, but who would have thought that she would dare suggest such a thing to the Emperor? She asks what happened next. He replies that he proposed to her, and she slammed the door in his face. This makes the granny remark that she really is a daring child. Carmine replies that he is absolutely right, and that he cannot possibly return like this because his pride will not allow it. His pride. The granny thinks that this is getting interesting. Someone who has walked a predetermined path since childhood, known for being indifferent and cold, is now revealing emotions like this. She wonders whether it is reckless of her to feel as if something romantic is about to happen at last. He might be having spring for himself, and she is actually rooting for him. After 2 days of hiding from that suspicious blonde man, that night, Liana has a dream. In that dream, someone asks what is yellow, fluffy, and sweet. She immediately wakes up, thinking that it must be a pumpkin. Pumpkin is so delicious, with its fluffy texture and sweetness. Now that she thinks of it, maybe she should make knife-cut noodles with lots of pumpkin in them. She imagines slurping up a mouthful of noodles and just imagining how delicious that would be. Sweet pumpkin entwined in a savory broth would be divine. She declares to Louis that today is the day, that it is time to vanquish enemies and revel in the joy of harvest. Louis immediately gets excited and interprets harvest as piling up the heads of her enemies and displaying them. However, he also wonders whether this outfit is a bit too shabby for the battlefield. She insists that no, actually, it is perfect, and that this outfit is flawless. However, in order to succeed, he has a very important job to do. Louis questions her and tells her to just say the word, because there is nothing he cannot do. She then asks whether he can transform like this, and make the handle like this, and that plate like that. Louis looks at the paper and says that he will give it a try. After he is turned into a knife, Liana is able to cut the pumpkin so cleanly. She wonders whether it is because the blade is sharp, while Louis cries out, calling to Liana that she is a fraud and that she is a mean girl. Liana tells him that life is like that, and that the world will rob him blind if he is not careful. She knows that he used to be drenched in blood, so she questions why he is being grossed out by plant sap. He shouts at her, saying that this is different while she questions how it is different. Another hand approaches her. It is Carmine, who asks Liana whether he should put this over there. He explains that he heard voices, so he came by. He thought that she was with the ego sword, but he guesses that he was wrong. However, the moment he sees the light coming out from the scissors, he questions whether that pair of scissors in her hand is the ego sword. She tells him that actually Louis loves serving her like this, while Carmine thinks that he does not believe Louis agrees with her. Liana then whispers to Louis that if she puts it like this, people will think they are getting along and leave them alone. Vulcan, upon hearing all this, wonders whether it really works if she says such things out loud, and declares that he will never relinquish the ego sword. Finally, Nana asks him whether he is the obsessive male lead type, which makes him wonder what she means by that. She then tells him that it is just a thing, and since he is here, he could help move the pumpkins to the storage room. Carmine questions whether she is not selling them immediately. She explains that to enhance their value, they need to be dried for about 20 days, and that if he moves them, she will treat him to a very delicious meal. It is a dish praised like a mountain feast. Finally, the dish is presented to him, and Carmine questions what this is, wondering whether commoners in this area eat things like this. Liana tells him that it is something only her household makes. She asks him how it tastes and whether it is delicious, mentioning that she is even considering starting a meal kit business with it. Carmine eats it and notices that the soup is thick and salty, but he cannot stop eating it. It is so addictive. This makes her boast proudly, saying that that is the charm of pumpkin knife-cut noodles, and she encourages him to eat a lot. She thinks that the mountain spirit did not appear in her dream for no reason, because how can someone look so good even while eating? She knows that this must be what his grandmother must be feeling while looking at him. Whatever the case, she plans to simply enjoy herself while looking at him. With that thought, she asks him to try something else as well. Carmine questions what this is. She immediately tells him that this is homemade 5-flavor tea, and that she does not give it to just anyone. He notices that it has ice in it. She explains that she gets hot easily, so she dug an ice cave. Carmine, confused, questions how she dug an ice cave. She replies that she did it the only way possible, with a shovel. He tells her that he will help with things like that in the future, which makes her reply that marriage tricks do not work on her, and that she can manage on her own. There is no need to ask for help with something she can do herself. After seeing her determination like this, Carmine remarks that she is quite an unusual person. A few years ago, a black-haired angel descends upon the Barker Kingdom. Some denounce her as a demon, while others insist that she should be treated as an esteemed guest. Among those who seek to use her for political purposes, the girl ultimately falls in love with the crown prince and becomes engaged to him. But now, the crown princess of the kingdom, Sayana, shouts, asking David to talk to her. She declares that life does not end simply because one falls in love, after all. Crown Prince David looks at Sayana and internally thinks that there was a time when that face seemed nothing but lovable. He tells Sayana that he is sure he told her not to let anyone into the office. Sayana shouts at him, telling him not to take it out on others, because this situation exists entirely due to him avoiding her. David questions what she just said. Sayana demands to know why he keeps avoiding her, adding that she cannot even remember the last time they had a proper conversation. David coughs slightly and questions whether she truly wants to have an honest conversation with him. He recalls that last time she was angry because he danced with a lady, and before that she was upset because he did not give her the mermaid tears she wanted. He then asks what it is today, and what she has come to be angry about now. Sayana becomes furious and insists that those incidents were all his fault. She points out that he said that lady was going to become his concubine, and that the mermaid tear by now is probably hanging around the neck of the princess from a neighboring kingdom. She demands to know whether he thinks she was upset without knowing the truth. David sighs and questions how many times he has to explain this to her. He states that for a king, the queen's position is a very important political tool, but he planned to give that position to her and asks whether that is not enough. This makes her declare that it is a cowardly excuse. She says that she has no one but him, no family, no friends, no one else in this world but him. Yet he piles up concubines like mountains in the name of politics. David questions what reason could be more important than politics to a king. She shouts that this is just another excuse, and that in the end, he is only proving that he is an incompetent crown prince. This angers David so much that he begins to shout. He orders his men to escort the crown princess out immediately. She turns toward the men and tells them not to make her laugh, questioning how this can be considered a serious conversation. She demands that David hurry up and give her an explanation. Regardless of her protests, the knights grab her to take her away. She shouts at him, wondering what all of this is, reminding him that he was supposed to be a devoted man who swore eternal love, yet now he has an armful of concubine. She reflects that this did not happen in the novel. A serious conversation only works when the other person is willing to listen. All of this stems from the fallout with Duke. The cathedral tried to strengthen its divine authority by enshrining Sayana as a holy maiden. To counter this, they rushed into breaking off his previous engagement and arranged his engagement with Sayana instead. However, David honestly thought the Duke would at least beg him to accept Liana as a concubine. Instead, the Duke disowned his daughter, calling her a disgrace to the family and garnering public sympathy. He never imagined that the Duke would actually cast his daughter aside like that. Not only was the position of Crown Princess suddenly taken from her, but noble support poured toward the Duke, who had no choice but to dishonor his daughter. With that backing, the Duke joined the second prince's faction, threatening the line of succession. Above all, David remembers that Liana never acted like this. He never thought there would come a day when he would miss her. He asks his lieutenant about Liana's current situation and whether they have found out anything. The lieutenant replies that they have searched the duchy thoroughly, but have not even found a trace of her. David thinks that they were only supposed to pretend to cast her out, but he wonders how a woman who only knows embroidery is supposed to survive as a commoner. This makes the lieutenant think that such words are not something he should be saying. In any case, Sienna's usefulness ended the moment they got engaged, so there is no need to keep her as the crown princess. On the contrary, David considers that if Liana were reinstated as crown princess, the Duke would return to his side, and Liana, who has been cast out of her family, would also welcome it with tears of gratitude. This thought makes him snicker as he orders his men to find Liana quickly. On the other hand, Carmine thinks that Liana is such a strange woman. He wonders what she is trying to do with arms that look like they might snap if gripped too tightly, and on top of that, an ice cave. One of his men looks at him and questions what is wrong with him, noticing that he has been quiet for a while. Carmine asks his man whether he knows how to store ice. His man replies that, normally, one would keep it in a freezer. Carmine responds that this is usually the case, then wonders aloud how much a freezer costs. He considers that such an item might not be something one can buy even with money, since it can only be maintained by visits from the Magic Tower. Carmine questions how ordinary people obtain ice, realizing that those around him do not seem to know much about the livelihood of common people. He concludes that he needs someone who can offer more practical advice, someone like Liana. As he thinks this, he suddenly sees that she is actually standing right in front of him. He questions what she is doing there. She immediately shouts at him, declaring that she should be the one asking that question. She wonders whether he expected her to come here. Carmine replies that he lives here, so in that case, she must have come looking for him. She immediately questions why she would do such a thing, and clarifies that she is here to meet his grandmother. Suddenly, she notices a scratch on his handsome face. She remembers that he was standing under the scorching sun yesterday without a hat, and now he has a burn. She thinks that she has been keeping something for situations exactly like this. In her mind, she recalls that wounds like this heal quickly with recovery potions, but she decides to tell him not to waste money on a recovery potion. While he is observing her, he notices the symbol on her hand and begins thinking that it looks like the mark of the owner of the Ego Sword. Meanwhile, she moves closer and puts something on his face while asking what he is thinking about. Carmine notices that whatever she applied feels quite refreshing. She explains that it is aloe vera, which is perfect for burns because of its cooling properties. She also mentions that there is a plant in his grandmother's greenhouse that looks similar, called agave. She admits that she does not know much about that plant yet, so she plans to compare them later. Carmine remarks that common folk seem to develop such practical wisdom in order to survive. She laughs lightly and says that he must be someone important, judging by the way he speaks. Carmine then questions whether her parents passed this knowledge on to her. She replies that she does not have parents. Almost immediately, she realizes that her words have caused a misunderstanding. She quickly corrects herself, assuring him that she does have parents, but that they abandoned her. Carmine becomes completely frozen at her words, and this reaction makes her feel deeply embarrassed. From what she can see, he does not seem like a bad person. She explains that she was abandoned when she was young after an embarrassing broken engagement, and was discarded because she was considered a useless daughter. She reflects that it is not so bad now, as living alone feels nice. She admits that she likes her current life, since she can do whatever she wants freely, and she believes that her present situation is better. Liana looks at his face and wonders whether he is curious about her circumstances. He replies that it is nothing, yet she can clearly see that curiosity is written all over his face, and that he is dying to know more. However, he still refrains from asking, and she guesses that he is trying to be considerate. She gently touches his face and comments inwardly on how kind he seems. The moment she realizes what she is doing, she gasps in shock. She quickly turns away, telling herself that this does not mean she has allowed herself to develop feelings, and she insists internally that she cannot give him permission to become close to her. Carmine clears his throat and says that he did not say anything at all. At that moment, someone from behind remarks that they had been wondering why she had not arrived yet, so they came to check on her. The newcomer then notices that Liana is still standing in the lobby, and internally thinks with amusement about these little rascals. The granny is about to call him Majesty, but Carmine immediately calls out to her, saying that he is just about to head up with Lady Liana, while referring to her as grandmother. This makes the old granny think that perhaps he has not mentioned the fact that he is the emperor. With that thought in mind, she turns to Liana and asks whether she has met her grandson. Liana replies to her that not only did they greet each other earlier, but she even applied medicine to him. This makes the granny think that the two of them have already gotten very close. Carmine then whispers that it might be misunderstood if she phrases it like that, but Liana insists that it is the truth, reminding him that they even had noodles together. This makes the old granny comment that if they are speaking to each other so formally, then they should stop using such formal tones, since they are the same age. She believes that they will become good friends in the quiet countryside. which makes Carmine respond that mutual respect is necessary. However, he notices that Liana looks extremely happy about this situation. Liana then teases him by saying that there is no way they could possibly be the same age, and she repeats the thought while joking that they must be destined for each other. Carmine can clearly see that these two are truly enjoying themselves at his expense, so he tells her to do whatever she wants. This makes Liana feel delighted, as she realizes that she now has a guy friend. With excitement, she suggests that they should all try some watermelon punch. Both Carmine and the old granny are astonished when they see it, finding the creation cute and pretty. They ask her how she managed to cut it in such a way. She proudly tells them that it is all about technique. This makes Carmine wonder whether she used the ego sword for such precise cutting, but she immediately denies it, insisting that it was not Louis and absolutely not the sword. He responds that he does not trust her at all, which makes her wonder internally why he seems to know her so well. She tells him not to overthink things and urges him to simply open his mouth. Meanwhile, he tells her to stop avoiding the question. However, before he can continue speaking, she quickly places a heart-shaped piece of watermelon into his mouth. This action makes him blush intensely, and he remarks that it tastes so sweet, sweeter than any watermelon he has ever tasted before. At first, he thinks that perhaps it is just the setting that makes it taste better, but he soon realizes that the quality itself is definitely different. He wonders whether the difference comes from farming methods or from the people of the empire. Before meeting her, he had only thought about strengthening royal power by driving out nobles who targeted the throne, and he had never given serious thought to the lives of commoners. Until now, he has never considered how the food he eats is actually made, and the realization makes him feel ashamed. Moreover, thinking back to the time of the party, he asks her what a certain drink is. She tells him that it is grape juice, made from leftovers, and asks whether he would like to try it, assuring him that it is extremely delicious. This makes him remark that leftovers usually have poor market value. Liana replies that just because something has low market value does not mean it is bad. She explains that the love and effort poured into it remain the same. In a way, she compares it to people whose value can drop because of malicious rumors or slander, even though their true worth has not changed. He originally came to recover the ego sword, but as he talks with her, he begins to understand why the sword chose her as its master. He finds himself wanting to speak with Liana more about this matter. Just at that moment, he notices her downstairs and wonders what she is doing over there. She is clearly visible even from a distance. As he prepares to wave back at her, he suddenly recognizes that he is hearing an ominous sound, a sound that should never be heard. Even if he hears it, he knows that he must not acknowledge this sound. On the other hand, Liana says that this is why she likes grandmother's salmon, ham, and so many spices. She packs them all, and she always praises her cooking generously, so how could she not visit? She wonders what she should make with these ingredients, thinking that salmon sandwiches sound delicious. Just at that time, Luis comes and says that she is having fun without him, acting as if this is cruel. This makes her question why he is out here, since he is literally passing off the task after she said she would just bring watermelon punch and come back quickly. But now it is already the middle of the night, and he calls her a liar. She tries to tell him that the conversation got a little long. She guesses it is because Louis cut the watermelon, and it tasted more delicious. She adds that Carmine also liked it, which makes Louis even more pissed, thinking that that jerk was also there and wondering if she fell for it. This frustrates him, and he thinks that if this goes on, he will end up getting screwed too. Liana assures him not to worry, saying that will never happen, and questions why he is so worried. He explains that she does not know and shouts, asking if she knows how vicious the Marshall family is right now. He says they are treating her well because she is feeding them good food and telling them interesting stories, but as soon as their interest vanishes, they will try to take him, even if it means cutting off a hand. This makes Liana think that if that is Carmine's family name, she feels like she has heard it somewhere. It has been so long since she has been away from high society that she cannot remember. Regardless of that, Louis tells her not to ever let her guard down and not to be fooled just because the leather looks shiny. He reminds her that there are devils, and she needs to keep reminding herself of that. Liana assures him that it is okay. Okay, she will do so, and then questions whether he has decided to stay by her side forever. This makes him question what kind of question that is, and wonder if she is planning on abandoning him. Liana says no, not yet, explaining that she is just not the type to live a life of taking heads, and she wonders whether it is okay to continue living like this. He replies that all he desires is to serve her. It seems like there is more to this, and there must have been a very pressing reason for running away from home. Suddenly, he hides, which makes her question why he is suddenly hiding. When someone says to Liana that it has been a while, It is the nanny. The nanny says to her that she was really surprised to run into her like this, and thought Liana would still be at the house she took her to. Liana says that the crumbling house honestly does not matter. Whether it is fixed or moved, she is happy to see the nanny after so long. But the nanny has not visited even once in all this time, so why is she suddenly here? It feels unsettling. Regardless of that, Liana asks her what she would like to drink, mentioning that she has been drinking lately. The nanny asks if she can choose, and Liana replies that of course she can. While all this is happening, the nanny is somehow acting mysterious. Finally, Liana brings the tea and asks her to enjoy it. The nanny says to Liana that the Lord must have helped her, which makes Liana question what she is suddenly talking about. Actually, the one who brought her here was the Lord. The Lord is also in a difficult position, living alone after the divorce, so she thought she would take pity on the broken-off and abandoned miss. She adds that she is glad it turned out the way she expected. This makes Liana question what the nanny just said, and assure her that she is completely wrong if she thinks that grandmother has no interest in her, because she survived on her own efforts. This makes the nanny question whether she lived on her own, telling her not to lie since she does not even know how to make money. This makes Liana feel angry, realizing that now the nanny is openly looking down on her. Since she is no longer the Duke's daughter, the nanny probably thinks she does not need to be careful with her words. So Liana tells the nanny to believe it or not, and then adds that, by the way, the tea is for 1 coin. This makes the nanny question whether she is really going to charge her, complaining that it is too much for someone who came from far away to meet her. Liana shouts at her that she is the one who started by being rude, and she did not even acknowledge her efforts. She questions what that pitiful situation was supposed to mean. She can accept that, but to insult the Lord like that too, is that not rude? With that, she turns away and tells the nanny that if she has nothing more to say, she should please leave, because she is busy. The nanny stands up and asks Liana to please wait a moment, saying that the Duke told her to bring Liana back home. Nanny says that he has been so heartbroken ever since Liana left, worrying constantly, and fretting over whether something has happened to her. This makes Liana scoff, feeling worried and suspicious, wondering if he has suddenly found some new use for her. She thinks that she knew it. He was never a genuine person. So she tells the nanny that she is not interested in any of this anymore. She says that she does not care about her family, and she does not want to see them again, so the nanny can simply go back. The nanny responds that she will report back to the Duke and let him know just how sharp her words were as well. Valeriana then tells her to be sure to tell him that she cursed him too, from the top of her head to the tips of her toes. With that, the nanny leaves. The scene cuts to someone calling out to Carmine, addressing him as brother, and asking whether he is even listening, since he seems unusually deep in thought today. Carmine apologizes to his brother and questions what they were talking about. His brother tells him that he had asked when he planned to return. Even though Poston has a direct teleportation zone to the imperial capital, it is not proper for the emperor of a nation to stay too long in a foreign country. Princess Riz, after her divorce, had returned to her homeland, leaving the kingdom uncertain about her future. As a solution, the kingdom granted her a stay in a border region that neighbored the empire. His father, the previous emperor who missed her dearly, went to great lengths to create a teleportation zone, linking the two regions. Who would have thought it would become so useful today? Carmine says to Riz that he feels bad for her Aunt Susan. The princess then says that there are only 2 conditions under which he is allowed to stay in that town. First, he is pursuing the sword, and second, he has fallen head over heels in love for the first time in his life. This makes Carmine think that this is ridiculous. Meanwhile, the princess loudly insists that exactly, so he should hurry up and return already. It is serious enough that she crosses his mind even during meetings. He can tell, just at that time, when the lieutenant arrives and reports that there is suspicious activity in the area. At first, certain individuals are seen visiting Liana's home, and now they seem to be actively watching her. Additionally, a few days ago, a commoner woman visited her, and it appears that she is connected to the group observing her. He wonders what they could possibly gain by spying on her. According to his grandmother, it seems to be related to her former fiancé. He recalls that Liana once told him that when she was young, she went through a disgraceful, broken engagement. This thought makes him extremely furious, as he cannot believe that the man has the nerve to show up now after tossing her aside so easily, especially now that she is finally thriving as a farmer and has found a path of her own. The lieutenant asks what he intends to do and where he is planning to go. Carmine immediately replies that he is going to protect Liana. They did agree to be friends, yet he wonders whether friends usually deal with their friend's ex-fiancé. Still, he cannot understand why he feels such intense anger about this situation. To justify his actions, he reasons that if she were to be kidnapped, the sword might be taken as well, so he decides that he is going to assess the situation. This makes the lieutenant think with admiration that he possesses such noble intentions. He also understands that if that wretched man is planning to forcefully take Liana back now, or worse, if he has realized her value only to beg for her return in tears, then the situation could become dangerous. On the other hand, Brianna appears strong, yet he wonders whether she might have been quietly struggling with loneliness. Even so, he firmly decides that there is not a chance he will allow anything bad to happen. Finally, he reaches her house and informs the lieutenant that he will go inside to check the situation while the lieutenant secures the perimeter. The surroundings are quiet, which makes him wonder whether she might have already left with the man. Suddenly, he hears a scream from inside. He immediately opens the door and calls out for her. Liana urgently shouts for his help and tells him to come quickly and hold the slab quickly, and after the roof is fixed, she thanks him sincerely, explaining that the house is 85 years old and that she renovated it herself. However, one corner of the ceiling had rotted wood, and bugs began crawling out of the decayed section, which she found extremely disgusting. She explains that she already tore out the damaged part of the ceiling that contained the bugs, and now there is nothing to be afraid of. Carmine insists that it is not as if he was scared or anything. Since Carmine is already present, Liana begins to wonder whether she should ask him to help with a few additional tasks. He is tall and probably strong, and she still needs to rehang the attic door. Carmine questions whether she usually handles all these repairs by herself. She replies confidently that of course she does, because if she does not, then no one else will. Carmine suggests that she could hire a carpenter. However, she explains that the area is a complete countryside, and there are no professional carpenters available. Even if there were, she would feel uncomfortable inviting someone into her house since she lives alone. Still, she reassures him that she has been managing just fine. She has become quite skilled at handling repairs after living on her own for so long. She remarks that he should have seen the rundown place where she used to live, which was practically falling apart. She had patched the roof with straw and built fences herself, and that was how she managed to survive until now. The thought frustrates her, as she feels that someone seemed almost jealous that Liana is doing well, and she suspects that the nanny would act all sweet and flattering if she were struggling instead. Carmine calls out to her and questions her about the hammer. She reacts with surprise when Luis suddenly begins shouting that she should not laugh, complaining that he is being treated like a hammer and used like a mere tool. Liana responds in confusion, wondering what he is talking about, because she only uses him for important tasks that truly matter. For situations like this, there is no tool she would rather use than him. This statement makes him angry, yet he still feels uncertain whether being compared to a hammer is truly the right description. Suddenly, he pulls her unexpectedly. The hammer slips from her hand, and not only the hammer, but she also loses her balance and falls. In that moment, she realizes that something feels warm, and she discovers that she has fallen directly on top of Carmine. Carmine asks only whether she is okay. It has been a long time since she has felt the warmth of another person. While Carmine continues checking whether she is hurt in any way, she quickly pushes herself away from him. Carmine warns her to be more careful, pointing out what could have happened if she had been injured. This makes her think that he is probably the one who hit the ground harder. He reminds her that since she lives alone, she cannot afford to get injured, yet he expresses relief that she is unharmed. The way he treats her with such concern causes her face to flush deep, leaving her blushing intensely. The person she used to tease and play with in the palm of her hand now appears completely different to her, and she wonders what she is supposed to do when he suddenly looks like a man in her eyes. She cannot understand why she forgot such an obvious fact, because this man is unbelievably handsome. She immediately stands up, which makes him question what is wrong. In that moment, she realizes that he appears to be the perfect husband candidate. Carmine also stands up and remarks that she is acting strangely, noticing that her face has been red since earlier as well. Meanwhile, Shalini silently begs him to please wait for a moment, wishing that he would give her some kind of warning before barging in so suddenly, because at this rate, she feels as if she might die from a heart attack. Carmine, on the other hand, gently holds her hand and questions whether she is certain that she did not hit her head earlier, insisting that he should take a look. He soon notices that her wrist is already beginning to swell, and he questions whether she is truly okay, realizing that it must hurt a lot. Liana insists that she is fine and points out that he is the one who must be hurting instead, considering that she fell from above and only injured her wrist, meaning she got off lightly thanks to him protecting her. However, the image keeps replaying in her mind. Carmine, noticing her condition, asks her to let him see her hand again, explaining that at the very least he is good at wrapping bandages. The scene soon shifts to him carefully bandaging her hand, which makes her think that this situation feels strange. She has been in situations like this many times before as a duke's daughter, yet she cannot understand why her heart is racing so much now. She reasons that perhaps it is because something unexpected just happened, such as falling into his arms. Carmine remarks that he had expected her to be feeling down, but seeing her look energetic brings him relief. This makes her wonder whether he had been worried about her. With that thought, he gets up and states that he will be leaving now. Liana quickly asks him to wait a moment, pointing out that it is almost lunchtime and suggesting that they eat before he leaves. However, he refuses politely, explaining that he cannot impose on someone who is injured. He advises that if anything happens, she should make sure to inform him and not try to handle everything on her own like she did today. This causes her to respond with only a quiet agreement. After the door is shut, Louis approaches Liana and apologizes, admitting that he forgot how much weaker she is compared to him. However, Liana simply calls out to Louis and moves forward to hug him tightly, thanking him sincerely. This reaction makes him wonder whether she is truly all right and whether she might have hit her head or something. She knows that if it were not for him, where else would she ever have the chance to be hugged by a national treasure of a handsome man? In comparison, that loser David was nothing but an utter embarrassment, possessing a terrible personality and a face that reminded her of half-dried squid. Even so, she understands that Carmine's interest is actually directed toward Louis. That is why he even proposed during their first meeting, and she realizes that the moment that just happened was likely all part of his attempt to win Louis over. Yet, even if he was using charming tactics, his appearance is simply too attractive to resist. Now she finally understands why emperors throughout history made foolish decisions over beautiful people. At the same time, she feels guilty about sending him away on an empty stomach. She begins to wonder whether she should prepare a sandwich or something for him. Before doing anything else, she decides that she first needs to boil some potatoes. Meanwhile, Louis feels extremely tired and somewhat sad, realizing that he has done so much work with the hammer today that he cannot transform into a hoe now, and therefore he needs to rest. Liana says that she is boiling the potatoes, not harvesting them, so he can simply go and rest on the bed. Louis then remarks that, by the way, he wonders whether it would be acceptable if that man were to turn out to be an emperor. She lets out a sigh and questions whether he is saying this because she mentioned emperors earlier. She admits that he is certainly handsome enough to be one, though she clarifies that she means his face alone, not his role as the main character like Carmine. He attempts to tell her that he truly is the emperor, but before he can finish speaking, he suddenly hears someone outside the house. This unexpected sound makes her wonder who it could possibly be at this hour. She considers that perhaps Carmine has returned again, thinking that he must have started craving her cooking after all. Without hesitation, she moves toward the door and opens it. However, her eyes widen in shock the moment she sees who is standing there. The scene then shifts to Carmine, who reflects that no matter how much work he does, it never seems to end. In truth, his thoughts remain completely disorganized because of what happened earlier. At that moment, Granny approaches him and asks whether he is all right. He replies that he is fine and invites her to come inside. At the same time, he notes that it is already late and questions why she has not gone to rest yet. Granny explains that she thought he might be hungry, so she brought him a little something to eat. He wonders what she has brought, which prompts her to reply that he should be able to tell that it is a sandwich. Carmine remarks that he is about to sleep soon and that this feels more like a full meal rather than a light snack. However, Granny insists that he should at least take a bite before complaining. He reluctantly takes a bite while Granny comments that one must avoid late-night snacks in order to live long, though she jokingly questions what the fun in that would be. She also mentions that she heard he helped Liana earlier, which makes him question whether commoners truly handle everything on their own. Granny explains that while wealthy people may have money, they also need others to spend it for them. However, for a woman living alone, openly showing that she has money might invite danger. Because of this, she considers it admirable how Liana manages everything by herself. Carmine reflects on how Liana injured her wrist earlier and wonders whether she has eaten properly. Granny reassures him that he does not need to worry about that, explaining that the sandwich he is currently eating is a potato salad sandwich that Liana prepared and sent over earlier as a token of thanks. However, Granny admits that Liana's face looked a little pale, which makes her wonder whether it is because of the injury. Carmine comments that he told her to rest, yet she refuses to listen. Granny eventually leaves, remarking that he is just like her, eating while working, and with that observation, she takes her leave. Carmine knows that he should visit her tomorrow, both to thank her for the sandwich and to check on her injured wrist, though he realizes that he does not truly need an excuse to visit her. Suddenly, he hears a strange sound. The noise seems to be coming from the window, and he immediately wonders whether it could be an assassin. However, to his complete surprise, he discovers that it is actually the ego sword making the noise. He goes to the door and opens it, and a question is raised about whether he has finally decided to submit himself. This makes Louis think that the man is resolute, yet it also seems that Louise must have said something to him, though he cannot hear her voice at all. It is clear that the man is in a hurry, but the exact reason remains uncertain. Suddenly, something strikes him, and he wonders if something might have happened to Liana. At the same time, Liana is seen lying in her bed, struggling. Merely meeting him once has left her bedridden. There is a strange sense of satisfaction in it, yet she cannot help but feel overwhelmed with stress. She begins to question herself, wondering if she had been secretly holding on to expectations simply because they are family. Earlier, when she had opened the door, it had been her father. She notices the unsettling pattern. First, the nanny, and now her father. Something feels off. He is behaving in a way that seems almost like a disguise. She remarks that it has been a long time, and that he appears the same as ever. However, the Duke responds that such a thing could not be true, as he has been losing sleep day after day, worrying about her. She finds herself unable to make sense of his words. This entire situation was never part of the original story. In that version, Sayana arrives in the world, becomes engaged, and 2 years later, the story ends with their marriage. Reflecting on it now, everything has felt strange from the very beginning. Unlike the original plot, Sayana became engaged immediately upon arriving in this world, and Liana herself was brought down before she could even commit any villainous act. The pace of the story feels unnaturally fast. She wonders if she had skimmed through the novel too carelessly. If this is indeed the story after the original ending, then the original Liana would have likely died due to harsh conditions. And yet, the very man who had abandoned her to such a fate now stands right before her. She points out that he had never cared about her before. With 5 other daughters to marry off, he had no need for her. At the very least, he is no longer confusing her name. The Duke takes her hand, admitting that he knows she must resent him. However, he explains that he had feared that helping her would only anger the royal family further. Fortunately, his guest had been correct. By quietly accepting punishment, the Crown Prince now pities her and is secretly searching for her. Her gentle and obedient nature must have made him miss her. Hearing this, she feels hurt. It seems clear to her that he simply needs the strength of the duchy again. Welcoming a girl from another world as Crown Princess might have once seemed exciting, but in reality, she would be of little use in managing internal affairs or gaining influence. Instead, they likely faced backlash for discarding a flawless fiancé so cruelly. Bringing her back now would improve public opinion and repair his relationship with her father. The Duke questions her expression, remarking on how she looks, but she abruptly pulls her hand away and declares that it has nothing to do with her anymore. This confuses him, and he presses further, asking what she means. Surely she does not intend to refuse returning, especially when she could once again become the Crown Princess. Liana responds firmly that the title of Crown Princess has nothing to do with her anymore. She is no longer Liana Pond, she is simply Liana. There is no need for him to waste his breath on her. He should instead focus on marrying off one of her sisters. This prompts him to question whether she truly believes that familial bonds can be severed with a single declaration. She sighs and reminds him that he was the one who disowned her with a single word. His anger rises, but she remains composed, stating that this outcome works perfectly for her. She opens the door and asks him to leave. After he departs, it is evident that he will not give up so easily. If what her father said is true, then he will continue pursuing her relentlessly. He should simply focus on pleasing Sayana instead. The audacity of coming to find her without shame, after ruining her life and then believing that locating her now would fix everything, makes her feel sick. He may have left quietly today, but next time he will surely do everything in his power to drag her back to David. If she remains here, David will inevitably return to her life, and that is something she cannot allow. The only option left to her is to leave. At that moment, Louis approaches her, noticing that she seems lost in thought, and asks if she is all right. She insists that she is fine, and says that she simply needs to boil some potatoes before it gets too late. Louis gently tells her not to force a smile, encouraging her to admit if she is sad. However, Liana questions why she would be sad when she has him, her sweet Louis. She claims that she has already abandoned all expectations regarding that man. Yet as she says this, tears begin to fall. She finds it strange. She truly believes she is fine, so why does this keep happening? Louis reflects that this is the first time he has regretted being unable to transform into a human. Liana embraces him and assures him that she will be all right soon. The scene then shifts to the present. Carmine calls out to her, and she slowly opens her eyes. He asks if she is all right, and whether she recognizes him. Instead of answering, she begins to sneeze. He immediately tells her to wait while he goes to fetch water and medicine. Liana mentions that the medicine should be inside her bag. Carmine cannot help but wonder why the bag is so large. She tells him not to scatter her belongings, explaining that she will be leaving soon. This surprises him, and he questions why she intends to leave. She confirms that she must hurry. He asks why she would leave when this place should be her home. This makes her pause. It is indeed a warm and comforting place, and the grandmotherly lord is kind. Yet she feels that she has no place she can truly call her own. As Carmine takes care of her, he begins to suspect that her sudden urgency is connected to her former fiancé, the one who had come searching for her before. For her to be so desperate to escape, there can only be one explanation. They must have finally realized her true worth and are trying to reclaim her. He notices that even in her sleep, she is crying. She always appears cheerful, yet someone is clearly responsible for this hidden pain. As he looks at her, he gently takes her hand and presses a kiss to it, silently vowing that he will protect her. Finally, morning arrives, and Liana wakes up with the feeling that she is alive again. Louis comes to her at once and wraps his arms around her, remarking that in all his life, he has never seen such a fragile master. His words make her pause, and she wonders if he had truly been that worried about her. She then asks him how long she has been asleep, realizing that she needs to hurry. At that moment, Carmine steps forward and reassures her not to worry, saying that it has not been very long. She looks at him in confusion and questions why he is there. Carmine explains that the ego sword called him, then asks if his presence is making her uncomfortable. She quickly denies it, insisting that it is not like that, but adds that she does not have time for this since she is very busy today. Carmine asks her to wait, reminding her that she is a patient who has just woken up and needs to eat first. Soon, breakfast is brought to her. She looks at the meal with uncertainty, wondering if Carmine was truly the one who prepared it. Nevertheless, she expresses her thanks and takes a bite. As soon as she does, Carmine asks where she is planning to go. She is startled and questions whether she had said something like that while she was half asleep. Carmine explains that her packed bag gave it away. She reassures him that she is not leaving the place entirely, which leads him to ask where she is going instead. She turns the question back on him, asking why he wants to know. He answers simply that he intends to go with her. This catches her completely off guard, and she wonders what he is saying all of a sudden. She points out that he must have responsibilities in this area, but he replies that while it is true he came to retrieve the ego sword, and it is now with her, that is not his main reason. He steps closer and takes her hand, admitting that he is worried about her. His sincerity causes her to blush. He continues, saying that he cannot ignore the thought of her being sick and alone like she was the previous day, or crying out of loneliness. He believes she needs someone to wake her from nightmares, and for that reason, he wants to stay by her side. She had not expected him to care so deeply, and his words move her greatly. However, she knows she cannot keep relying on a friend in this way. She thanks him, but tells him that she must refuse. Carmine, however, insists that he is not joking. If she has nowhere to go, she can come to his home instead. This makes her question whether he is proposing again, and she asks him to stop joking. At the mention of a proposal, he becomes serious and says that he wants to say it properly. Then, to her complete shock, he lowers himself onto one knee and asks her to marry him. She is utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend how packing her belongings to leave has suddenly turned into a marriage proposal. Louis quietly tells her that Carmine is completely serious. He recalls how, the moment he heard that she was unwell the previous night, Carmine had rushed over without hesitation. Liana knows that even if Carmine's feelings are genuine, being with her could place him in danger. She has not even explained her situation or her true identity, so she believes she should refuse him. Yet when she looks at his face, she hesitates. In her mind, she acknowledges that he is handsome, dependable, and always there for her, even in her weakest moments. He respects her and embodies everything she had once imagined in her ideal partner. Turning him down and leaving him behind feels deeply unfair. Observing her hesitation, Carmine wonders if this will be another rejection. With no other choice, she finally reveals the truth. Her real name is Liana Pond, and she is one of the 5 daughters of the duchy. He listens calmly, simply responding with a quiet acknowledgement. His reaction confuses her, and she asks if he is not surprised. He explains that he will listen to everything before reacting, then asks if she is packing to return to the Pond Duchy. She tells him that her father had come to take her back against her will, and that she is only leaving to escape him for a while, as she sees no other option. As she thinks further, a realization strikes her. Does she really need to go somewhere far away? If her father cannot find her, that alone would be enough. Perhaps she could remain here and simply find a place to hide temporarily instead of leaving altogether. She thanks Carmine, saying that he has helped clear her thoughts. She tells him that she is going out for a while, but before she can leave, he stops her, pointing out that she has not yet answered his confession. She cannot help but think that he is like an unstoppable force of flirting, his personality so different from before. Carmine clarifies that he means everything he said. Even after her situation is resolved, she does not need to wait. He will stay by her side. She warns him that her father is a duke, and even he might not stand a chance if he were to come here. Carmine reassures her without hesitation, saying that no matter what happens, he will protect her. He asks her to look at him and give him an answer. Then, with unwavering determination, he asks her to date him with marriage in mind. The scene then shifts to the palace, where the teleportation orb suddenly begins to act up. The princess is startled and immediately shouts at Carmine, scolding him for frightening her and asking what would have happened if she had fainted from shock. He casually responds that he would have covered it up as a workplace injury, which only irritates her further. She tells him to stop talking like a shady businessman and to go handle the day's agenda. However, she soon notices that he is unusually quiet. He lets out a deep sigh, and she begins to wonder if something is wrong. It seems as though he might have made some kind of mistake. The man who once cared about nothing but work is now behaving strangely ever since returning from that town. Though she finds it troublesome, she considers humoring him for a moment and asks what is bothering him. She thinks it would be best to hear him out quickly before returning to her overdue tasks. When he finally speaks, he tells her that he has found someone he wants to marry. At first, she simply processes his words in silence. Then, all at once, she erupts in shock, shouting in disbelief at the mention of marriage. The princess nearly drops her teacup, her composure slipping as disbelief overtakes her. She questions whether they are truly speaking about a real human woman and not a cat, and the thought unsettles her. It forces her to reconsider everything she has believed about him until now. She reflects on how numerous noble ladies have exhausted themselves trying to capture his attention, only for him to suddenly speak of marriage after spending his time petting cats. The sheer absurdity of it leaves her stunned. Nevertheless, as a noblewoman of a duchy, she quickly resolves to gather information regarding the annulment. Germain, composed as ever, adds that while she conducts her investigation, he would like her to look into 2 additional matters. He expresses his desire to erase the Pawn Duchy chief from existence, and, if that proves impossible, he intends to annex Poston as imperial territory. The princess immediately urges him to calm down. She acknowledges that Liana has suffered injustice, but she reminds him that eliminating a duchy and annexing land are not trivial matters. She remarks that the saying about a late-blooming thief being the most dangerous seems to fit him perfectly. Then, as realization dawns on her, she raises her voice and demands to know why he went to Poston in the first place. The most important matter, the Eagle Sword, has not been mentioned even once since then, and she cannot believe he has forgotten it. Carmine reassures her that there is no need for concern regarding that matter. His calm confidence leaves her with little room to argue, and she decides to say no more. Instead, she shifts her focus and questions whether the young lady has agreed to marry him. She finds it difficult to believe that any young woman would so readily accept a proposal from the emperor, concluding that the girl must be quite bold. Carmine then reveals that Liana does not yet know he is the emperor. This revelation shocks the princess even further, and her voice rises in disbelief. Meanwhile, for Liana, the events of the previous day still feel like a dream. She finds herself uncertain about what to do. Carmine's expression lingers in her thoughts, and she realizes that his feelings are genuine, not something shallow or fleeting. Her heart races so intensely that she cannot even bring herself to meet his gaze. When Carmine questions whether her hesitation stems from an inability to forget her former fiancé, he grows visibly serious and remarks that if that is the case, he would have to cut the man's head off. Liana immediately protests, telling him that he cannot say such things so casually. She is overwhelmed, unsure of what she is supposed to do. There is still so much she does not know about him, and too many unresolved problems remain. Yet despite all of this, she ultimately declares that she will date him. Though her mind is still conflicted, her heart is already moving in that direction, and she begins to think of him as her boyfriend. The scene shifts, and Liana is now with the old grandmother. The elderly woman mentions that someone has brought her a plant. It is not the type typically used for grafting, yet it tastes remarkably delicious. She wonders aloud if it could possibly become even sweeter. Liana responds affirmatively. The grandmother cautions that eating too much of it might cause a stomachache, and in response, Liana accidentally addresses her as brother-in-law, causing an awkward moment. Realizing her mistake, Liana immediately apologizes, flustered. The grandmother gently reassures her that there is no need to apologize. However, she expresses concern, noting that Liana, who usually shines brightest when speaking about farming, now seems unusually downcast. Liana reflects inwardly, recognizing that her troubles stem from her grandson, yet she finds it difficult to explain such matters or even decide where to begin. Instead, she changes the subject and mentions that her father recently came by. She explains that the crown prince is searching for her again. The grandmother questions his motives, and Liana admits that she is unsure. She speculates that he may want to win back sympathy from the nobles, or perhaps force her into cleaning up after the crown princess as his consort. The grandmother grows indignant at the thought, declaring that she should block him using her authority and questioning how he dares to enter the territory without permission. However, Liana quickly asks her not to do that, insisting that she does not want to cause trouble. When asked what she plans to do instead, Liana reveals that she has been considering leaving the place for a while. The grandmother responds with quiet pride, stating that while it may not be self-praise, there is no place more welcoming to outsiders than this one. She reminds Liana of the sweet potato field she first cultivated, which may have already been seized by the Lord, and points out that Liana is not particularly street smart. The dangers of wandering elsewhere weigh heavily in her word. Overwhelmed, Liana blurts out that her boyfriend has told her to stay here. The grandmother immediately asks who this boyfriend is, and Liana shyly confirms the relationship. The grandmother presses further, wondering if it is someone she knows. At that very moment, Carmine enters and calmly confirms that it is indeed him. The grandmother looks between the two of them, her surprise quickly turning into excitement. She enthusiastically declares that they should be married immediately, suggesting next week and even expressing her wish for 3 children, insisting there is no time to waste. Carmine, slightly taken aback, points out that they have only been dating for a single day. The grandmother laughs at herself, admitting she may have gotten too excited, and then asks when their relationship even began. Liana notices how uncharacteristically shy Carmine appears and finds it difficult to reconcile this with the man who had been so boldly flirtatious the day before. She explains that they grew closer while sharing meals and that things simply developed naturally. The sight of them holding hands fills the grandmother with joy, and she asks what they plan to do next. Liana admits that they have not decided anything yet and jokingly suggests hiding in an ice cave. The grandmother quickly dismisses such an idea and proposes that Liana stay in the Lord's castle instead. She reasons that no matter how bold Liana's father may be, he would not dare enter the Lord's castle without permission, nor would he think to search for her there. Liana considers the offer, feeling that it would indeed be a safe and comforting option, but she hesitates, worried about causing inconvenience. The grandmother reassures her warmly, saying that she would be delighted to have her stay, as the castle often feels lonely. Hearing this, Liana feels a surge of happiness. She reflects on how fortunate she is to have ended up in this place after being abandoned, where she met someone as kind as the lady grandmother. The grandmother, in turn, insists that her kindness exists because of Liana, and urges her not to overthink it. With that, she leaves to instruct the butler to prepare a room for Liana. As the arrangements are being made, Carmine adds that the room should be close to his own, insisting that if anything happens, he must be the first to reach her. His words cause Liana to blush deeply, and she exclaims that he should express himself more plainly, as his current way of speaking is far too overwhelming. Unable to contain her embarrassment, she quickly excuses herself and leaves the room. Once the door closes, the grandmother turns to Carmine and admits that she truly does not understand his thoughts. Carmine asks whether she disapproves of the relationship or if her concerns stem from Liana's status. The grandmother reacts strongly, insisting that he should not mistake her for someone who would oppose such a union over something so trivial. Instead, she points out that Liana does not know he is the emperor, and questions when he intends to reveal the truth. She warns that if Liana discovers it later, she may feel deeply betrayed. Carmine responds honestly, explaining that he never intended to keep it a secret. However, he admits that he is afraid that when faced with the truth, Liana might choose the simple life of the farm over him, the emperor. He remains quiet for a while after asking his grandmother whether she believes Liana would abandon the farm and choose him instead. His grandmother replies that Liana is certainly happy living there, but he must tell her the truth. A relationship built on lies, no matter how beautiful it appears, ultimately becomes an empty illusion. Her words are shaped by her own past, as she recalls how her husband once spoke of living happily together, only for reality to prove otherwise. She questions whether an emperor of an entire nation could truly live only for one woman. She adds that Liana should be satisfied with having been the crown princess and criticizes the selfishness in expecting more. Despite her harsh tone, she makes it clear that she genuinely cares for both of them. She considers Carmine her dear grandson and Liana her precious friend, and she sincerely hopes that the two of them can live happily without experiencing the kind of pain that defined her own marriage. Her unhappy union is well known, even within the royal family. Though she is acknowledged as a master of swordsmanship, she wonders aloud whether she might have been happier had she never come to the Empire at all. Carmine understands her point. He knows he cannot force Liana to give up what she wants for his sake, because such a choice would never bring true happiness to either of them. Instead, he resolves that protecting Liana and her farm, while finding a way for them to be happy together, is what truly matters. Standing outside, lost in thought, he reflects on how what began as a half-joking idea now feels like the only viable path forward. If he annexes the lands as part of the Empire, given their proximity to its borders, the task should not be overly difficult. He wonders if doing something of that magnitude might earn Liana's forgiveness when he eventually reveals his true identity. For the first time, he experiences a deep fear of not being accepted by someone he cares about. The scene then shifts. Liana is filled with excitement as she looks around her room, marveling at how spacious it is and how soft the bed feels. The brightness in her voice seems to dispel all of Carmine's worries. Although she had been uncertain earlier, she now feels relieved and grateful. Thanks to Carmine, she is staying in the safest place possible, the Lord's castle. In her mind, he appears dependable and impressive, and she cannot help but think that her boyfriend is incredibly admirable. At the same time, she finds herself wondering why he shows no fear, even after learning that her father is a duke. This leads her to question his true identity, suspecting that his position may be far higher than she initially believed. Yet, as the duke's daughter, she is certain she has never seen him before. A knock sounds at the door, and she permits the visitor to enter. Carmine steps inside and asks whether the room meets her expectations. She expresses her satisfaction, noting how soft and comfortable the blankets are. He feels relieved to hear this and suggests that they take a short walk outside. As they walk together, Liana becomes acutely aware that he is now her boyfriend. This awareness makes her unusually nervous. Carmine remarks that a great deal has happened that day. When their eyes meet, she quickly looks away, unable to maintain eye contact. Although this is not the first time she has walked alone with him, everything feels different now. An unfamiliar warmth stirs within her, making her heart feel light and restless. She begins to wonder if this is what love feels like, because it was never like this before. Her thoughts drift to a past moment with David. On that occasion, she had tried to express concern, mentioning that he seemed unusually busy. However, he had immediately stood up, confirmed that he was indeed occupied, and dismissed the conversation, leaving without giving her the chance to say anything more. She feels as though she cannot breathe, her heart weighed down by an unbearable heaviness, yet she understands that she must remain silent and composed. If she wishes to become the crown princess, she must smile no matter what. She has always been told that simply being loved is the greatest happiness, but deep within, she begins to question whether what she experienced could truly be called love. The scene returns to the present as Carmine calls out to her, gently asking if he may hold her hand. The request catches her off guard, and she pauses in surprise. In that moment, she becomes keenly aware of how different he is from David, who once abandoned her. This, she realizes, is how it is supposed to feel: kind, warm, and sincere. The realization overwhelms her, and tears begin to fall. Carmine becomes flustered at the sight of her crying, unsure of what he has done wrong. He quickly assumes that she may not want to hold his hand and reassures her that it is not necessary if she feels uncomfortable. However, she shakes her head and explains that it is not the case. She confesses that she once believed she would never be able to love someone again. Yet without even realizing it, she has come to truly like him. Somewhere along the way, he has deeply engraved himself into her heart. Carmine then admits that there are still many things he has not told her. He cannot reveal everything honestly at this moment, but he asks if she can wait for him. He promises that he will not disappoint her. In response, she takes his hand and tells him that she will wait, because she trusts him. As evening falls, Liana sits brushing her hair. Exhaustion begins to settle over her, and she reflects on how large the room is, wondering whether she will even be able to sleep properly in such a vast space. Although she grew up in similarly grand rooms at the Duke's estate, something feels different now. A lingering sense of unease tugs at her, as though she has forgotten something important. Suddenly, she remembers. It is Louis. He appears clearly upset, reminding her that she said she would return shortly. He cannot understand what she has been doing all this time. She apologizes repeatedly, explaining that she had planned to come back for him in the morning. This only makes him even more irritated, accusing her of being mean after he waited for so long. She continues to apologize and informs him that they will be staying at the castle for a while. She adds that she will explain everything tomorrow as well. However, this does little to calm him, and he continues to complain loudly about her behavior. The next morning arrives. As Liana awakens, she notices that another beautiful princess is lying beside her. At first, she glances at the unfamiliar figure and then turns her face away, assuming it must be a dream. However, the princess suddenly shouts at her to get up, scolding her for closing her eyes again when someone is standing right in front of her. She even declares that Liana will lose 20 points for her behavior. Startled, Liana realizes that this is not a dream. She quickly asks who the girl is, confused by her presence in what she believes to be her own room. The princess confidently introduces herself as Susan. This leaves Liana wondering if Susan is the original owner of the room, as the confidence she exudes is undeniable. The two of them exchange greetings, though Liana cannot help but think about Louis. At a moment like this, he would have been talking endlessly, keeping her company and easing the tension. Instead, she finds herself facing Susan alone. Gathering her composure, Liana informs Susan that, in case she was unaware, the room now belongs to her, as the Lord has instructed her to stay there. Susan calmly replies that she already knows, and adds that she came specifically to see her. As she speaks, she offers Liana a grim smile, one that carries an unsettling undertone. The scene shifts to Liana taking a quiet walk. As she moves along, she reflects on how strange Susan is. Liana had stepped outside because she felt awkward, yet now Susan is following her, despite them barely knowing each other, not even by name. This behavior puzzles her. Eventually, Susan asks where she is going, and Liana responds that she is simply out for a walk to clear her thoughts. Susan reacts enthusiastically, remarking that walks are wonderful, and casually mentioning that Liana is likely to receive a passing grade. This comment confuses Liana, though she cannot sense any suspicion from Susan. In fact, everyone they pass greets Susan naturally, which makes her seem trustworthy. Soon after, Susan asks whether Liana likes the area. Liana replies that it is wonderful, praising the generosity of the people and the kindness of the Lord's grandmother. Susan then insists that the Empire is even better, a statement that causes Liana to wonder why the Empire has suddenly been brought into the conversation. Susan proceeds to question what Liana thinks of the Emperor. Liana, unable to follow the thread of these questions, grows increasingly puzzled. She begins to suspect that perhaps rumors about her crops have spread as far as the Empire. If that is the case, she considers that expanding her business there could be an excellent opportunity, especially since it is relatively close to this region. With that thought in mind, Liana changes the subject slightly and mentions that there are wild raspberries nearby, offering Susan the chance to try some. Susan hesitates, noting that such berries are usually washed before eating, but Liana dismisses the concern, reasoning that in such clean air, washing them hardly seems necessary. Susan tastes one and observes that while it appears sour, it is actually quite bland. Liana explains that when turned into jam, the berries develop a tart flavor. She adds that she prepares everything she eats herself, which leaves Susan wondering how she manages to. This somehow reminds Susan of Carmine's reaction in the past. Liana then encourages her not to stand idle and instead help gather more berries, mentioning that she will later prepare a refreshing raspberry iced. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Luis is quietly observing Carmine as he trains. Luis has heard that Carmine is the grandson of the foolish former emperor, yet the young man before him seems entirely different. There is something strangely familiar about him, especially in his confident gaze, which reminds Luis of his first master. Memories begin to surface. His first master once asked him for his name, and Luis had replied that he had none, that Ego Sword was sufficient. That self-assured young man, who had sought to slay dragons, had captivated Luis and ultimately became his first master. In time, that same man rose to become the Empire's first emperor. However, as his stature grew, he gradually became more of a symbol than a person. Successive emperors treated Luis merely as a ceremonial sword, a display piece devoid of true purpose. Even so, Luis endured, sensing traces of his first master's presence in their descendants, until it all ended with the previous emperor, a hopeless fool who could not even hear his voice. When the Empress divorced that emperor, Luis quietly left the empire alongside her. He never imagined that he would encounter a descendant of his first master in such a distant place. Reflecting on this, he regrets not asking to be given a proper name back when his master was still alive, especially if that man had truly been using such a crude designation for him. At that moment, Carmine suddenly calls out, telling Luis to stop sneaking glances and to come out if he has something to say. Luis becomes flustered, insisting that he was not sneaking glances at all, but merely ensuring that Carmine was training correctly. Carmine, unable to hear him, assumes that Luis is once again talking about Liana. Carmine then declares that he is serious about Liana. While he initially approached her because of the Ego Sword, things have changed. Now he genuinely respects Luis's decision to choose her as his master. Hearing this, Luis cannot help but feel puzzled, wondering why Carmine is such a genuinely kind and considerate person. While Carmine wonders whether Luis has come because he wants him to wield him, he finally steps forward and grabs the sword. Luis, caught off guard, thinks that perhaps he should allow this, if only briefly, to determine whether Carmine is truly worthy of becoming his master. As Carmine begins training with him, Luis feels a sudden unease creeping in. He realizes that he is almost being swayed, and this thought alarms him. Carmine's skill and composure only make matters worse, as his competence is undeniable. At the same time, Carmine assumes that Luis is permitting him to wield him so that he can protect Liana, and he silently expresses his gratitude. Luis, however, does not mean any of this in the way Carmine believed. Despite that, he cannot deny that being wielded by Carmine feels right in some inexplicable way. These conflicting emotions leave him troubled, unsure of what he should do. At that very moment, Liana notices Carmine in the distance. Her gaze then shifts, and she realizes that Luis is there as well. Suddenly, Luis rushes toward her in distress, declaring himself to be a bad sword. His abrupt movement startles Liana, causing her to drop the raspberries she had been holding. Before they can fall to the ground, Susan swiftly catches them, calmly stating that the raspberries are safe. Liana, impressed, remarks on her excellent reflexes. Carmine soon arrives at the scene and questions Susan about what she is doing there. In response, Susan addresses him as her brother, revealing that she is the second princess of the Empire. This revelation leaves Liana stunned, and she begins to wonder if this means Susan is actually Carmine's younger sister. Later, in the kitchen, Liana reflects on the situation. She thinks that Susan could have simply stated that she came to see who her future sister-in-law would be, rather than barging into her room and behaving so strangely. The realization that Susan is her future sister-in-law makes Liana anxious, and she worries that she may have made a poor impression. Meanwhile, Susan notices that the ego sword remains close to Liana's side. Susan then asks Liana what she plans to do next now that everything has been clarified. Liana responds by deciding to demonstrate how to make raspberry iced tea. She explains the process step by step. First, sugar and lemon juice are added to black tea. Once the sugar dissolves, the raspberries are strained and poured through a sieve into the tea. The mixture is then chilled before being poured into a glass. When the preparation is complete, the refreshing raspberry iced tea is finally ready. As Liana presents the drink, she notices that Carmine has also entered the room. She finds it puzzling that even with his sister present, he is sitting there soaked, seemingly trying to draw attention to himself. She quietly warns him that he will catch a cold, while Carmine explains that he rushed over because he thought he might be kept waiting. Observing this exchange, Susan begins to wonder if she should speak to him more informally. At that moment, the grandmother enters from the back and asks whether they have already finished. Liana replies that, with Susan's help, everything was completed quickly. When it is suggested that the two of them made the tea together, Carmine laughs and the grandmother joins in, clearly amused by the unexpected teamwork. Susan, however, senses something unusual. The atmosphere between her brother and their grandmother feels different from what she is accustomed to. More importantly, despite Carmine being the emperor, everyone is speaking to him in a casual manner. This leads her to suspect that Liana may not actually know his true identity. Judging by their behavior, this assumption seems correct. She prepares to reveal the truth, but before she can speak, Carmine abruptly intervenes. He remarks that it has been a while and asks if she would like to talk with her brother. Susan reacts with disbelief, exclaiming that what he is saying is absurd. Nevertheless, Carmine ushers her outside, insisting that they step out and talk for the time being. After they leave, Liana turns to the grandmother and admits that she had no idea Carmine had a younger sister. The grandmother explains that he actually has two younger sisters, twins, and that they likely came because they were worried about him, as he has been away for quite some time. This revelation causes Liana to pause and think more deeply. She begins to wonder if the unspoken secret surrounding Carmine might be connected to his sisters. If that is the case, then it could mean that the troubles related to her illness have already begun to surface. A few days earlier at the Imperial Palace, Susan is in the middle of a full-blown tantrum, loudly demanding to know exactly when her brother will return. She wants to take a vacation to the south, yet finds herself unable to leave the capital because of his prolonged absence. The first princess responds with calm resignation, telling her to give up on waiting, as it does not seem like he will return anytime soon. She admits that she does not know what exactly has happened, but mentions that there are rumors he has found someone he intends to marry. This revelation immediately catches Susan's attention. She finds it absurd that a man who once showed interest only in cats is now suddenly planning to marry, and she questions whether such a person even truly exists. The first princess confirms that, surprisingly, it is indeed true. This leads Susan to another concern. She wonders about the ego sword, and whether he is too preoccupied with his personal affairs to bring it back. The first prince speculates that perhaps the situation is not one of romance but rather unrequited love, and considers the possibility that her brother may feel unable to return because of how things have unfolded. As the emperor of a nation, he seemingly lacks nothing, yet something is clearly holding him back. Despite all of this, Susan resolves that she will have to see her brother herself and personally bring back this supposed fiancé. Her determination prompts the first princess to sharply reprimand her, insisting that she should not interfere in someone else's love life and should instead focus on her own responsibilities. However, Susan refuses to listen and runs off, complaining that it is unfair for him to enjoy what seems like a vacation alone. Now, back in the present, Susan confronts Carmine with visible frustration, demanding to know what on earth he is doing, and whether he even understands how long Liz and she have been waiting for him. Carmine, however, assumes that Liz is likely too occupied with her work to care that much about his absence. Susan immediately rejects this notion, insisting that it is not true. She then questions him about his secrecy, asking why he never revealed that he is the emperor, especially when the ego sword is right there treating Liz as its master. She cannot understand why he would allow such a situation to persist. Furthermore, based on what Liz has said, Susan knows that Carmine is planning to marry her. She warns him not to claim that he is merely hiding his identity to obtain the ego sword. Carmine quickly denies such a motive, admitting that while he may have acted that way in the past, he cannot bring himself to marry without love now. Initially, he believed that revealing his identity would work against him, fearing that Liz might use that knowledge as leverage against him. However, as time passed and their conversations deepened, they grew closer, and he found himself unable to reveal the truth. He also comes to understand why Louis chose Liz, and because of that, he feels compelled to protect her and respect Louis' decision to follow her. Susan realizes that, in the end, his silence stems from fear that Liz would come to hate him if she learned the truth. The ego sword, after all, is a symbol of imperial legitimacy, and Carmine is fully aware of its importance. Frustration builds within Susan as she grits her teeth, irritated by how often he refers to Louis, as though he has already become close friends with it. She challenges him further, asking whether he would simply accept it if the ego sword decided never to return. Carmine responds that ultimately through marriage, he would be able to share ownership of it, and therefore considers the issue effectively resolved. Unwilling to let the matter rest, Susan presses on. Even if he claims to have secured the ego sword, she demands to know when he plans to return. She reminds him that, regardless of the presence of their grandmother, this place is still a foreign country. Carmine reveals that he has already asked Liz to consider incorporating this region into the empire. By doing so, he would no longer need to leave and could continue managing affairs from there as he currently does. Susan is taken aback, questioning whether he is serious, and wonders why Liz has not mentioned such a significant matter to her. Carmine assures her that he is entirely serious. He explains that the location is near the border, making it relatively easy to integrate into the Empire's systems, including communication networks and teleportation zones. He adds that remote governance is perfectly reliable under such conditions. Once it becomes Imperial territory, the Ministry would have no grounds to oppose the arrangement. He expresses confidence that Susan herself will come to appreciate the place if she stays long enough, insisting that it is, without a doubt, a wonderful place. Susan internally fumes, wondering if Carmine truly believes she came all this way just to listen to such nonsense. As he continues explaining that his identity must remain a secret until everything is settled, her frustration boils over. She declares that she does not care and calls her brother an idiot, convinced that this entire situation is somehow Liana's fault. Yet even as she thinks this, she cannot help but feel as though this year itself is cursed, as if she has been stuck endlessly babysitting troublesome figures. She questions why Liana always seems to end up surrounded by such complicated people. Liana, noticing her agitation, asks whether she has had a fight with Carmine. Susan, on the verge of tears, refuses to engage and tells her not to speak to her. Nearby, the glass greenhouse catches Liana's attention. The surrounding area appears neglected and messy, leading her to conclude that it has not been properly maintained. She recalls suggesting to her grandmother that they have a picnic there, but remembers how her grandmother's expression twisted at the idea. This makes her wonder if there is some complicated history tied to the place. Without dwelling on it further, Liana heads down and asks Louis if he can transform into scissors, as she intends to tidy up the flower beds. Susan immediately protests, insisting that such tasks are meant for gardeners. Liana responds casually, acknowledging the point, but continues anyway. She sits down beside Susan, repeating her earlier remark in a thoughtful tone. Susan, already furious from her argument with her brother and exhausted from doing random chores all day, insists that a future empress should not be doing such things. Liana, however, calmly tells her that if she is going to help, she should at least wear gloves, as beginners are likely to hurt their hands. This only aggravates Susan further, who raises her voice and demands to know if Liana understands her at all, insisting once more that an empress should not be doing this kind of work. At this point, Liana has had enough. She directly questions what Susan is trying to say and whether she is simply venting her frustration. She points out that if Susan is going to keep grumbling, she might as well use that time to reconcile with Carmine. She adds that it is only natural for people to work to make a living, and if Susan is to become a leader, she should lead by example. Susan is struck by these words, recalling how her brother once said something very similar, that leaders should eat less and work harder for their people. This realization leads her to understand, perhaps for the first time, why he has fallen for Liana. After a moment of silence, Susan abruptly asks Liana whether she loves her brother. The sudden question catches Liana off guard, leaving her confused about what prompted it. Susan begins to explain, speaking about how difficult their brother's life has been since childhood. She describes their grandfather as a strict and terrifying man. Liana asks if she is referring to their grandmother's former husband, and Susan confirms it. She explains that he particularly despised Liz, constantly nitpicking even the smallest things, and that their brother would always stand up for them, only to be scolded in return. Despite his tendency to nag and his rigid nature, Susan recalls how he never once held her back. Whether she wanted to learn horseback riding or begged for a wooden sword, he always supported her and encouraged her to pursue what she was good at. Reflecting on this, she realizes that she may have become overly sensitive without even noticing it. Turning to Liana, she offers an apology. Liana, in turn, reflects that this sounds exactly like Carmine. He has never once belittled her for being a farmer. She reassures Susan that everything is fine, and remarks that Carmine is fortunate to have such kind siblings. She then shares her own past, explaining that when she was cast out of her home, no one came to her aid, not even her sisters. She describes how pitiful her life once was, and how she used to believe that the world was something one had to navigate alone. However, when Germain told her that he would protect her, it surprised her deeply. Meeting him became a blessing in her life, and she now wishes to become that kind of person for him as well. Hearing this, Susan stands and sincerely asks Liana to take good care of her brother. She tells her that if she ever faces hardship, she should come to her as well, because they are going to become family. The word family fills Liana with warmth and happiness. The two of them clasp hands, promising that they will both do their best. Suddenly, a loud commotion interrupts the moment. Someone outside is shouting, demanding to be let in. The man is clad in armor, his presence imposing and urgent. Susan, startled, wonders what is happening. Soon after, the butler arrives and informs them that, for the time being, they must remain inside the greenhouse. Intruders are attempting to enter the estate without permission. Outside, their grandmother looks on with sharp displeasure, questioning the audacity of those who dare to force their way in. She wonders who they think they are, and whether they are truly attempting to take Liana away by force, deeming such behavior utterly insolent. At that moment, Carmine arrives as well, his expression serious. He states that bringing soldiers into another territory without permission is no different from declaring war. He turns to Liana and asks her to allow him to stay by her side, clearly concerned for her safety. However, their grandmother firmly refuses. She reminds him that this is her land and questions why the emperor should interfere. Moreover, she points out that he is currently Liana's lover and might act rashly in the heat of emotion. As the lord of this territory, she insists that she will handle the situation herself and asks him to trust her. Carmine reluctantly agrees but urges her to be careful. He warns her about the man outside, reminding her that he once abandoned his own daughter, calling her useless. Even if Liana were to forgive him someday, Carmine believes that such a man never truly will. The Duke addresses the grandmother, remarking that it has been quite some time since they last met. He then wonders aloud whether he should now address her as the lord of this place instead. Despite the fact that she was once the emperor's wife, she is now merely a ruler of a remote domain. The grandmother immediately perceives the mocking tone behind his words, recognizing it as typical arrogance from nobility. In response, she calmly reminds him that he is, after all, one of the strongest pillars of the central power, whereas she is nothing more than an old woman living in seclusion. She invites him to speak freely without restraint. The Duke dismisses the tension by claiming that he is merely joking and insists that he would never dare to show her such disrespect. The grandmother, unconvinced but composed, shifts the topic and questions what could have brought him all the way to such a countryside. He explains that he has come to express gratitude for her care of his daughter over the years. However, she corrects him, stating that it was never a matter of her taking care of the girl. Liana has always been intelligent and diligent, earning the affection of everyone in the estate. With the pawn castle no longer in use, there had been no particular reason for the Duke to concern himself with this place until now. The Duke, however, notices her composure and inwardly remarks upon her audacity in standing before him without hesitation. He then states his true purpose. He has come to take his daughter back. He demands to know where Liana is. The grandmother informs him that he is too late, as Liana recently expressed a desire to travel. Trusting her judgment, she provided her with a travel pass and allowed her to leave. The Duke immediately refutes this explanation, stating that there has been no record of anyone from this estate passing through nearby checkpoints. The grandmother speculates that Liana may have traveled farther than expected, but the Duke challenges this notion, questioning whether she truly believes that a girl who has barely traveled in her life could have gone so far on her own. His words prompt the grandmother to grow wary, and she begins to question what he is truly implying. Abandoning subtlety, the Duke speaks frankly. He reveals that His Highness, the Crown Prince, has grown deeply suspicious of Liana and has begun to see through the facade of the so-called saintly woman. The grandmother questions whether he truly believes that Liana still wishes to become the Crown Prince's wife. The Duke responds that regardless of her wishes, it is the duty of her parents to guide and persuade their child toward what they deem to be happiness. He uses the grandmother herself as an example, suggesting that by following her own heart, she ended up as nothing more than a pitiful ruler of a remote land. Although she obtained the divorce she desired, her life did not turn out as happily as she might have hoped. She lost the ability to live alongside her children and grandchildren, and those aware of her circumstances regard her with quiet humiliation. The grandmother listens without anger, then counters his argument with calm conviction. She acknowledges that persuading children for their happiness may sound noble, but she questions whether he truly observed Liana's condition when he last saw her. From her perspective, Liana appeared genuinely happy and content with her current life. She reflects that living according to one's own will does not always guarantee happiness, yet it ensures a life without regret. This, she implies, is a lesson many parents claim to teach their children. She further urges him to leave Liana alone, asserting that what he calls a parent's duty is not necessarily what will bring the girl true happiness. The Duke internally dismisses her words as nonsense. He cannot comprehend how a girl who once lived in luxury as the daughter of a duke could possibly be content in such modest circumstances. To him, her happiness is irrelevant. Given everything she has received as his daughter, he believes she is obligated to obey her parents, regardless of her personal desires. In his mind, it is her unquestionable duty to serve her family. Meanwhile, Liana reflects on the situation from afar. She had not expected her father to escalate matters so quickly, yet he has already marched soldiers into the Lord's estate. To her, this act is no different from a declaration of war. She realizes that even if she chooses not to intervene, her father will inevitably attack, and the consequences will be devastating. The farmland will be destroyed, the villagers will suffer, and both her grandmother and Carmine will be placed in grave danger. At her side, Susan reassures her that he will protect her and urges her not to worry. Liana, recalling his earlier behavior, questions how someone who had been crying so frequently could now claim to protect her. Susan explains that his tears stemmed from guilt, as he had been overwhelmed with regret and sympathy for her situation. Hearing this, Liana expresses her gratitude, admitting that his words have eased her heart. In that moment, she recognizes that Susan truly carries himself as a magnificent swordsman, capable of standing firm when it matters most. Liana gathers her resolve and states that they should speak with her grandmother first. However, before she can take even a single step, someone suddenly grabs her hand. A knight appears, declaring that he has finally found her hiding. He remarks that the Duke's prediction was correct, as it was only natural that a young lady who had never ventured far from home would seek refuge within the Lord's estate. At that moment, Susan rushes in, shouting furiously at the knight for daring to lay hands on Liana. She demands to know whether he understands that such an act is a grave insult to the ruler of this territory. The soldier, however, dismisses her indignation with a scoff, belittling the authority of a mere rural lord and questioning what power such a figure could possibly wield. His words ignite Susan's anger, but Liana quickly realizes that she must intervene. If Susan were to suffer consequences because of her, it would only worsen the situation. Stepping forward, Liana positions herself between them and firmly addresses the soldier. She questions whether invading another territory constitutes a declaration of war. The soldier scoffs again, rejecting the term invasion as unnecessarily harsh. He insists that the fault lies with this estate for hiding her, and claims that everything being done is for her own benefit. According to him, she stands on the brink of becoming the most powerful woman in the nation. His reasoning causes Liana to falter for a moment, as he frames everything as a matter of the family's gain. When she challenges this logic, he counters by stating that she was born into the Pond family and raised with all its privileges, making it only natural for her to repay that debt. Liana, unable to contain herself, declares that she has already paid that price by being cast out of the family after her broken engagement. Yet the soldier coldly replies that if she had truly cared for her family, she should have acted before matters reached that point, as she had ample time and opportunity to prevent such an outcome. His accusation fills her with sorrow. Rather than acknowledging her suffering, they now place the blame upon her, as though she alone caused harm to the family. She reflects bitterly that while she struggled, no one stepped forward to help. They merely stood by and watched. It becomes clear to her that such a plan could not have originated from a single servant. It must have been discussed and decided within the family itself after she was cast aside. The soldier continues his cruel remarks, calling her a useless half-wit who could not even maintain a relationship with one man and who only created trouble. Before he can continue, Louis steps forward and sharply orders him to be silent. His voice carries an authority that immediately shifts the atmosphere. He declares that his master is no half-wit, and that throughout his long existence spanning decades, even centuries, he has never encountered a master as remarkable as Liana. Turning to her, Louis questions whether she intends to remain silent and endure such baseless insults. He urges her to take up arms, offering himself to her so they may fight together. His words awaken something within her. She realizes that he is right, she has done nothing wrong, and remaining silent while being degraded does not suit her. With renewed determination, she reaches out and grasps the sword. The soldier watches in disbelief, wondering whether she has ever trained in swordsmanship. As far as he knows, this is her first time holding a blade, making the situation seem impossible. Liana herself questions whether she possesses some hidden talent, but Louis reassures her that with him by her side, anyone can become the greatest swordsman in the world. She understands then that her strength in this moment comes from him. With a bright and confident expression, she declares that Lady Liana and the swordsman Louis stand ready to face anyone who dares trouble his master. Acting without hesitation, she lunges forward and strikes. Her blow is swift and decisive, slicing through the soldier's weapon and cleaving it cleanly in two. The sight leaves him utterly dumbfounded, and in his panic he abandons the confrontation and flees. Louis praises her, calling her amazing, but Liana responds by leaning in and kissing him, insisting that he is the truly remarkable one. She marvels at the power he had concealed, and thanks him sincerely for defending her earlier, for rejecting the insult that she was a half-wit. She admits that she has done little for him as his master, and has even scolded him at times. Louis, however, gently corrects her, saying that she has never truly scolded him, and that even now she offers him praise. While others sought masters who validated their own strength, he prefers one who acknowledges him. Still, he adds with mild reluctance that he would rather not be treated like a mere tool, such as scissors used for trimming cucumber stems. Nearby, Susan watches the entire exchange in astonishment, initially thinking that Liana had somehow broken her sword. As Liana attempts to explain, Susan abruptly interrupts, her eyes shining with excitement. She exclaims that Liana is incredible and unbelievably cool, enthusiastically referring to her as, quote, sister-in-law. She eagerly asks if Liana can demonstrate her swordsmanship again, expressing a strong desire to witness her unmatched skills once more. Liana is left momentarily bewildered, wondering how she had suddenly been promoted to the role of sister-in-law in Susan's mind. She tries to tell her that this is not her skill at all, but Louis's power, yet Susan persists in claiming that yes, the Great Ego Swordmaster is none other than her sister-in-law. She repeatedly pleads, insisting that her sister-in-law teach her swordsmanship. Liana, observing her persistence, asks Susan if she truly understands what she has just said. At that moment, Carmine arrives with their grandmother. He mentions that he had heard earlier that soldiers had entered the castle, and he questions whether they had been able to avoid them safely. The soldiers did not come this far, did they? Susan assures him that they are safe, noting that the men who had come all the way there were defeated by her sister-in-law. Liana reacts with exasperation, insisting that it was all Louis, and that she had merely been holding him. Louis is incredibly intelligent, excelling in combat. Her sword is powerful and adept in fighting. Carmine, astonished, questions whether the ego sword can truly fight on its own and even control a mastered body. Liana confirms this, explaining that it can indeed do so, and that all of the past master's exceptional combat skills were actually enhanced by Lewis. Carmine reflects that the past emperor's martial prowess had been entirely the ego sword's power. Liana, noticing his expression, questions whether he had misunderstood, and he quickly responds that it is nothing, while internally he wonders why their grandmother has been silently standing there all this time. Liana approaches and calls out to her grandmother, asking what she is looking at. The grandmother, visibly enraged, points out that the agave leaf is broken, noting that one of the soldiers must have damaged it. Susan inquires whether this is an important plant and learns that they have many of them in the garden. Liana recounts that she first noticed a gap in the greenhouse and, intrigued, discovered that the syrup derived from the plant is sweet and delicious. She also heard that it has many uses. The grandmother then reveals that this plant is the only thing she brought with her when she was divorced. Earlier, it is shown that the Duke had spoken to her, threatening that next time matters would not be resolved with mere words. However, the grandmother asserts that she will never forgive this injustice. If a fight is what he desires, she will give him all that he wants and orders that armor and a sword be brought to her, preparing for war immediately. The narrative shifts to another setting, where a man explains to the grandmother the significance of the plant. He identifies it as agave, a precious herb used to produce alcohol and medicine, and notes that their nation desperately needs it. Unfortunately, all of it had been burned and destroyed during the Civil War. She wonders whether they can grow it themselves, and he assures her that it is possible, provided he is with her. He is a humble man from the common folk, far removed from the throne. Thanks to his great contributions during the Civil War, he was able to ascend and become emperor. She knew he had many shortcomings, yet she deeply loved him and wanted to remain by his side. She declares that she is the one rejecting him, and with that, she states that she will return to her homeland. The emperor shouts in disbelief, questioning if she has lost her mind. She is the emperor, yet she would throw away her position so easily. But when he notices that she is resolute and not coming back, he continues to shout, pleading for her to stay by his side, insisting that he cannot do without her. She retorts that he is a shameless man, that he is the one who has changed, not her, and she is proud of who she is. The symbol of that pride is none other than a single agave plant. The grandmother tells Liana that she should leave, but Liana refuses, insisting that this is her problem to deal with. The grandmother counters, pointing out that their plants have been broken, so now it is her problem. She then turns to Carmine and Susan, instructing them to leave as well, and not get unnecessarily involved. Liana protests, but Carmine suggests that they step back for now, until the grandmother comes down. Surprisingly, the grandmother asserts that she is feeling strong, and that it is hard to say who is truly in danger, so they do not need to worry too much. Susan remarks that her brother is right, recalling that the grandmother could break swords with her bare hands. Even Louis confirms this, stating that the grandmother was like a walking, natural disaster. Liana thinks that perhaps such a judgment is a bit too harsh. Susan then asks Liana why her father came looking for her. Liana responds that it is a long story and proceeds to tell it. Afterward, Susan turns to Carmine and asks him to lend her his sword, declaring that there are many people she needs to send to hell today. Liana urges her to calm down, but Susan is practically fuming. She insists that they should confront her father and her ex-fiancé directly, punching them in the face and tearing them apart. She wonders why women are so sweet and soft toward men who have treated them this way. Liana clarifies that Susan no longer has any lingering feelings, nor does she even resent them anymore. Carmine, by contrast, remains apathetic. Susan reassures him that she is truly okay and is only concerned about causing too much trouble in this place. Even if her father attacks the grandmother again, she is here now, and this is her problem to solve. She declares that there is no problem with their love for each other. That is all she needs to know. Liana questions this, pointing out that there are so many problems, wondering how there could be no war, and yet they are speaking of love. She also wonders why Carmine is so calm. It seems she will have to rely on Louis and take down her father herself. Carmine then asks Liana to simply answer that she wants to keep this place safe, make the Duke give up, and stay here with him. Liana immediately affirms this, explaining that of course, she refuses to go back because she wants to remain with him, and that is why she is struggling so much. This makes him smile, and he tells her to trust him and wait, as he has a great idea. For now, they should help her back to her room, and he will personally walk her there. As they make their way, Liana asks Carmine if his plan involves not fighting them directly, concerned about the possibility of the Crown Prince getting involved. Carmine assures her not to worry, stating that he can easily handle such matters if necessary. He thanks her for saying that she does not want to go back, adding that even if she had declared that she was returning, he would have still stayed by her side. With that, he reiterates that they should head back to her room and he will lead the way. Liana whispers to Louis, expressing that something feels ominous and wonders if it is just her imagination. Louis responds that this is precisely why he cannot fully trust those people at all. The scene then shifts to Sayana, who notices that the crown prince has passed out drunk once again. She admonishes him, telling him that it is bad for his health, but he always drinks excessively and, when confronted, either becomes angry or picks a fight. She muses that she wishes he were as quiet and well-behaved as when he is asleep. Suddenly, she notices something among the papers and picks it up, discovering that it is a portrait. Sienna studies the portrait with growing unease, a faint sense of familiarity stirring in her mind. The face lingers in her thoughts until realization strikes her all at once. She recognizes the woman. It is the Duke's daughter, the very same Villainess from the original story. The memory settles heavily within her. Because she had known the original plot, she had taken careful steps to secure her engagement and end it early, ensuring that the woman never had the opportunity to commit any wrongdoing. She had believed that by doing so, she had prevented future complications. That was precisely why she had intervened, to stop any possibility of trouble before it could even begin. Yet now, a troubling question forms in her mind. Why does David possess a portrait of this woman? The thought unsettles her deeply. She cannot help but wonder if he still harbors lingering feelings for her. That possibility feels absurd, almost impossible to accept. Juliana does not even reappear in the original story, so there should be no reason for her to remain in his thoughts. The narrative had been clear, or so Sienna had believed. Then another possibility emerges, far more unsettling than the first. What if the original story had simply left that part unwritten? What if, after everything, David had continued to long for Liana in silence, his feelings never revealed within the story itself? Sienna finds the idea difficult to accept. It does not align with what she knows, nor does it make sense within the framework of the original plot. Before she can dwell further on the matter, her attention shifts abruptly. She notices that David is beginning to stir, waking at that very moment. At the same time, her eyes fall upon a document nearby. As she reads, her expression changes instantly, her eyes widening in shock. The paper contains an official announcement stating that the prophecy has been misinterpreted. It declares that the saint who descends from the heavens will bring prosperity and abundance to his or her nation. In the original story, the crown prince and the saint had fallen in love naturally, their union leading to a happy ending. However, the true foundation of their marriage had been the prophecy itself. Now, with the revelation that the prophecy was misunderstood, everything changes. The implication is undeniable. Their relationship is destined to fall apart. The very bond that secured their future together is now unraveling. As she continues reading, another detail captures her attention. One of the Duke's letters reveals that Liana is staying in a small directory, and that he intends to bring her back no matter what. This revelation sends a chill through Sienna. She cannot help but question whether the two of them had been planning this from the very beginning. The thought leaves her deeply unsettled. She struggles to comprehend how the original story could have changed so drastically. Despite her knowledge of the narrative and her efforts to alter events early on, everything is shifting in unexpected ways. A troubling conclusion forms in her mind. Even though she had acted with foresight, Liana is still the villainess. Perhaps she is far more cunning and devious than Sienna had anticipated. So much so that she has managed to alter the course of the original story itself. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Sienna decides that she must act. She resolves to meet that cunning woman before David does, determined to confront the source of these changes herself. The scene shifts to Carmine, who reflects quietly on recent events. He believes that he has managed to calm Liana for the time being, but he knows that his efforts cannot end there. He considers his grandmother next, understanding that he must stop her soon. If a territorial war were to break out, it would disrupt his plans entirely. Despite this concern, he acknowledges her formidable martial abilities. She would not easily lose, even against the Duke. However, his thoughts soon turn to his own limitations. He recalls the words of his grandfather, who had once told him that no matter how hard he tried, he would never become an emperor recognized by all. The memory does not surprise him anymore. His grandfather had never valued him for anything beyond his martial strength. Carmine reflects on how he had devoted himself to honing those skills, believing that they were his only path to recognition. Yet even that belief is shaken. He realizes that much of his strength came from the ego sword, not from himself alone. The realization leaves a bitter taste in his mind. He had worked tirelessly, seeking his grandfather's approval, only to understand in the end that the old man had been narrow-minded and petty. Even so, Carmine acknowledges one thing with a sense of reluctant gratitude. Because of his grandfather's actions, the ego sword had chosen Liana. That chain of events had ultimately led him to her, and it was for that reason that he now stands determined to protect both the sword and its chosen bearer. The memory of their first meeting lingers as he approaches a door and knocks. He requests permission to enter, addressing his grandmother respectfully. She grants him entry, and as he steps inside, he immediately notices that she is clad in armor even within her own home. The sight confirms his suspicions. She is fully prepared for conflict and takes the situation seriously. Carmine observes her carefully, concern evident in his demeanor. He wonders whether she is truly well, considering the intensity of her temper. In response, she carries herself with unwavering confidence, showing no sign of weakness or doubt. He reflects quietly that his concern stems from the possibility that her anger might aggravate her condition, particularly her blood pressure. However, her presence makes it clear that she is not someone easily restrained. Carmine understands the purpose of his visit and the delicate nature of the situation. He considers the Duke's position as Liana's father. Even though their ties may have been severed, the connection of family still remains. He doubts that his grandmother would truly wish to see him injured or killed, no matter how tense the circumstances may become. However, his expectations are quickly met with resistance. His grandmother reminds him that it was the Duke who destroyed her plant, fully aware of what that plant meant to her. To her, the act is not a trivial offense, but something deeply personal, as if he had trampled upon her heart itself. Her anger is neither shallow nor fleeting. It is rooted in something far more profound. She questions him sharply, wondering whether he truly believes she is so foolish as to cling to the emotions of the past, unable to move forward. There is a hint of challenge in her demeanor, as though she is testing his understanding of her. Carmine, however, does not dismiss her feelings. He acknowledges them with sincerity, expressing that she is not foolish in the slightest. In fact, he admits that he himself is unable to let go of what resides in his own heart. It is precisely because of that inability that he sought her out. In that sense, he recognizes that he must resemble her more than he realizes. His words cause her to pause, a flicker of curiosity crossing her expression as she wonders what he truly means. Carmine then reveals his intentions. He explains that he is currently exploring ways to incorporate this region into the Empire's territory. With that in mind, he asks her to halt the looming territorial conflict, for his sake. This proposal takes her by surprise. The idea of annexing a kingdom's land is not a trivial matter. It would inevitably strain relations with the neighboring kingdom. Moreover, the region in question holds little geographical significance. It is neither strategically vital nor particularly advantageous. She cannot understand why he would pursue such a course of action. Carmine, however, anticipates her concerns. He acknowledges that he understands her reasoning but reminds her that the land falls under her ownership. As such, the decision ultimately lies with her. The autonomy of lords, after all, is an unspoken rule respected across nations. She concedes that his point is valid, yet she remains skeptical. Annexing territory in such a manner appears impulsive and rash. Before she can continue, Carmine interrupts gently but firmly, clarifying that his request is neither careless nor made on a whim. He explains that after thorough discussions with Les, they concluded that transferring ownership would be the most viable solution. Even so, he recognizes the complications such a decision might bring. If it were publicly declared that she was handing over the land to her grandson, it would invite criticism and suspicion. Therefore, he proposes an alternative. Instead of transferring the land to himself, she could designate it for his future child with Liana. This suggestion gives his grandmother pause. The idea of her grandson marrying Liana, a citizen of the kingdom, and granting the land to their future child does not trouble her. In fact, she finds no immediate objection to it. However, she cannot ignore the obvious. He is not even married yet. Carmine explains that this is precisely why the plan works. Since the marriage has not yet taken place, the transfer would naturally require time. During this period, she would continue governing the region as its lord, albeit under imperial authority. Meanwhile, Les is already in the process of sending a marriage notice to the royal court. If a lord formally requests annexation under such circumstances, the kingdom would have little grounds to oppose it. As she listens, his grandmother cannot help but notice how much his initiative resembles her own younger self. There is a familiar determination in his approach, a calculated boldness that she recognizes all too well. She acknowledges that she understands his plan, yet she raises another concern. Should they not first persuade Liana to move to the Empire? Carmine responds with calm certainty, stating that the decision will rest entirely with Liana. If she wishes to remain in this land, she will do so. If she chooses to leave, then she may depart of her own will. This answer leaves his grandmother momentarily speechless. The notion that the empress of a nation could reside in such a rural area rather than the imperial capital seems unorthodox, even unthinkable. Yet Carmine explains that since their last conversation, he has been reflecting deeply on how to ensure happiness for everyone involved, without forcing anyone to make sacrifices. His grandmother considers his words carefully. She reflects on the rigid expectations of her own time and realizes that such rules should not be imposed upon Liana. If Liana were forced to conform to the role of an empress against her true nature, she might lose herself entirely, and in doing so, even love could eventually fade. With a quiet sigh, she begins to understand. Liana's love for farming is genuine, and it is likely that she will care for the plants with dedication. Although they may currently lack the means to cultivate them widely, there is potential for those plants to flourish across the empire in time, especially if Liana and Carmine stand together. A subtle realization settles within her. Perhaps holding on to the emotions of the past was not entirely meaningless after all. Whether or not those feelings held significance, they had led to the birth of the next generation children, who now lead the empire with strength and resolve. Recognizing Carmine's determination, she ultimately relents. She agrees to refrain from initiating war, though she makes it clear that her patience has limits. Should the Duke provoke her again, she cannot guarantee that she will remain passive. Carmine feels a sense of relief and gratitude, silently thanking her for her decision. As she observes him, she notices a quiet happiness in his demeanor, one that confirms how much this outcome means to him. The scene then shifts to the Duke, who is deep in thought as he questions the nanny. He seeks confirmation about whether Liana truly cultivated the crops herself. The nanny affirms that this is indeed what Liana had claimed. The revelation leaves the Duke visibly shaken. As her father, he believes he knows her capabilities better than anyone. He had only ever instructed her in the ways of a noble lady and had never taught her anything beyond that. Yet now she is living independently, engaging in farming and sustaining herself. The situation defies his understanding. A tremor runs through him as he struggles to reconcile this reality. The nanny admits that she found it difficult to believe as well, which is why she confronted Liana directly. However, the confrontation did not go as expected. Liana reacted with anger and ultimately forced her to leave. The Duke's thoughts darken as he begins to suspect external influence. He convinces himself that this change must be the result of that old woman's interference. Though she may not be of low status, he does not consider her a threat. To him, she is merely a forsaken figure hiding away in the countryside. He reflects bitterly on how Liana has become increasingly stubborn since leaving home. In his mind, this behavior must be corrected before she enters the royal palace. If she fails to meet expectations, she could displease Crown Prince David, just as Sienna once did. Time is not on his side. He realizes that he does not have the luxury of properly training her over a long period. As he contemplates his options, a more ruthless idea begins to take shape. He wonders if there is a quicker method, something that could break her will immediately and force her into compliance. The thought settles firmly in his mind. Since he will soon be heading to the royal palace regardless, he resolves to act. As her father, he convinces himself that it is his responsibility to ensure that she enters without regrets, even if it means taking drastic measures to achieve that end. It is nighttime when a sudden shout cuts through the stillness, jolting everyone awake. The voice belongs to Carmine, urgent and sharp, as he calls out that a disaster has struck and the farm is on fire. Liana's heart drops at once, and without hesitation, she rushes outside, fully aware that the burning fields are the very ones she has cultivated with her own hands for years. Questions flood her mind as she runs. How could such a massive fire have broken out so suddenly? How had the chickens or livestock managed to escape the flames? And why had this happened now, of all times? Just as she is about to charge straight into the inferno, someone grabs her and stops her from advancing. Liana, overwhelmed and desperate, shouts at the girl to release her, insisting that this is her farm, the place she has devoted years of effort and care to. Before she can struggle free, Carmine steps in front of her, his presence firm and unyielding. He understands the urgency, but knows that rushing in recklessly will only worsen the situation, putting more lives at risk. His calm insistence forces her to confront the danger, and though it pains her, she cannot ignore the possibility of her people getting injured or worse. Forcing herself to regain control, Liana redirects her focus. She gives immediate orders, urging everyone to concentrate on extinguishing the fire before it spreads to the nearby village. She instructs them to draw water from the well and gather every bucket they can find. Her voice, though strained, carries authority, and the people quickly respond. Together, they work tirelessly, passing buckets, dousing flames, and battling the relentless blaze. Gradually, their combined effort begins to show results, and at last, the fire is brought under control. When the smoke begins to clear, the damage reveals itself. Thankfully, the vineyard they had been preparing to harvest remains untouched, spared from destruction. However, the watermelon field is utterly ruined. The crops they had patiently waited to ripen now reduced to ash. It is a devastating loss, though by all accounts they are fortunate it was not worse. Even so, Liana stands in silence, her expression distant and unreadable. Carmine approaches her quietly from behind and wraps his arms around her in a gentle embrace. He offers silent comfort, understanding that she is struggling under the weight of everything that has just occurred. She leans into him, returning the embrace, yet despite being told that it is all right to cry, no tears come. There is a heaviness within her, but it does not manifest as sorrow. At that moment, a shout breaks the fragile calm. Someone reports that they have seen a man in strange clothing pouring oil before the fire began. The revelation shifts everything. Liana processes the information quickly, her thoughts sharpening with clarity. There is no way a fire of such scale could have started naturally in this season, especially among living crops that do not ignite easily. The use of oil, combined with the presence of an unknown individual, points unmistakably to deliberate arson. A darker realization begins to take shape in her mind. She wonders if this could be her father's doing. Even Carmine falls silent at the implication, understanding the gravity of what she is considering. In that moment, Liana understands why she cannot cry. It is not grief that fills her heart, but anger deep, burning, and unrelenting. She resolves that she can no longer endure this. She is determined to confront her father and force him to answer for this act. There is no hesitation in her decision, no room for persuasion or restraint. Carmine, recognizing her resolve, does not attempt to stop her. Instead, he assures himself that he will find the culprit responsible and make him kneel before Liana to beg for forgiveness. Beyond that, there is something else weighing on his mind, something he intends to reveal in due time. The scene shifts as Carmine takes action behind the scenes. He sends a teleportation message to List, instructing her to issue a marriage notice to the kingdom and to declare that Poston will be annexed into the empire. His commands continue with precision, ordering the relocation of border guards to the area and the assignment of sufficient personnel to secure it. He also notes that the walls will need reconstruction, suggesting that Count Russell would be the ideal candidate to oversee the task. List receives the message and immediately grasps the implications. She recognizes that this move is not merely reactive but strategic, designed to break the morale of their opposition and solidify control. If Poston becomes a border territory, it will significantly reduce flexibility and inevitably lead to the annexation of surrounding lands. However, she also understands that such actions require justification, something that must be carefully established to avoid resistance. When Liana notices Carmine's distant demeanor, she senses that something is troubling him. Though she does not fully understand what he has seen or realized, she assures him that she will handle whatever is necessary without delay. Her response demonstrates her capability and decisiveness, qualities that do not go unnoticed. Carmine acknowledges this silently, recognizing once more that List, acting as his effective aide, is exceptionally competent. The scene shifts once more, this time to Carmine as he stands in the quiet tension of the night, addressing his lieutenant with a calm, yet commanding presence. He asks whether everything is prepared. His lieutenant responds promptly, confirming that all is ready. The knights are already assembled outside. Despite the late hour, many have stepped forward willingly to assist after hearing about Lady Liana's situation. However, the lieutenant cannot ignore the political implications. If word were to spread that they had entered the kingdom's territory without permission, it could create serious diplomatic trouble. Carmine acknowledges the risk, but dismisses it without hesitation. He states that it cannot be helped. This is a matter he must handle personally, regardless of the consequences or inconvenience. His resolve hardens as his thoughts turn to the Duke. That man had crossed a line that should never have been touched. It was not enough that he had intruded upon this land. He had gone so far as to burn down the fruits of Liana's labor as if they meant nothing. Carmine cannot forget the expression on her face, the quiet devastation she tried to suppress. Even as the Emperor, he would never disregard her efforts so carelessly. The memory fuels his determination. At that moment, a presence emerges from behind him, the ego sword. Its voice carries a strange mix of pride and reluctance as it declares that it will lend Carmine its strength for this special occasion, claiming that it is doing so to avenge its master. Yet it quickly adds that there should be no misunderstanding. This is not betrayal, nor a shift in allegiance. It insists that it is merely siding with the enemy temporarily, and nothing more. Absolutely not, because it misses Carmine's grip or anything of the sort. The lieutenant, Lafran, listens in confusion, unable to make sense of what the sword is even saying. Carmine himself admits that he does not understand either, finding the words incomprehensible. However, the intention is clear enough. The sword is urging him to take hold of it. As he does, the ego sword responds, expanding and reshaping itself to fit perfectly within his grasp. Witnessing this, the lieutenant is struck with awe. It is exactly as expected of His Majesty. The ego sword has recognized him without question. Yet Carmine understands the truth more clearly. The sword has not truly acknowledged him. It has only chosen to lend its power temporarily, and that too for Liana's sake. He asks that no unnecessary fuss be made over it. Just then, a voice pierces through the air, calling out sharply to Liana, demanding to know how long she intends to remain hidden and ordering her to come out at once. The sudden interruption draws everyone's attention. Carmine reflects inwardly that this saves him the trouble of hunting the culprit down himself. Outside, the source of the voice is revealed. It is the Duke. He stands with authority, calling out that the longer Liana delays, the worse things will become for her. Carmine steps forward, his expression cold as he considers the situation. If it is Liana, she would undoubtedly be standing her ground, defending her fields, even after everything that had been done to them. The thought stirs frustration within him. The Duke has inflicted such harm, yet he does not even seem to understand his own daughter. The surrounding soldiers begin to notice the unusual scene, murmuring among themselves. They question why so many troops have gathered in what should be a quiet, rural area. Carmine observes the Duke's forces with a critical eye, remarking that this appears to be all the troops he has brought. It raises the question of whether the Duke ever intended a true territorial conflict. Perhaps he lacks the courage, wary of how the Empire might respond. Carmine's voice carries a quiet threat as he considers the Duke's next move. There is no intention of letting an intruder like him leave unpunished. In response, the Duke shouts orders to his men, commanding them to kill anyone who resists, and to teach these so-called invaders a harsh lesson. Yet even as he speaks, unease creeps into his thoughts. The scale of the opposing force suggests something far greater than he anticipated. The involvement of the Empire becomes an undeniable possibility, and the situation quickly turns troublesome. Realizing the danger, the Duke begins to consider retreat. For now, escape seems like the wiser option. However, before he can act, he is abruptly tripped, stumbling forward as his movement is interrupted. Suzanne appears, her tone almost playful, as she questions what her dear father thinks he is doing, trying to have all the fun on his own. Carmine approaches her calmly, reminding her that he had told her he would be fine without her involvement. The Duke, now thrown into confusion, stares at Suzanne and demands to know who she is, unable to recognize her identity. Suzanne responds with a scoff, clearly unimpressed. She questions how a nobleman could fail to recognize the face of an imperial princess, calling his ignorance pathetic. The realization strikes the Duke with growing dread. If she is truly an imperial princess, then the man she called her brother can only be... Before he can complete the thought, Carmine steps forward, his presence overwhelming. His voice is steady, yet laced with unmistakable disdain. He declares that he despises people like the Duke, those who trample over the hard work of others without a second thought, regardless of their status or identity. Then, with a composed yet cutting formality, he addresses the Duke directly, calling it an honor to meet him, his father-in-law. The scene shifts to Liana as she reflects on the damage to the field. She thinks that she has already checked the destruction, and considers that perhaps she should take a quick break. However, her thoughts abruptly halt when she notices something unusual. There is oil on the ground. Confusion quickly turns into alarm, as she wonders why oil would be present here. The realization dawns on her that someone had been attempting to burn down her house as well. The thought unsettles her deeply. If she had been asleep and a fire had broken out, the consequences could have been disastrous. Even if those responsible viewed their children merely as tools to serve the family, she cannot comprehend how they could go to such cruel extremes. At that moment, a voice calls out, asking if she is there. She immediately recognizes the voice as her father's. A wave of dread passes through her, as she fears that he may have brought soldiers once again. Yet, to her surprise, when she looks toward him, she sees him sitting weakly on the ground, rather than standing with authority. Carmine soon approaches and announces that he has captured the culprit exactly as she had requested. Her father then drops to his knees and begins to apologize. He admits that he has been short-sighted and claims that everything he did was for her sake. He explains that His Highness is waiting at the royal palace and insists that she would be happy living there as the crown princess. Liana, however, questions his reasoning with disbelief. She cannot accept that he claims to have done all this for her sake after burning everything precious to others. To her, his words sound like absurd excuses delivered far too easily. She cannot help but wonder whether he had set the fire with the same casual attitude with which he now offers his apology. Anger surges within her as she realizes that even if she hates him or punishes him, her fields will not return to their former state. Inwardly, she acknowledges that she had believed hearing her father apologize would make her feel better, yet she now understands that this is not the feeling she had been seeking. Carmine then steps forward and suggests that if she is not satisfied with the apology, he could make it more sincere. He declares that he is willing to do anything if it would make her feel better, and directly asks what she wants him to do. Meanwhile, her father grows visibly anxious, overwhelmed by fear at the thought that she may truly be connected to the Emperor. He worries that he may already be as good as dead. Despite her anger, Liana reflects that even though she hates him, he is still her father. Yet she firmly decides that she does not want to forgive him simply because of their blood relation. She makes it clear that she does not wish to see that man ever again, and hopes that he will stop meddling in her life while pretending to act as a father. Carmine then casts a cold glare at the Duke and delivers a stern warning, making it clear that he must never dare to come near Liana again. He emphasizes that if the Duke disobeys, not only his neck but even his precious family would be placed in danger. Terrified, the Duke immediately agrees, promising that he will never show his face again. To him, it feels as though everything is now over. As the moment settles, Liana reflects on how receiving an insincere apology leaves behind only a hollow emptiness. Nevertheless, she silently thanks Carmine for standing up to her father on her behalf. She realizes that if she had been alone, she might never have received even this shallow apology and would have struggled endlessly without closure. She also feels grateful toward Louis, acknowledging that the two of them have grown quite close while working together to help her. Louis attempts to deny this closeness, but Carmine interrupts, stating that rather than growing close, he believes Louis merely lent his strength for Liana's sake. Shortly afterward, Louis moves forward and embraces Liana warmly. As she is held, Liana notices that Louis somehow seems larger than before. She realizes that he truly has grown bigger, especially after spending time being carried by Carmine. Yet Louis appears deeply guilty and considers himself nothing more than a mere piece of scrap metal. Instead of thanking him, he feels that he deserves to be scolded. Liana finds this reaction unexpected. She had assumed that Louis would act smug, yet instead he seems weighed down by sadness. Carmine then turns the conversation back to practical matters and asks Liana about the extent of the damage. She reports that only the watermelon field has been burned, while the rest of the land appears to be safe. Hearing this news causes Carmine to grow furious, especially because he values Liana's watermelons so highly and finds them exceptionally delicious. To him, the destruction feels unacceptable, and he believes the matter should not be allowed to pass without consequence. However, Liana gently reassures him that everything will be all right. She expresses calm determination, stating that it is not a disaster beyond repair, because they can simply plant more watermelons and begin again. There are times when harvests turn out badly, and sometimes a farm faces failure despite all efforts. Yet in moments like these, people do not surrender to despair. Instead, they gather their strength and begin again from the start. Liana stands firmly in such a moment, her body marked by the signs of honest labor. Sweat clings beneath her skin, her hair is tied high to keep it out of the way for easier work, and her fingers are rough and calloused from countless days spent tending the land. She appears entirely different from the elegant noble lady Carmine's father once described, yet to Liana, this difference is neither shameful nor wrong. Rather, she feels a deep sense of pride in who she has become. She silently acknowledges that she likes the person she is now, far more than the person she used to be when she lived as a duke's daughter. Carmine approaches her with admiration, evident in his expression. He gently takes her hand and presses a respectful kiss upon it, praising her resilience and the strength she has shown while enduring so many hardships. His voice carries a thoughtful tone as he reminds her that earlier he had mentioned having something important to tell her once everything was settled. Liana assumes that he intends to speak about his younger sister, explaining that she has already heard about the matter from her grandmother. However, Carmine quickly clarifies that this is not what he meant. He begins to speak again, preparing to reveal his thoughts, but before he can finish, Suzanne suddenly appears from behind them. Suzanne's sudden arrival interrupts the moment entirely. She rushes forward toward Liana with visible concern, immediately asking whether she is all right. As she looks more closely, she notices that Liana's appearance has worsened from the smoke and fire. Her clothing carries the scent of smoke, and her handkerchief has turned completely black from soot. Suzanne cannot help but remark inwardly that Liana has been standing and speaking with Carmine in such a disheveled state the entire time. Liana, realizing her condition at that moment, feels a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She becomes acutely aware of her messy appearance and soot-stained clothing, feeling that she must look dreadful. With an apologetic tone, she excuses herself, explaining that she will listen to whatever Carmine wished to say later. Without waiting further, she quickly leaves the scene, leaving Carmine standing alone. Carmine feels immediate frustration at the interruption. Inwardly, he complains that Suzanne's arrival could not have been timed worse, as the moment had been perfect for him to finally share what he had intended to say. Before he can dwell on his disappointment for long, the grandmother approaches him with gentle concern. She observes that his throat must be irritated from inhaling smoke during the fire, and kindly asks whether he would like some tea. Carmine accepts her offer gratefully and thanks her. As she places the tea before him, his attention is drawn to several unusual square-shaped items resting nearby. Curious, he questions what they are, noting that he has never seen tea ingredients shaped like that before, as they are usually more powdery in form. The grandmother explains that the items are called sword bean tea, the very ingredient used to prepare the tea she has served him. She mentions that Liana had given the tea to her earlier, explaining that it is beneficial for respiratory health, especially after exposure to smoke. Liana had also generously shared the tea with the villagers who helped extinguish the fire. Hearing this, Carmine reflects that such thoughtfulness is exactly like Liana, always considering the well-being of others, even in difficult situations. After a brief pause, the grandmother shifts the conversation toward a more serious matter. She asks Carmine what he intends to do about the Duke. Carmine responds with calm confidence, explaining that when he sends the marriage preparation notice to the royal palace, he will declare that the Duke is accompanying them to the Empire in order to attend his daughter's wedding ceremony. In reality, however, he plans to leave the Duke in Liana's custody so that she may decide his fate as she sees fit. He emphasizes that the Duke has harmed something precious to her, and therefore, justice should rest in her hands. The grandmother carefully considers his strategy. She realizes that by informing the kingdom that the Duke has traveled to the Empire, while actually detaining him locally, they can avoid unnecessary conflict. Initially, she had believed that Carmine would suggest unconditional forgiveness for Liana's sake, yet she finds his solution far more precise and effective than expected. The Duke remains a loyal subject of the kingdom, and even an emperor cannot openly confront him without risking political consequences. The kingdom would never remain passive if their loyal subject were directly harmed. However, by crafting the story that the Duke voluntarily traveled to attend his daughter's wedding and met his future son-in-law along the way, the kingdom would have no reason to suspect wrongdoing or raise objections. Carmine continues elaborating on his plan, mentioning that the Duke could also be put to practical use by working as labor on the construction of the border wall they intend to build. The grandmother listens with approval, remarking that his solution leaves no detail overlooked. She then changes the subject slightly, recalling that she heard the Ego Sword had acknowledged Carmine the previous night, and that it seemed unusually excited by the encounter. Carmine responds modestly, explaining that he merely borrowed the sword's power briefly because Liana is its true master. However, the grandmother finds this difficult to believe. Even when her incompetent husband had once been considered the sword's master, the Ego Sword had refused to allow her to touch its blade, let alone acknowledge her authority. The sword's unusual reaction suggests that it may have recognized Carmine as a master as well. From her perspective, everything seems to be progressing exactly as Carmine intends. Yet Carmine shakes his head slightly, stating that matters are not yet finished. This confuses the grandmother, who had believed that with the Duke's situation and the kingdom's involvement resolved, the crisis had effectively ended. A sudden realization strikes her, and she anxiously questions whether he still has not revealed his true identity as the Emperor to Liana. Carmine explains that his hesitation is not due to state affairs or political concerns. Instead, it is purely because the matter involves Liana herself. Upon hearing this, the grandmother immediately retracts her earlier praise about the situation being a perfect resolution, realizing that as long as his identity remains hidden from Liana, the situation cannot truly be considered settled. The scene then transitions to a moving carriage. Inside, Liana sits quietly, her posture steady but her expression filled with restrained emotion. As the carriage continues forward, she scoffs softly to herself, thinking that at last she has arrived at her destination. Liana looks around and observes that there is nothing wrong with the plant, realizing that it is simply preparing to bloom. A few days after the fire, a strange stem begins growing from the injured plant, oozing sap as it rises. After studying it carefully for days in order to ease Grandma's worries, she gradually becomes quite knowledgeable about the plant and starts to consider herself something of an expert. She explains that the flowers are extremely rare and are known as century plants, a type that blooms only once in several decades, shooting up a tall flower stalk before dying. Because of this, she believes that this little plant may be trying to show Grandma its flowers one final time. Although she is not completely certain of the exact date, she estimates that the flowers should open in about 3 days. People say that anyone who witnesses such a precious bloom can make a wish, and so she plans that they should all make wishes together when the plant finally blossoms. Grandma reflects on the mention of 3 days, and the thought makes her visibly happier. It feels remarkable to her that a silent, speechless flower can surprise them with such an unexpected gift. Only a few days earlier, it had seemed as though the world was collapsing around them, yet now they are given this joyful moment to look forward to. Carmine expresses his own happiness to Grandma, sharing in her relief and excitement. Grandma then calls out to Liana and asks her to check on the plant every day until the moment it blooms. Liana happily agrees and promises that she will stop by the greenhouse every evening after finishing her morning inspections on the farm. Deep inside, she silently decides that when the plant finally blooms, she will make a wish for both Carmine and herself to live happily together every day. As she glances toward him, she notices that he is already looking back at her, and his steady gaze makes her wonder why he is staring at her in such a thoughtful way. He finds himself thinking about how adorable she looks when she is completely focused on her work, wearing her straw hat and braided pigtails like a young lady devoted to gardening, her hands covered with gloves. He realizes that he truly enjoys seeing her in this simple and hardworking appearance. Meanwhile, Grandma interrupts their moment and reminds them that they should show restraint in front of an elderly woman like her. However, despite her teasing tone, she continues by encouraging them in earnest, saying that this is exactly how things should be and that they ought to hurry and get married within the empire and have children soon. Liana feels embarrassed by the sudden talk about children, while Grandma continues teasing them playfully, asking whether there could possibly be anything wrong with such a future. Liana notices how Carmine becomes flustered whenever the topic of children arises, and she cannot help but find his embarrassed expression surprisingly handsome, even as their dreams and thoughts begin to drift in different directions. At that moment, the butler arrives and informs Grandma that a visitor has come to the castle to see their lord. Grandma expresses her surprise, as she had not been expecting anyone at all, and she asks who the visitor might be. The butler hesitates slightly before replying, explaining that the identity of the visitor is somewhat unexpected, though the exact details remain unclear to the others. The scene shifts as Liana reflects inwardly, realizing that even after all these years, nothing has truly changed for her. She still carries that same out-of-place feeling, that lingering sense of being unable to fully adapt to this unfamiliar world. The somewhat clueless expression she once had remains the same, and even becoming the crown princess has not improved that uneasy feeling inside her. The butler quietly approaches her and whispers that they are preparing to escort them to the reception room, but he gently asks whether she is certain that she truly wishes to go. Liana decides that she must go, reasoning that the visitors are most likely here to see her. She has already explained the situation to Grandma, and therefore she resolves to head down to meet them soon. She considers the possibility that if David truly wishes to welcome her as the Crown Princess, then Sienna is probably here to ask her to reject Crown Prince David on her behalf. Even so, she cannot help but feel astonished at the thought that the Crown Princess would travel all the way to this distant place without any guards accompanying her. At that moment, Carmine approaches her and asks whether she is truly comfortable meeting them. Although she tries to reassure herself that the visitors are not dangerous and will not harm her, Carmine continues to worry, insisting that the meeting could still turn into an unpleasant experience despite her calm reasoning. When she finally prepares to meet her, Liana replies that whatever their business may be, they need to meet face to face in order for anything to move forward. She believes that this situation must be confronted directly, no matter how uncomfortable it may be. However, she also realizes that she cannot present herself in her current state, so she decides that she needs to get ready quickly. Before leaving, she reassures Hermione not to worry, promising that she will handle everything properly and return shortly. Carmine, on the other hand, quietly admires her determination and strength. Yet despite this admiration, a part of him wishes that she would sometimes run away when things become too difficult. He knows about Sienna and remembers the situation clearly. The kingdom's diplomatic delegation had once arrived to announce the marriage between the Crown Prince and the Holy Maiden. The Holy Maiden herself had descended and openly expressed her desire to marry His Highness the Crown Prince. Many had proclaimed that the gods had personally chosen their kingdom, and that this divine selection was surely a sign that the kingdom's prosperity was about to rise. People had declared that the kingdom was destined for greatness, while the empire, having lost the ego sword, was fated to fall into decline. These were likely the arrogant claims they intended to make, and even now, remembering how smug they had been when the empire lost its ego sword, still makes Carmine's blood boil with anger. He reflects on how, if they were able to borrow the authority of the temple through a marriage to the Holy Maiden, it would grant them immense power in ruling the people. The belief that only good fortune would follow wherever the Holy Maiden appeared had spread widely, and such superstition-driven propaganda had proven remarkably effective among the masses. Thinking back on those events, he remembers painfully that Liana had been the one whose engagement had been broken off because of the Holy Maiden's arrival. The memory troubles him deeply, and he cannot help but imagine how humiliating and painful that moment must have been for Liana, standing before so many people as her future was taken from her. The way fate twists and rearranges lives feels mysterious and unpredictable to him. He does not know what the woman's true intentions are, but if she is not satisfied with merely taking Liana's place, and has now come here to stir up even more trouble, he refuses to simply stand by and watch. Determined to learn the truth, he disguises himself as a servant, believing that he must find out for himself why she has come here. Soon he notices Sienna already present in the castle, loudly complaining about how far away the reception room is, and how her legs ache from walking such a long distance. Carmine watches her carefully, thinking that she will not recognize him if he remains disguised as a servant. However, the moment her gaze lands on him, she immediately grabs his arm and questions why he is here. Startled, Carmine quickly pulls her hand away and apologizes, insisting that she must be mistaking him for someone else. He reminds himself internally that he needs to stay calm, reasoning that there should be no possible way she could recognize him in his disguise. Yet she begins describing him in detail, mentioning his golden hair and his faintly tinted blue eyes. She leans closer and whispers for him not to play dumb, declaring confidently that he is Carmine Marshall, the Emperor of the Empire. This revelation causes tension to twist inside him, as he wonders how she could possibly know his identity. Trying to maintain composure, he suggests that they should not continue this conversation in the hallway. He politely asks her to come to the reception room instead, noting that there are far too many eyes watching them in the corridor. He realizes that it would be safer to move somewhere private before continuing this strange conversation. Sienna agrees, stating that she also has matters she wishes to discuss with him. Soon, they find themselves alone together inside the reception room. The moment the door closes, she raises her voice in frustration, demanding to know what he is doing here. She admits that she had been wondering why the person who was supposed to appear in part 2 of the original story had never shown up. It now seems to her as though the plot itself has changed, and she begins questioning whether he might not actually be Carmine after all. Still, she acknowledges that his appearance matches the description perfectly, leaving her confused. Carmine senses that something about her reactions feels deeply unsettling. It is obvious to him that she knows who he is, yet it does not seem as though she recognizes his face directly. He wonders whether she may have studied records about the Empire beforehand, trying to memorize important figures. At the same time, her strange references to an original story in part 2 leave him confused and suspicious. Meanwhile, Sienna grows impatient with his silence, and questions why he has remained quiet for so long. She jokingly warns him not to claim that he has fallen in love with her at first sight, reasoning that he seems like the type of man who prefers bold and straightforward women, even those who behave shamelessly, just like herself. Carmine acknowledges internally that he does admire women with strong and fearless personalities, but he immediately rejects the idea that she could ever be the one he admires. In his heart, he knows that the person he truly values is Liana. He recalls her unwavering gaze, filled with confidence and trust, believing without hesitation that she will be loved and protected. Compared to that warmth, Sienna's arrogant attitude, behaving as if she has already figured him out, despite being a complete stranger, feels deeply unpleasant to him. He finds it astonishing that someone could display such disagreeable behavior without even realizing how offensive it appears. Growing irritated, Carmine finally tells her that if she has finished speaking nonsense, she should step back, because her behavior has become unbearable and obnoxious. His sudden coldness causes Sienna to hesitate in confusion, wondering why his demeanor has become so frightening all of a sudden. At that exact moment, the tension in the room shifts as Liana arrives. She looks directly at Carmine and questions what he is doing there, then turns her attention toward both of them, silently demanding to know what the two of them are doing together in the same room. Before all that, Liana is getting ready. She stands before the mirror, carefully examining her reflection. As she studies herself, She thinks that her dress looks far too luxurious for meeting that woman. At times like this, she believes it is best to dress like herself, rather than appear overly elegant or extravagant. The thought makes her consider her safety as well. Since they do not know what might happen, she decides that taking Louis with her would be wise for self-defense. She turns her attention to Louis and tells him that they should go together. Her words make him question why she specifically wants him to accompany her. In response, she pouts slightly and asks whether he does not want to come with her. She reminds him that he used to beg to come along everywhere with her, yet now he hesitates. He tries to explain that it is not like that, but his hesitation makes her uneasy. She begins to wonder if he is still feeling down, recalling how he had been crying earlier without saying why. She quietly questions whether he is truly all right. Inside her mind, she wonders if there is something serious troubling him that she does not yet know about. Wanting to reassure him, she tells him that she always gains strength thanks to him, and because of that, she wants to become his strength as well. She insists that if anything happens, he must tell her without hiding it. Her sincere words overwhelm him, and he begins to cry. He calls himself a bad person, and says that someone like him, who has such a good master, deserves to be thrown into a hot furnace. Despite his harsh self-criticism, she simply smiles gently at him. She reassures him that he is not such a person at all. Then, thinking practically, she mentions that he is too noticeable in his current form. She asks whether he could transform into a dagger instead. Once he becomes a weapon, she will have a proper means of self-defense. With a dagger now in hand, she prepares herself mentally, planning to confront Sienna and give her a piece of her mind. However, the situation turns unexpectedly before she even gets the chance. Instead of finding Sienna alone, she suddenly notices that both Sienna and Carmine are already there. The sight catches her completely off guard, leaving her momentarily stunned. Carmine reacts first. He immediately rushes toward her, attempting to explain himself and urging her not to misunderstand the situation. Meanwhile, Sienna calmly states that Liana should come in a little later, explaining that they had a great deal to talk about before being interrupted. The tone of her remark implies annoyance at Liana's sudden appearance. Liana, however, refuses to be silent. She directs her attention to Sienna and remarks that even in a situation like this, Sienna still places blame on others, proving that she has not changed at all. She mockingly refers to her by the title of Holy Maiden. Hearing that title again makes Sienna remark that it has been quite a while since she last heard it. She acknowledges that she is no longer a maiden, and her tone carries a mixture of bitterness and pride. Liana internally reflects that since Sienna never received official recognition from the temple, she should not even be called by that title. In her mind, she considers it natural, since Sienna never possessed any holy power to begin with. That thought provokes Sienna, who sharply questions whether Liana is deliberately trying to start a fight at this moment. Sienna accuses her not only of flirting with her husband, but also of daring to pick a fight afterward. She implies that if Liana had any conscience at all, she would apologize first. The accusation confuses Liana, who questions what Sienna means by flirting, and with whom she supposedly did such a thing. In response, Sienna angrily tells her to look at her own actions, pointing out that she had just pinned her fiancé against the wall. This accusation leads Sienna to suspect that Liana might be two-timing, entertaining more than one romantic interest at once. Liana immediately refutes the claim, explaining that the entire premise is wrong. She insists that she does not have any lingering feelings for David. However, Sienna loudly rejects this explanation, refusing to believe it. She claims that Liana came all the way to the countryside pretending to be pitiful and seductive, intentionally trying to tempt her husband. Sienna questions why David would send the Duke to bring Liana back if there were truly nothing between them. Liana, growing increasingly frustrated, shouts back that she has no idea what David is thinking, as his actions are beyond her understanding. At this tense moment, Carmine finally intervenes. He calmly explains that he believes the Crown Princess is misunderstanding the situation. He confirms that Liana did indeed come to the countryside recently, under the Crown Prince's orders. However, he also clarifies that the Crown Prince left shortly after acknowledging his engagement with Liana. Sienna listens with skepticism and questions whether it is truly correct that Liana has no interest in David at all. Liana firmly replies that she has been stating that from the very beginning, repeating the same denial without wavering. Even so, Sienna scoffs dismissively. She questions what right Liana has to demand belief or disbelief from her. When the matter of their engagement is mentioned again, Liana becomes puzzled. She cannot understand why Sienna continues to show such disbelief, despite hearing the explanation directly. Turning away, Sienna declares that she does not believe the claim at all. Nevertheless, she states that she will pretend to accept it for the time being. Without waiting for further discussion, she changes the subject and demands that someone hurry and prepare a room for her. She complains about how tired she is after traveling such a long distance. She further announces that she cannot return to the capital immediately and intends to rest for a day before leaving. As Liana observes her behavior, she senses that there is more to the situation than what is being openly said. Something about Sienna's conduct continues to trouble her. In particular, Liana cannot shake the uneasy feeling growing inside her mind. She wonders why that woman keeps subtly flirting with Carmine, even after creating such a large commotion over David. The contradiction in Sienna's actions leaves Liana deeply suspicious, and the tension in the air remains unresolved. So Liana tells Sienna that since she is not the owner of this castle, she does not have the authority to give her a room as she pleases. Her tone remains firm, but controlled, as she makes it clear that such decisions are not hers to make. However, Sienna refuses to accept this limitation. She insists that they should speak directly to the lord of the castle instead. Carmine attempts to calm the tension, trying to ease the situation by supporting Liana's stance. He explains that the lord would not welcome Sienna either, implying that staying any longer would only worsen matters. He advises her to leave before things turn unpleasant. Despite this warning, Sienna's temper only rises. She begins shouting loudly, accusing them of treating her disrespectfully, even though she is the crown princess. Her pride refuses to allow retreat, and she demands that they hurry and summon the lord immediately. However, her confidence quickly collapses when events take an unexpected turn. Soon after, she finds herself standing outside the castle gates. The lord has given a direct order to throw her out of the castle at once. Shocked and furious, Sienna continues to shout angrily from outside. She demands to know how they dare treat her this way, and questions whether they even understand who she is. Her voice grows harsher as she lashes out, ordering them to open the doors immediately. She threatens them, insisting that they will not escape the consequences of insulting her like this. Nearby, Grandmother calmly instructs the guards that, next time, they should not even allow Sienna inside the castle at all. She remarks that entertaining such nonsense even once was more kindness than necessary. Her words carry authority, but also quiet irritation at the disturbance. As the situation settles, Liana turns toward Grandmother and expresses her gratitude. However, in the midst of relief, a memory suddenly flashes through her mind, the earlier wall-pinning incident. The thought makes her stiffen slightly. She turns toward Carmine and questions why that strange situation had happened earlier. Carmine calmly explains that he had been disguised as a servant in order to observe what kind of person Sienna truly was. He admits that he had not planned to enter the reception room alone with her. However, events had changed unexpectedly when she suddenly called him by name Carmine and demanded to know why he was there. This detail makes Liana pause in surprise. The realization that Sienna recognized him so easily makes her question how such a thing was possible. She wonders how Sienna could have known him at all. Carmine admits that he was equally curious about that point and had attempted to confirm his suspicions. That attempt led directly to the strange confrontation between them. He explains that during the encounter, Sienna suddenly grabbed him and began speaking incomprehensible things. She talked about an original work and mentioned something about a second part of a story. Her words had sounded confusing and disconnected, but the more he recalls them, the more unsettling they feel. According to what she said, Sienna had once become a holy maiden in another world. In that story, Crown Prince David gradually falls in love with the bold and charming Sienna, who was originally an ordinary, common high school student. Meanwhile, Liana, who was already engaged to the Crown Prince, was portrayed as someone who constantly harassed Sienna, treating her like a thorn in her side until the engagement was eventually broken off. Afterward, Sienna and Crown Prince David married, achieving what she described as a happy ending. This explanation matches the plot of what Sienna called the original work. Hearing this makes Liana fall into deep thought. When she reflects on the story, something feels off. Despite Sienna supposedly being a bright, cheerful protagonist, it seems strange that there were almost no episodes showing that personality before the wedding ending. As an avid reader of romance fantasy stories, Liana finds it hard to believe that she overlooked such an inconsistency. She begins to suspect that there must be a second part to the story, one she never read. Her thoughts then shift to Carmine. In that supposed second part, he appears as the second male lead. Suddenly, everything begins to make sense to her. There is no way that Carmine's striking appearance could belong to a mere background character. His extraordinary looks fit perfectly with the role of a prominent second male lead. Now she understands why he holds such importance within that imagined narrative. Carmine watches her carefully and asks whether she understands what all this means. He explains that the fact Sienna used the term original work strongly suggests that she believes herself to be a character from a book. That realization allows Liana to understand Sienna's earlier reaction more clearly. From Sienna's perspective, someone who believes in the original story, it must have been shocking to discover that the second male lead, who was supposedly destined to love her, is actually engaged to the Villainess instead. This line of thought makes Liana uneasy. She begins to wonder whether Carmine has already started developing feelings for Sienna. The possibility troubles her deeply. If he were to fall for Sienna, then all the effort she has made could vanish instantly. It feels unbearable to imagine that everything could disappear simply because of a few lines written in a story. The thought fills her with sadness. Seeing her expression darken, Carmine gently reassures her. He promises that next time, he will not give anyone any opportunity to misunderstand him. He asks her not to make such a sad expression. Liana responds that although she does not doubt his sincerity, she wants him to stay away from Sienna from now on, even if he feels something strange when he sees her, and even if curiosity draws his attention, he must never take interest in her. Her words come out firmly, almost like a command born from concern. Carmine reacts with a faint smile, remarking that he feels happy if she is jealous at this moment. His teasing makes her protest immediately. She insists that if the situation had been reversed, if she had pinned another man against the wall in a private room, he would surely not find it amusing. She clarifies that this is not jealousy at all. He then admits that his earlier thinking had been shallow. He apologizes sincerely and promises to be more careful in the future, making sure he does not end up in such shameless situations again. While listening to him, Liana notices that his smile appears flawless and his voice remains gentle. Yet strangely, something about the moment feels cold, leaving her with a faint sense of unease. The scene then shifts to Carmine observing Sienna from a distance. He notes that she is still lingering nearby with persistent determination. As he watches her, he recalls something she said earlier, that he prefers women who are bold and straightforward, even shameless. At the same time, he remembers Liana's firm warning that even if he feels curious about Sienna, he must never take interest in her. The more he reflects on these reactions, the stranger they seem. Both women behaved as though it were natural for him to feel drawn toward Sienna. The idea unsettles him. He cannot understand how such expectations formed in their minds. Then he recalls Sienna's strange words again, her insistence that the situation is too complex to dismiss as mere delusion. Combined with Liana's reactions and several other troubling details, the puzzle continues to grow more complicated in his thoughts. In the end, Carmine quietly resolves that he must investigate this matter more carefully. In another world, I became saint. Part 2. Sienna spent peaceful and joyful days alongside the crown prince, becomes the owner of the ego sword. A story of love triangle begins to take shape involving Carmine, the cold and strikingly handsome emperor of the empire, whose presence introduces a new tension into her life. A few months ago, Sienna begins to question the course of events. She wonders why Carmine has been appearing so infrequently. It has already been 2 years since their marriage, yet the original novel had never clearly specified how events were supposed to unfold during this time. This lack of guidance leaves her uncertain about whether things are progressing as they should. After their marriage, Carmine had come to the kingdom, and she recalls that she was supposed to search for something known as the Wego quote. According to the story, possessing it would ensure that everything would proceed smoothly. However, she is left frustrated, as she has no idea what the ego sword looks like or how to obtain it. The novel, which once served as her guide, now feels incomplete and unhelpful, as though the author had created a plot hole at the worst possible moment. Her frustration grows as Carmine shows no signs, while her situation with David continues to deteriorate. She cannot help but blame the author for crafting such an inconvenient narrative gap. At that moment, a maid gently advises her to calm down, reminding her that the crown prince must be exhausted from managing state affairs in place of the king. Sienna reflects on this and acknowledges that, although his words may seem cold, he loves her more than anyone else. However, the maid makes her also realizes that her position has changed. Now that she is the crown princess, she cannot behave as freely as before by barging into his office and demanding things as she once did. The carefree charm that once captivated him can no longer be used so recklessly. Determined to adjust, she resolves to restrain herself moving forward. Rising to her feet, Sienna reassures those around her that there is no need for concern. She convinces herself that the crown prince is only distant because he currently has no rivals. Once a suitable challenge appears, he will surely recognize his feelings for her again. She clings to the belief that something will work out in her favor, as she is, after all, the protagonist of this story. Later, as she rides in a carriage, her thoughts shift toward confidence. She feels reassured, believing that the advantages granted to a protagonist are unmatched. She recalls how she had arrived in anger over a portrait, only for fate to intervene and lead her to encounter him instead. Although he had coldly dismissed her at present, she is convinced that, according to the original storyline, he must already be haunted by her image. In time, he would inevitably confess that, despite a lifetime spent dominating others, he now desires to be dominated by her. Reflecting on this imagined confession, she finds the line deeply satisfying, admiring the transformation of a man who once regarded her as nothing more than a thief, but would eventually crumble under the weight of love. As night approaches, a maid informs her that it would be best to rest. This suggestion immediately frustrates Sienna, as the idea of a crown princess sleeping in a carriage feels like an unacceptable hardship. The maid explains that the recent fire has made it difficult to secure proper accommodations. Supplies are scarce, and for reasons unknown, there is a heightened vigilance against outsiders, making it nearly impossible to stay at an inn. Although Sienna questions whether such circumstances are even plausible, she ultimately resigns herself to the situation, though not without complaint. She even finds herself wishing that, at the very least, the carriage could be equipped with something as modern as an air conditioner. In her irritation, the maid reflects on how she had always believed her to be unique, but the current situation seems to test that belief to an extreme degree. She recalls a moment in the past when Sienna confidently declared to the maid that she would become the crown princess and that the maid would serve as her chief lady-in-waiting. At the time, she had advised the maid to sever ties with Liana, dismissing her as a lost cause. The maid, initially bewildered by such bold claims, had questioned whether Sienna truly understood the prestige of the ducal family. However, when Liana's engagement was eventually broken off, the maid began to believe in Sienna's foresight and chose to follow her. Now she reflects that the crown prince must surely be filled with regret. She considers whether it might be wiser to return rather than remain where she is. If Liana were to arrive in the capital and secure her position, the situation could become far more complicated. The thought lingers in her mind, leaving her caught between her confidence as the story's protagonist and the growing uncertainty of a reality that refuses to follow the script she once trusted. This development only causes Sienna to grow even more agitated. Her voice rises as her thoughts spiral, and she becomes convinced that David must be punished more severely. Now that a rival has appeared, she believes that everything will finally fall into place. In her mind, David will soon come to realize his love for her and ultimately kneel before her in submission. Meanwhile, the maid watching her cannot help but question whether it is truly wise to continue believing in Sienna's words and following her lead. Sienna, however, remains completely absorbed in her expectations. She convinces herself that Carmine must have already made his appearance, and that everything is progressing toward her favorite scene. She longs to witness that moment unfold in reality, clinging tightly to the idea that the story will align with her desires. At that very moment, someone approaches and asks her what she is doing there. Sienna immediately recognizes him, recalling that she has seen him before. When questioned about how she knows him, she explains that she saw him in her dreams, and claims that, as a saint chosen by divine arrangement, she occasionally glimpses the future. Her statement draws curiosity, and she is asked what kind of future she has seen. She confidently replies that she knew she would meet him. When questioned further about whether she knows his current destination, she answers without hesitation that he is heading toward the royal capital in search of the lost ego sword. This response causes Ankra to pause internally. He realizes that they are indeed searching for the ego sword, yet her statement does not entirely align with what he knows. Something about the situation feels inconsistent. He recalls Carmine's earlier advice, in which he had been told not to directly investigate the woman. Carmine had warned that since she likely knows he is the emperor, she would attempt to act as though she knows him as well. He had been instructed to simply agree with her statements and remain cautious, ensuring that he would not be drawn too deeply into conversation. Reflecting on this, Ankra acknowledges Carmine's wisdom. Just as predicted, the situation is unfolding in exactly that manner. Following this guidance, he begins to play along, expressing belief in her claims and suggesting that she truly knows everything. Sienna responds with confidence, stating that she has read so much that she has practically memorized it all. This creates a subtle contradiction in Ankra's mind, as she had previously claimed to have seen these events in a dream, yet now she speaks of reading them. Despite this inconsistency, he continues his questioning and asks when she plans to return to the Empire. Sienna answers that everything is only just beginning, making it impossible for her to leave now. She explains that she intends to remain in the kingdom for approximately 3 months, though she would prefer to stay longer. However, she acknowledges that Douglas is still present, which would make it difficult to extend her stay beyond that period. This information causes Ankara to reflect carefully. He recognizes Douglas as the Emperor's uncle, a man quietly harboring ambitions for the throne. Though Douglas presents a gentle and unassuming exterior, his calculating nature is known to only a select few, including the Emperor's closest confidant, Norman. The fact that Sienna is aware of such delicate political dynamics raises further suspicion. Ankara begins to wonder whether she truly has the ability to foresee the future. Otherwise, how could she possess such specific and sensitive knowledge? Just then, Sienna reassures him not to worry, confidently declaring that once she becomes the owner of the Ego Sword, she will be able to resolve even more significant issues. This statement unsettles him further, as the Ego Sword already has an owner. Her knowledge appears to be a mixture of truth and error, as though she understands certain elements but lacks the complete picture. He begins to suspect that she may be a planted spy within the Empire. Sienna then urges him to accompany her to the royal palace, insisting that finding the Ego Sword is an urgent matter. She declares that it will soon appear in the royal capital. This prompts Ankara to analyze the situation more deeply. He realizes that had they not intervened earlier, the Duke would have already taken Liana to the capital. In that sense, her statement is not entirely false. However, it raises the question of whether the kingdom has already discovered that Liana is the true owner and is attempting to capture her. Unable to distinguish where truth ends and deception begins, Ankara decides to test her further. He claims that His Majesty has already found a clue regarding the Ego Sword, and that they are planning to return to the Empire soon. This statement causes Sienna to freeze. She immediately rejects the idea, insisting that it cannot be true. In her mind, the story has not yet reached its resolution. David has not fallen completely for her, nor has Carmine become desperate and dependent on her. The narrative she believes in is still incomplete, and therefore, such a development cannot be allowed. Determined to regain control of the situation, she makes a request of Ankara, though her desperation becomes increasingly evident. The scene then shifts to Carmine, who finds himself distracted by an odd sensation. He wonders why his ear has been itchy since the previous night. Liana approaches him and suggests that it might be due to dust from the recent fire, offering to take a look. Carmine dismisses the idea, stating that he has already cleaned thoroughly and had been more focused on capturing the Duke than dealing with the aftermath of the fire. Ignoring his reluctance, Liana leans closer and reassures him that she will take care of it, encouraging him to lie down so she can clean his ear. At that exact moment, his grandmother interrupts, boldly commenting on their behavior. She remarks that even at their age, they should be engaging in more intimate gestures, such as kissing, rather than hesitating. Her words leave both of them startled. She then departs, muttering criticism about Carmine, referring to him as someone incapable of speaking properly when it matters. Carmine is left confused by her remarks, questioning what she meant. Despite her complaints, she acknowledges that he is not entirely incapable, but perhaps he has treated marriage too casually, like something insignificant or decorative. Afterward, she mentions that she is going to tend to her plants, and Liana expresses her intention to accompany her. Carmine immediately states that he will join them as well, but his grandmother stops him. She advises him to think carefully about how he intends to properly reveal his identity and propose. Once she leaves, Liana expresses concern about Carmine, but his grandmother quickly changes her tone, suggesting that he may have urgent matters to attend to. Left alone with his thoughts, Carmine begins to reflect. He realizes that although he has proposed multiple times, he has not approached the matter with proper seriousness. If he had known Sienna would arrive, he would have prepared something more appropriate, such as jewelry. Now that the situation has reached this point, he resolves to make proper preparations before formally revealing his identity. At that moment, Ankara arrives and knocks on the door. Upon entering, Carmine immediately questions him about the woman, asking whether she has returned to the capital. Ankara informs him that, in fact, she has made a request. She wishes to be taken to the Empire along with them. Carmine finds himself questioning the intentions of the crown princess of a foreign kingdom, unable to comprehend what she is truly thinking. He wonders whether she expects to be welcomed and treated as an honored guest, but Ankara quietly observes that such expectations do not seem to align with her behavior. In fact, he admits that he doubts she ever held such thoughts at all. The memory of her earlier words lingers, especially the moment when she earnestly pleaded to be taken to the Empire alongside them, a request that left both Carmine and the maid utterly startled. Her determination only intensifies as she boldly concludes that her only remaining option is to directly seduce Carmine within the Empire. She convinces herself that she will make him fall hopelessly in love with her, just as David once did. This unwavering confidence unsettles Salmon, who grows increasingly concerned as he watches her behavior spiral into something far more unpredictable. He informs Carmine that, just as expected, she already possesses knowledge about him. However, there are too many inconsistencies for her claims to be accepted without doubt. While she insists that she has the ability to see the future, several details simply do not align. She declares that she will soon become the owner of the Ego Sword, despite the fact that it already has a rightful owner. These contradictions create an atmosphere of unease, suggesting that there are still many strange and unresolved aspects surrounding her. In response, he casually fabricates an excuse, stating that they will soon be departing. Yet even this elicits an unusual reaction from her, as she remarks that they cannot possibly leave before the story has properly unfolded. Her words strike him as deeply peculiar. The way she speaks, referring to events as though they are part of a narrative, describing him as if he were a character in a novel, and mentioning an original work, begins to form a pattern in his mind. Everything starts to make sense if her perspective is that of someone observing a story, as though she herself were a reader. Carmine contemplates the possibility that she may have seen the future, not as reality, but as a structured tale. Could it be that she witnessed a version of events in which she replaces Liana and claims the Ego Sword for herself? However, he cannot fully commit to this theory. Her naive and almost unfiltered behavior toward him suggests another possibility, that she may not even be aware of Liana's current position as the rightful owner. Given the uncertainty, Carmine decides that, for now, it would be best to allow her to act as she pleases. Since she has already declared her intention to follow him regardless of his decisions, she will inevitably remain by his side as long as he stays. Ankra, however, raises a serious concern. He points out that her presence could lead to significant diplomatic complications. As the crown princess, she is not merely an individual but a symbol of her kingdom's prosperity and stability. If news of her actions were to spread, it could trigger political unrest. Carmine listens carefully, but responds with calculated reasoning. He reminds Ankra that the crown princess did not arrive alone. Her maid accompanies her. If it becomes known that the princess chose of her own free will to remain here and insisted on traveling to the Empire, then the responsibility would not fall upon them. In fact, such a situation might even work to their advantage, potentially stirring internal conflict within her kingdom. With this in mind, Carmine concludes that the maid must be sent back to inform the royal palace of the situation. The question then becomes, how to ensure this outcome? Carmine devises a simple yet effective plan. They will openly declare, in front of the maid, that they intend to take the crown princess to the Empire. As expected, the princess will immediately agree, since it aligns perfectly with her desires. The real uncertainty lies with the maid. Bound by duty, she may have followed her mistress this far, but accompanying her to the Empire is an entirely different matter. Such an act could result in her being labeled a traitor, facing severe consequences, possibly even execution. Faced with such risks, the maid's instinct for survival will likely compel her to act. If she values her life, she will seek a way to return and report everything to the palace. Upon hearing this reasoning, Ankra acknowledges the brilliance of Carmine's strategy, recognizing it as a carefully calculated move worthy of admiration. The plan now only requires someone to play the necessary role in executing it. Carmine turns his gaze toward Ankra, silently indicating his choice, leaving him momentarily taken aback as he begins to realize what is being asked of him. The scene then shifts, revealing Liana in conversation with her grandmother. With quiet sincerity, she reflects on Carmine's natural charm, admitting that it is precisely this quality that led her to fall for him. Grandmother tells Liana that she cannot continue coddling him, reminding her that her husband is a grown man, not a child. Liana reflects on Carmine's expression from that moment, recalling how it carried a deep sincerity, as though he could not endure keeping his feelings unspoken. It is a memory she treasures, one that feels far more meaningful than jewels or any decorative bookcase. Grandmother then admits that she may not be the best person to give such advice, as her own marriage ended in divorce, caused by her inability to properly maintain distance when it mattered. This confession leads Liana to feel that such self-criticism is too harsh. Although she does not know every detail, she believes that her grandmother must have done her best for her husband. In Liana's eyes, the grandmother she knows has always been fair and kind. However, grandmother dismisses this defense, stating that there is no need to justify her past. She calmly explains that her first mistake was failing to recognize that her husband was a shallow person who changed easily. while her second mistake was not being firm enough to correct his flaws. She reflects that this, perhaps, is what it means to be in a relationship. Even flaws can appear lovable, and that is why couples struggle to sever ties, even when they argue and hurl harsh words at each other. Liana considers this perspective carefully, yet she cannot help but question whether it is truly a wife's responsibility to fix the flaws of a fully grown adult. The thought makes her wonder if her own understanding of relationships is still too immature. Sensing this shift in conversation, grandmother asks about Liana's plant and how it is progressing. Liana responds that it is growing remarkably well, so much so that it may soon reach the ceiling of the greenhouse. This prompts grandmother to jokingly suggest breaking through the roof if necessary, though Liana quickly pleads with her not to do such a thing. Grandmother smiles gently, admitting that her desire to see the plant grow so large is merely a selfish wish. She reveals that this plant was the only thing she took with her when she divorced. Hearing this, Liana begins to wonder if her grandmother has always thought of her husband whenever she looks at it. She recalls the moment when her grandmother's expression darkened at the mention of the greenhouse, realizing that there are emotions she may never fully understand. Even so, she can clearly see that her grandmother truly loved her husband, and perhaps still does. Although her grandmother refers to herself as foolish, Liana finds her deeply admirable. She begins to question whether she herself could ever love someone with such depth and endurance. After a moment of reflection, she resolves that she will love deeply and for a long time, and that she wants to convey those feelings directly to Carmine when the time comes, though only after she has completed what needs to be done first. Her thoughts shift quickly, and she becomes filled with energy, excitedly suggesting that they should begin their work, reasoning that if someone does not work, then neither should they eat. Suzanne shares in her enthusiasm, clearly eager to get started. However, Liana notices that Louis remains unusually quiet. The change catches her attention, and she jokingly wonders if even a sword with a personality can experience something like puberty. Louis finally calls out to her, and Liana asks whether he has finished worrying. He responds briefly, claiming that there is nothing to worry about. His curt tone makes it obvious to her that he is indeed going through some kind of internal turmoil. Despite having lived for a long time, experiencing such emotions for the first time must be confusing for him. Liana gently reminds him that she is his master, and that he can always talk to her whenever he is struggling. She believes that sometimes simply having someone listen can ease a heavy heart. Louis hesitates before admitting that someone else has expressed a desire to have him. This causes Liana to pause, considering the possibility that he may be feeling insecure because of Sienna. Although their origins differ, Sienna is also someone from another world, and while she is a completely different person, she carries a strangely familiar presence. Liana suspects that this resemblance may be the source of Louis's confusion and anxiety. In response, she boldly declares that whether it is a holy maiden or a demon lord, she would confront anyone without hesitation, her resolve strengthened by the hard labor that has toughened her hands. She reassures Louis that she will never send him anywhere against his will. However, Louis's thoughts are not focused on Sienna, but rather on Carmine. Observing Liana's behavior, he internally criticizes Carmine, deeming him unworthy of someone like her. When Liana asks what he means by such harsh words, she immediately counters that Carmine is the best in her eyes. To her, he is everything she values, even comparing him to an all-purpose piece of farm equipment. This unexpected praise overwhelms Louis, causing him to burst into tears. He cannot understand why she has suddenly started acting so kindly, wishing instead that she would return to her usual, more indifferent demeanor. Her uncharacteristic warmth only deepens his sense of guilt. Liana becomes slightly confused by his reaction, believing that she was merely being considerate because he seemed to be going through a difficult phase. Concluding that he may simply be overthinking due to recent comfort, she decides that hard labor will quickly clear his mind. This declaration only makes Louis more uneasy, as he wonders what she intends to make him do next. Without hesitation, Liana dismisses puberty as nothing serious, and orders him to transform into a pitchfork, as they have an entire field to plow that day. As they work, Liana notices that the land is covered in burnt remnants of watermelon and blackened ash. The damage has completely ruined this year's crop, leaving behind a stark reminder of the incident. However, she understands that they must recover quickly in preparation for the next planting season. She reflects that if the substance her father had used had been petroleum, they would have been forced to remove all of the soil entirely. Fortunately, this world does not utilize petroleum, relying instead on natural oils such as whale oil or olive oil. As a result, the impact on the soil is not as severe as it could have been. She acknowledges that both of them have worked hard, allowing them to clear most of the affected area efficiently. With the debris gathered to one side, they have done everything within human capability. The rest, she believes, must be left to the land's natural ability to purify itself. Suzanne approaches Liana, expressing satisfaction with their progress and asking if there is anything else she can assist with, noting that the work has been both enjoyable and a good form of exercise. Liana responds that while the fieldwork is complete, she does have one more request. There is something she wishes to do at her house, and she asks Suzanne if she would be willing to help her with it. The maid desperately urges Sienna to turn back, insisting that for heaven's sake she must reconsider. She warns her not to be swayed by the foolish words of that so-called knight, stressing that nothing he says should be trusted. Despite the urgency in her voice, Sienna has already resolved her decision. Her mind is firmly set on going to the Empire, and nothing the maid says appears capable of changing it. The maid continues protesting, raising her voice in alarm as she reminds Sienna that the kingdom and the Empire are not on good terms. It is not a place she can simply leave for on a whim, especially given her status. The risks are immense, and the consequences could be severe. However, Sienna sharply declares that the Emperor himself intends to leave with her. She reveals that early in the morning, Ancre came to see her, which only deepens the maid's confusion. Sienna recalls questioning Ancre about his sudden visit at such an early hour. In response, he tells her that if she is truly determined to depart for the Empire, she should come to the castle training grounds before the sun reaches the tree standing above them. He further assures her of his trust and declares that he will personally escort her to the Empire. Hearing this, the maid is completely taken aback. She exclaims in disbelief, struggling to understand what Sienna means by claiming that the Emperor intends to run away with her. She cannot comprehend when or how Sienna even met the Emperor of the Empire. None of it makes sense to her. Sienna, however, dismisses her concerns entirely. She insists that her instincts are guiding her and that going to the Empire will resolve everything. With a commanding tone, she orders the maid to stop questioning her and simply follow along. In her mind, everything is already falling into place. She believes that once she obtains the ego sword, just as in the original story, Carmine will inevitably fall in love with her, allowing the narrative to unfold exactly as it is meant to. As Sienna departs, the maid remains behind, utterly bewildered. She cannot make sense of Sienna's actions or her reasoning. The thought crosses her mind that if anything goes wrong, Sienna could be punished for treason. She cannot understand why Sienna would abandon her life of luxury as the crown princess to go to the Empire. In her view, Sienna should instead be focusing on winning over Crown Prince David. The situation feels completely irrational to her, and she is left questioning who, among them, is truly out of their mind. The scene then shifts, revealing that Sienna leaves behind a letter for David. Upon seeing her handwriting, David feels an immediate sense of irritation, as though it brings him a headache just by looking at it. Meanwhile, the Duke appears to be taking his time, yet he also seems eager to bring Liana back as soon as possible. David assumes that Liana must have been deeply upset when the Duke left, which likely means it will take time to comfort her. David reflects on Sienna's behavior, finding it excessive and unreasonable. Compared to his first impression of her, she now seems less like a person, and more like something unpredictable and unnatural. He recalls how she once approached him eagerly, expressing her desire to see him, which only adds to his current frustration. At the same time, David considers the Duke's actions. Despite having many daughters, the Duke has chosen to send Liana, the one with red hair, a symbol of blood and misfortune in the kingdom. This decision leads David to suspect that the Duke might be looking down on him. Nevertheless, David reminds himself that he only needs the Duke's power to secure his claim to the throne, and therefore, such details are not worth dwelling on. Soon after, Liana approaches him and expresses her gratitude for being chosen as his companion. She admits that she is genuinely delighted, her words carrying a sense of sincerity that contrasts with the tension surrounding the situation. At the moment she says this, his eyes widen slightly, the corners tinged with a faint shade of pink. A quiet smile forms on his face, soft and almost fleeting, like a single, lingering impression. He does not believe that he has fallen in love, yet that image remains firmly in his mind. It refuses to fade, staying with him longer than he expects. Because of that memory, he finds himself holding on to a small hope that this time, when she returns, things might be different. He convinces himself that if he apologizes sincerely, she will forgive him. In his thoughts, he assumes that such a pure-hearted woman would never truly abandon him, no matter what has happened between them. Just as he is caught in these thoughts, someone suddenly enters with urgent news. The man informs David that something terrible has occurred. The Empire has sent a territorial change notice, bearing the Emperor's official seal. This immediately confuses David. He He questions why there would be a territorial change if they are not even declaring war. The situation does not seem to follow any logical course. The man explains that the Lady of Poston had agreed to return to the Empire before her death. As he reflects on this, it begins to make sense in a complicated way. The lady, after all, was the grandmother of the current emperor. Originally, that land had belonged to the Empire and could have been reclaimed at any time. However, when the lady who received the territory declared her intention to remain in the kingdom saw no reason to refuse. In fact, they had nothing to lose by allowing it. They even went so far as to promise to guarantee her residence completely. In truth, if the lady had ever wished to return, the kingdom would not have been able to stop her. David realizes that although he had assumed she had completely severed ties with the Empire after her divorce, that assumption was clearly wrong. Given the prior agreement, if the lady herself expressed the desire to rejoin the Empire, there was nothing anyone in the kingdom could do to prevent it. He acknowledges this fact, though it does little to ease his growing unease. The man then continues, revealing that along with the territorial notice, an engagement announcement has also been sent. This surprises David even more. He questions what kind of engagement would require informing their kingdom. After all, the emperor of such a powerful empire would have no need to seek their permission for a marriage. As David considers the situation, a troubling thought crosses his mind. The name mentioned in the notice is the same as the woman who is meant to become his wife. However, the man quickly corrects him, stating emphatically that the engagement is not with someone else of the same name. It is with Lady Liana herself. David lets out a disbelieving laugh. He insists that this must be some sort of mistake. After all, the Duke had only just gone to bring her back. There is no way something like this could have happened so quickly. He convinces himself that they must have confused her with someone else. In his mind, the Duke is far too calculating to give up his position as the Queen's father. Once Liana marries him, David would gain a powerful political advantage, strengthening his standing by uniting both royal and nationalist factions. The Duke, he believes, would never pass up such an opportunity. However, the man urges him to read the letter that accompanied the notice. According to its contents, the Duke had secretly brought soldiers into the territory, and in the process, a fire had broken out. Although it was later declared a misunderstanding, the people of Poston had detained Liana in order to protect their frightened residents. Amid this chaos, the lady of the territory expressed her wish to seek refuge with the Empire. Furthermore, the Duke himself had agreed to the marriage between his daughter Liana and Emperor Carmine Marshal. He had even decided to travel to the Empire to personally bless their union. David processes this in stunned silence before quietly questioning whether this means the Duke has betrayed him. From his perspective, it certainly appears that way. After weighing his options, it seems the Duke has chosen a different side. Anger quickly overtakes him, and he orders his subordinate to mobilize the troops immediately. He declares that they must stop the Emperor from taking what he considers to be his wife. The man hesitates but then explains that Poston has a teleportation route connected directly to the Empire due to its historical ties. Because of this, it is highly likely that Liana has already left for the Empire. This only intensifies David's fury. In his eyes, the Duke is nothing less than a traitor. The idea of Liana marrying the Emperor is something he refuses to accept under any circumstances. The scene then shifts, moving into a calmer setting that feels almost unreal in contrast to the chaos before. It seems as though the recent turmoil had never existed, as if everything has been replaced by an idyllic and peaceful landscape. Observing it brings a sense of quiet calm, yet it also stirs deeper thoughts. Carmine reflects on the meaning behind such a scene. As Emperor, he is well aware that the nation's prosperity is built upon the labor of countless people. However, witnessing it up close gives him a completely different perspective. Until now, he realizes he had not fully understood or appreciated the true value of their efforts. The vastness of the Empire can make one overlook the importance of these small, peaceful lives, gradually wearing people down and causing them to forget what truly matters. At that moment, someone approaches him and asks if he is looking for Liana. Carmine explains that he is actually searching for his sister and asks if the person has seen a cheerful young woman with short blonde hair and freckles. A little girl responds, saying that if he means that lady, she saw her heading towards Sister Liana's house. She adds that the woman had been working in the fields with them all day, yet even after finishing such a large amount of work, she still seemed full of energy. This surprises Carmine, who wonders whether Suzanne had truly been working in the fields all day. He thanks the little girl, noticing that her mother is calling her and gently suggesting that she should go. After she leaves, he pauses, reflecting deeply. He resolves to engrave this moment into his heart, to never lose himself in the vastness of the Empire or the grandeur of his position. He reminds himself that as the one who leads the nation, he must never forget the value of each small, precious life if he truly wishes to protect their happiness. With that thought, he approaches a house and knocks on the door, asking if Liana is inside. The moment shifts abruptly, as the two inside freeze upon hearing his voice. Liana quickly calls out for him to wait and not enter. After a brief moment, she opens the door and allows him to come in. Carmine steps inside and casually asks what she had been doing. However, his words trail off as his eyes widen in surprise. Standing before him, Liana holds a bouquet of flowers. With quiet determination, she steps forward and proposes to him. She asks him to marry her, promising that she will support him. She invites him to share a home with her, expressing her wish that they spend a long, long time loving each other. She explains that since the Marshall residence will most likely become her home after their marriage, she has already taken the initiative to decorate it together with his sister. Susan, observing this, feels a mix of disbelief and urgency, silently urging him to come to his senses and accept the reality, even as she mutters under her breath that he will not actually be starting his newlywed life in this place. However, Carmine steps forward, takes the flowers into his hands, and expresses genuine affection for what he calls their newlywed home, declaring that he will now be relying on Liana from this point onward. This declaration shocks Susan, who reacts strongly, unable to comprehend whether he is being serious or not. Meanwhile, Carmine continues to immerse himself in the idea, vividly imagining how wonderful it would be. Their dining table placed close enough for their knees to brush, and a bed just large enough to feel full when they lie down together. At the same time, Liana, still focused on her goal, urges him in her thoughts to simply sign the document, as she has even gone so far as to prepare a formal marriage contract in advance. Carmine, on the other hand, feels touched, thinking that he never expected to receive a proposal from Liana, and he interprets her preparation of the contract as an endearing and sincere effort. This strengthens his resolve, making him think that he should quickly resolve the border issues. Meanwhile, Liana misreads his silence, assuming that he has been left speechless out of admiration for her bold initiative. In contrast, Louis views the situation from a more rational perspective, concluding that Carmine is speechless because the entire situation is absurd. From his point of view, it is only natural. After all, the emperor of an empire receiving a marriage contract from a kingdom is no ordinary matter. He grows increasingly frustrated, wondering when Carmine will finally reveal the truth, recognizing that while Carmine may excel in swordsmanship, he is completely incompetent when it comes to romance, behaving like a fool. Despite this, Carmine decisively instructs Susan to immediately contact the high priest, as they will require his presence to officiate the wedding. Susan, stunned, quietly questions whether he truly intends to summon a high priest all the way to this land, and whether he genuinely plans to marry here. Liana, on the other hand, feels uncertain, questioning the necessity of a wedding ceremony at all, since it is not part of what she had in mind. Yet Carmine insists, expressing his desire to create lasting memories with her through a proper wedding ceremony. Susan observes this and realizes that her brother is completely captivated, though she ultimately resigns herself to the situation, thinking that it does not matter as long as they are both happy. In truth, the wedding customs of their region are typically very modest. There are no elaborate ceremonies. Instead, once the newlywed home is decorated and a proposal is made, the couple simply signs the marriage contract and begins living together as husband and wife. Even so, Carmine expresses his wish to begin living together immediately, though he acknowledges that he will need some time to move his belongings. He suggests that Liana stay at the Lord's castle temporarily, and that they hold a proper wedding ceremony with vows once the priest arrives. The idea of hosting a priest-led wedding ceremony in such a place feels highly conspicuous and unprecedented. Liana becomes overwhelmed, realizing that she might become the first person in the area to have such a ceremony. She also worries about practical matters, such as not even having an appropriate dress to wear. At that moment, her attention is drawn elsewhere when she notices someone nearby and questions their presence. The man explains that they are in the process of changing the flag, as the territory has now officially become part of the empire. This sudden shift leaves Liana bewildered, as she struggles to understand how a country's territory could change so abruptly overnight. Yet, rather than dwelling on the political implications, her thoughts quickly shift to opportunity. She begins considering how, now that they are part of the same empire, it will be much easier to trade agricultural products across borders. Her mind immediately turns toward new business possibilities, focusing on how to appeal to imperial citizens. Meanwhile, Louis questions whether it is really appropriate for her to remain so unconcerned, reminding her that everyone is still waiting in the greenhouse. Despite this, Liana finds herself unable to stop thinking about farming. Her priorities firmly rooted in practicality even amid the chaos surrounding her. This development leads Louis to question why she has suddenly gathered everyone in the greenhouse. In response, she explains that at last, on this very day, the agave flower has finally bloomed. Everyone turns their attention toward the blossom, and they are struck with awe, thinking that it is far more beautiful than what had been depicted in books. However, she quickly reminds them that there is no time to simply admire it, as they must make a wish. Liana then encourages Germain to put his hands together as well, and she earnestly offers her own wish to the precious flower, hoping that she and Carmine will be able to live happily together every single day. Deep in her heart, she also wishes that after many decades, she will once again stand beside him and witness the blooming of such a magnificent century flower. While attempting to secretly glance at him, she is caught in the act. Eventually, she gathers the courage to ask him what wish he made. He responds that he wished to see that very flower again together with her. Realizing that his wish mirrors her own, she feels a warmth spread through her, understanding that their hearts are aligned, and this realization makes her blush. She then turns to her grandmother, urging her to make a wish as well, suggesting that one never knows. It might come true. However, her grandmother gently responds that all her wishes have already been fulfilled, offering only a quiet, contented smile. At that moment, Susan interjects, asking Liana whether she has any digging work to do that day, recalling how effective it had been for relieving stress the last time. Liana replies that unfortunately, all the fieldwork in the water manor has already been completed. Instead, she plans to go and check on the bees they are raising in the forest, as they have begun producing their own honey. She explains that it is necessary to inspect the hives occasionally to ensure that predators, such as hornets, have not disturbed them. Susan reflects on this and finds it remarkable how their new sister is involved in such a wide variety of tasks. Meanwhile, the grandmother remarks that it is precisely because of this diligence that Liana is able to make so many sweets. Liana responds that no matter how costly it may be, she can never give up sweetness, while internally recalling the delicious fruits from her past life that she cannot forget. With that thought in mind, she decides to head out immediately, but Carmine stops her, suggesting that she wait, as there may be dangerous animals in the forest, and proposes that they go together. As they walk, he observes that they seem to have gone beyond the territory and questions whether she is certain of the path. She reassures him that it is indeed correct, while inwardly reflecting that of all things, he chose to accompany her. Since permission is required from the Lord to cut trees within the territory, and because beekeeping sometimes necessitates cutting trees, she had secretly arranged the hives far outside the boundary. She then mentions to him that in the next season, she plans to relocate the beehives closer to the fields, as it would allow for better coordination. Carmine considers this and expresses concern about the lack of natural cover, but also notes that if the border were extended to include the nearby mountain, it could serve as a defensive advantage. Liana quietly realizes that he has not noticed her earlier workaround, and she feels relieved. She then turns to Louis and asks what wish he had made earlier, but he only responds vaguely, saying that no one can know. This leads her to wonder whether he is simply too happy at the moment to have any particular wish. In response, he reacts emotionally, protesting that he is not an empty sword without thoughts, and insists that he did in fact make a wish. When she encourages him to share it bravely, he finally admits that he wished to remain happy alongside his master for a long time. Hearing this, Liana thinks to herself that next time, she should make a wish on his behalf as well. Just then, she nearly trips, but Carmine quickly catches her, remarking that he cannot take his eyes off her, and suggesting that they should hold hands so that she does not fall again. She protests that she is not a child, but he counters that there is nothing wrong with that, even offering to carry her or give her a piggyback ride. This flusters her, while Louis, observing the scene, comments that things are becoming overly sentimental and suggests that she let go while they talk. She snaps at him, questioning why he is being so irritable, especially after saying that he wanted to stay with her for a long time. Louis responds that she is an oblivious master, explaining that he is merely trying to give her space. He remarks bitterly on the absurdity of someone carrying a sword along on a romantic outing. Carmine then leans toward Louis and wonders aloud whether he is feeling left out, since he might want some time alone with Liana. However, Liana clarifies that Louis had only suggested letting go because things were becoming awkward. Carmine then playfully asks Louis if he would like to be carried instead, which momentarily excites him, only for him to become overwhelmed by his own thoughts and emotions, leading him to break down in tears. Carmine, confused, cannot understand what he is trying to express, as it does not seem like a positive reaction. Liana also finds herself unable to interpret his words through his crying. Carmine then attempts once more, politely offering to carry him instead of Liana, acknowledging that he has been protecting his master so well, and asking whether he would allow it. This only deepens Louis' sense of guilt, causing him to run off while declaring himself to be utterly worthless. Liana, watching him leave, tells Carmine that it is best to ignore him, suggesting that he is likely going through a phase of puberty. Carmine, puzzled, wonders whether even swords go through puberty, while Louis, on the other hand, runs off questioning how someone like Carmine could have become an emperor in the first place. He reflects that with such a striking personality and an equally remarkable appearance, the man is not only gifted, but also exceptional in swordsmanship. When that man wielded him, he felt something stir within himself, an intense sensation, as though he were truly alive once more. In that moment, he recalls what it once meant to live by the sword, to exist with purpose and clarity. A fleeting thought crosses his mind. If he had remained within the empire, might he have eventually become that man's master? Yet he dismisses the idea almost immediately. The empire is a place riddled with endless succession struggles, where countless factions would scheme and fight to possess him, the very symbol of imperial authority. In such chaos, there would be no certainty that Carmine would ascend the throne, nor that he would ever become his master. He gathers his thoughts and reminds himself that he cannot afford such distractions. His loyalty remains unwavering. He cannot betray his ghost master, nor the marshals he is bound to serve. This internal conflict does not go unnoticed. Carmine observes him closely and realizes that the ego sword appears deeply unsettled. Sensing the tension, Carmine suggests a brief respite from their efforts. He decides to scout the surrounding area, leaving Liana behind so she can spend some time speaking with the others. Liana, appreciating his thoughtfulness, turns her attention to Louis and Christian. She notices something amiss and wonders about Louis's state. From what she understands, he is merely withdrawn into himself, but to her, it feels like something deeper. She concludes that it resembles the familiar turmoil of adolescence, a kind of inner storm that often demands comfort and understanding. Drawing from her own experiences, she gently reflects that it is difficult when there is a gap between the person one aspires to be and the person one currently is. She believes, however, that such struggles are temporary and that he will eventually overcome them. Her words provoke a strong reaction. He bristles at the implication, feeling as though he has been misunderstood. In his mind, he is far from uncertain or lost. He sees himself as the cleanest and most refined sword in existence. This contradiction puzzles Liana. Moments earlier, he seemed burdened by self-doubt, yet now he speaks with unwavering confidence. He begins to explain his perspective, reflecting on the nature of swords themselves. True greatness, he believes, is not something that comes easily or naturally. A sword is forged through relentless effort, shaped by repeated strikes of the hammer, hundreds of thousands of times, until it achieves its final form. In contrast, a blade that is merely cast and left to cool without such discipline lacks resilience and is prone to breaking. Liana listens carefully, recognizing the weight behind his words. She realizes that such a process must have required immense endurance and hardship, and she acknowledges the effort it must have taken to become what he is. He affirms this truth, yet his thoughts turn bitter as he recalls what followed. After enduring so much to become exceptional, he found himself reduced to nothing more than a ceremonial object, hanging lifelessly on a wall. In that state, he chose silence. He refused to speak to a master who failed to recognize his true worth. The frustration of that existence weighed heavily on him, eroding his respect for the one he was meant to serve. Watching over the marshals during that time only deepened his resentment. As Liana processes this revelation, she is struck by a startling realization. Despite everything, they had all interacted with him without fully understanding him, unaware that he possessed a will and consciousness of his own. Meanwhile, he continues his account, explaining how his dissatisfaction ultimately led him to seek out someone new, a master who would truly see and value him. Disguised in a worn and unremarkable form, he wandered the world in search of purpose. It is during this journey that he eventually encounters someone who changes the course of his existence. Liana reflects on all of this with a sense of quiet astonishment. When she first found him, she had simply been pleased at the discovery of what she believed to be a demon. She had not realized that beneath that exterior lay a being engaged in profound introspection, grappling with questions of identity, purpose, and worth. She begins to realize, with growing certainty, that she is truly recognizing his worth in the way he has always desired. The thought lingers in her mind, quiet yet profound. Even so, despite having found a master who acknowledges his value, Louis withdraws once again, closing himself off and expressing a desire to be alone for a while. Not long after, Carmine returns and notices that she is standing by herself. He questions her about the ego sword's whereabouts, and she explains that he is still feeling troubled. This prompts Carmine to reflect on his recent behavior. He finds it unusual, especially considering how he has been acting ever since they went to rescue Juliana. As she thinks about it, she realizes he has a point. It was indeed surprising that the sword allowed itself to be wielded by Carmine, even if it had claimed to do so for her sake. She cannot help but wonder if something within him has begun to change. Their thoughts are abruptly interrupted by a strange sound. Liana lifts her head, trying to identify its source, while Carmine speculates that it might be a monster lurking nearby. This immediately unsettles her, as she cannot recall encountering anything of the sort during her time in this place. Then another realization dawns on her. There have been odd noises coming from the sky for quite some time now. Moments later, the truth reveals itself in a shocking sight. Louis is caught in the beak of a massive bird-like creature. Being carried through the air, despite the danger, he complains about the dizziness, overwhelmed by the motion. Liana reacts instantly, shouting in alarm as she understands that he has been taken by the monster. A surge of determination rises within her. She convinces herself that the creature targeted him because of his gleaming and beautiful form, and she refuses to let it escape so easily. Carmine, observing her unwavering resolve, cannot help but feel a quiet admiration. Even in the face of danger, she does not hesitate or falter. Together, they track the creature back to its territory. Carmine instructs her to remain where she is, while he attempts to retrieve Louis. He devises a quick plan. If the monster drops him, she must seize the opportunity to catch him and escape immediately. Liana protests, worried about the risks he is taking, but he moves forward without hesitation. Confronting the creature directly, Carmine calls out to it, drawing its attention and declaring himself as its opponent. He charges forward and strikes, forcing the monster into a reaction. Under the pressure of his attack, the creature releases its grip, and Louis begins to fall. Liana recognizes the moment as their only chance. Carmine manages to intercept him midair and throws him toward her. She catches him just in time and anxiously asks if he is all right. He reassures her that he is unharmed, but their relief is short-lived. The monster, still very much a threat, prepares to strike again, this time targeting Carmine. Panic grips Liana, and she cries out in fear. Determined not to lose him, she urges Louis to help save Carmine, asking him to take control of her body, as he had done once before. However, he immediately refuses, explaining that the situation is entirely different. This opponent is far more dangerous, a creature that even ordinary swords cannot cut. Attempting such a maneuver with her untrained body would put her life at serious risk. Despite his warning, she refuses to accept inaction. She cannot stand by and watch Carmine fall. Apologizing suddenly, she takes him by surprise. Before he can react, she throws him with all her strength toward Carmine. In that instant, Carmine is struggling to recover, his weapon already broken, unsure of how he will survive the encounter. Then, just as the situation seems dire, Louis arrives within his reach. Still disoriented, Louis finds himself questioning how many times he has been thrown in a single day. Meanwhile, Liana calls out to him, urging him to cooperate with Carmine from this moment onward. She firmly believes that Carmine is capable of drawing out his true potential. Carmine grasps the sword and reflects on her words, asking if he will lend him his strength once again. At that moment, something shifts within Louis. He feels a surge of excitement, realizing that this situation surpasses anything he had imagined. The idea of serving two masters at once fascinates him, filling him with energy and anticipation. Carmine, momentarily flustered by this unexpected reaction, tries to regain focus. Louis quickly reminds him that their priority should be the monster before them. Carmine agrees and steadies himself. With renewed determination, he wields the ego sword and strikes. This time, their combined strength proves overwhelming. In a single decisive motion, the monster is defeated. With the danger gone, Liana rushes toward them from behind, filled with amazement. She marvels at how such an enormous creature was brought down in a single strike. To her, it seemed as though the two of them had become one, a single, perfect sword in harmony. Louis calls out to her, but she speaks first. Expressing her realization, she tells him that he has finally found someone who truly understands and values him as a sword. She admits that she never fully understood what had been troubling him before, but seeing him shine so brilliantly in Carmine's hands has made everything clear. Gently, she encourages him to be honest about his feelings, assuring him that it is all right to speak openly. After a brief pause, Louis finally reveals the truth that has been building within him all along. He admits that what he truly desires is to become this person's sword. Liana shouts at Louis, insisting that he should have made everything clear from the very beginning. In her view, such honesty would have spared them from struggling pointlessly over the past few days. Her frustration is raw and unfiltered, but Louis responds with equal intensity, crying out that it was never something he could state so easily. To him, this situation is far from ordinary. It involves the grave matter of serving two masters, a conflict that cannot be explained or resolved without consequence. Liana acknowledges the truth in part, admitting that Carmine is a swordsman operating on a level far beyond her own. As an exceptional sword, it is only natural that he would seek a master worthy of wielding him. She reasons that if there exists someone capable of fully bringing out his potential, and if Carmine desires to belong to such a person, then she is willing to let him go. To her, it would be a terrible waste for his brilliance to fade away unused, trapped in circumstances that limit his greatness. However, Louis refuses to accept this so easily. Overcome with emotion, he declares that his master surpasses any human he has ever observed. His loyalty is unwavering, and he proclaims that he will protect her until his very last breath. His words carry both devotion and defiance, making it clear that his allegiance is not something that can be dismissed or replaced. At this moment, Carmine steps forward and addresses Louis directly. He questions whether the earlier exchange can be taken as Louis acknowledging him as his master. Yet Louis does not yield so quickly. He admits that his decision is not yet final, as it depends entirely on the answer to a crucial question he is about to pose. He reminds Carmine that his original goal was simply to obtain him, a goal he has already achieved. From that perspective, there should be no further need for Liana. With this in mind, he asks what truly holds greater value, his goal, or Liana herself. The question strikes deeply, causing Liana to erupt in anger. She demands to know why Louis would ask something so cruel and unnecessary. To her, the comparison itself feels meaningless, yet Louis remains firm, insisting that the matter is of great importance and cannot be ignored. Gradually, Liana falls silent. Her thoughts begin to spiral inward as she reflects on feelings she has long tried to suppress. It is not as though such doubts have never crossed her mind before, but ever since her bond with Carmine began to grow, she has deliberately avoided confronting them. The truth is something she fears, knowing it would wound her far more deeply than the pain she once felt when David abandoned her. She worries that, in the end, everything Carmine has done for her might simply be because of the ego sword, and that he may have harbored such intentions from the very start. The mere possibility of hearing such words from him is unbearable. Overcome with emotion, she begins to cry. Through her tears, she protests that life should not demand such harsh exchanges, that one should not always be forced to lose something in order to gain something else. She cannot understand why she must be pushed into choosing between two things that both hold meaning to her. Louis, witnessing her distress, starts to feel a sense of guilt. He attempts to explain that his intention was never to hurt her. But before he can continue, Carmine speaks. His voice is calm yet resolute as he delivers his answer. He declares that he will always respect Liana and place her above all else. What began as a journey to reclaim the ego sword has transformed into something far more personal. Now it is a journey that led him to her. Without Liana, he admits, his very soul would feel hollow and meaningless. His words carry a sincerity that leaves no room for doubt. Having said this, he turns back to Louis and asks whether such an answer is sufficient. Carmine turns toward Liana and questions her gently, reminding her that he had already promised to do anything for her, and to never abandon her. He cannot understand why she is still crying, despite those words. His tone carries both reassurance and confusion, as if her tears are something he wishes to erase immediately. Instead of answering him directly, Liana turns sharply toward Louis and begins scolding him. She complains that someone simply had to ask such a distasteful and unnecessary question, clearly blaming him for stirring up emotions that were better left untouched. Her irritation is evident, though it is mixed with lingering embarrassment. Louis, however, does not retreat. Composing himself, he formally introduces who he is, declaring his full name to be Louis Garbon Bontuaire III. With a sense of ceremony, he states that the contract has now been established and asks Carmine to accept him. He expresses pride in acknowledging Carmine as his master, yet he does not abandon his protective stance toward Liana. He firmly adds that he will never forgive Carmine if he ever betrays her. Carmine responds in a low voice, almost as a whisper, affirming that such betrayal would never happen. He reminds Louis that he is the very man who once changed national borders for Liana's sake, a statement that carries both weight and quiet conviction. Observing the exchange, Liana begins to feel excluded. She questions whether the two of them are already engaging in some kind of secret conversation, her tone hinting at playful jealousy. Immediately, both Carmine and Louis raise their voices in unison, insisting that Liana will always come first. Their synchronized response catches her off guard, and she quickly dismisses the moment with a light remark, saying she was only joking. Shifting the atmosphere, she directs their attention elsewhere and suggests that they go collect some honey. She points out a wooden box nearby, explaining that it is a beehive where bees are kept. Since it is dangerous without proper protective gear, she asks Carmine to stay a little farther away. She notes that the bees have worked especially hard this year, producing even more honey than before. Carmine observes the hive with curiosity, remarking that from a distance it looks like crumpled white paper. Liana explains that what he is seeing is beeswax, which is often used to seal things such as envelopes, and that the honey is stored inside it. As she continues explaining, she notices how earnestly Carmine listens to every word, making her feel that her explanations are worthwhile. She adds that the bees appear to be in good condition, and that all they need to do now is collect the wax and place everything into a container to carry it back. Suddenly, she pretends to panic, exclaiming that she has forgotten to bring a container. She wonders aloud what they should do, her tone clearly exaggerated. Louis immediately catches on and protests loudly, refusing to turn into a container just because she is looking at him. Liana shrugs it off and suggests that if they cannot carry it, they might as well eat it there. Carmine questions whether they truly intend to eat it in such a way, and she explains that eating honey directly with the honeycomb has a unique taste that cannot be replicated otherwise. Carmine then decides to quickly survey the surrounding area for any potential monsters before they proceed. As soon as he leaves, Liana bursts into laughter. Louis looks at her in confusion, asking why she is suddenly laughing. Seizing the moment, Liana declares that they are finally alone. She grabs Louis and begins to strangle him lightly, venting her frustration. She complains that, because of his strange and intrusive question, she ended up crying excessively and saying embarrassing things in front of Carmine. Yet, as she recalls Carmine's words, her mood shifts completely, and she becomes visibly delighted. Louis, bewildered by her sudden change, questions whether she could decide between being angry or happy. Liana brushes it off, stating that thanks to him, she was able to learn Carmine's true feelings. Louis begins to question whether she might regret it, but before he can finish, she cuts him off. With firm resolve, Liana declares that she loves Carmine. These are her genuine feelings, and she insists that no matter what Carmine's true identity may be, or what challenges may arise, she will protect her place by his side. She asks Louis not to say anything further, making it clear that her decision is final. At that moment, Carmine returns and reports that there are no monsters nearby. Liana remarks that, since they do not have a knife, she will tear the honeycomb apart with her hands to make it easier to eat. However, she cannot help but think that it is a waste. Carmine disagrees with letting anything go to waste. Without hesitation, he takes her hand and gently licks the honey from it, commenting on how sweet it is. The unexpected intimacy creates a charged moment, but before it can deepen, Louis quickly steps between them, urging that while everything may be fine, they should start heading back before it gets too late. Both Carmine and Liana immediately turn away, flustered, and awkwardly agree that it is about to get late. As they prepare to leave, Liana reflects that her grandmother was likely looking forward to the honey, and it feels unfortunate to return to the Duke's castle empty-handed. Meanwhile, Carmine begins thinking ahead, mentioning that they were planning to move into their newlywed home starting today. His words leave Liana momentarily stunned. She exclaims in surprise, reminding him that he had said he needed time to pack. She questions whether he has already moved everything. Carmine responds cheerfully, explaining that he had arranged everything in advance through his lieutenant while they were in the forest. During the time Liana was staying at the Duke's castle, he took the opportunity to prepare their new home. Hearing this, Liana realizes that she had assumed they would only move in after the wedding ceremony. She is completely unprepared for such a sudden development. It is not that she dislikes the idea. On the contrary, she feels overwhelmingly happy, but she cannot help thinking about how many times in a single day this man has managed to make her heart skip a beat. Liana's eyes widen as she wonders if she is dreaming. Carmine, meanwhile, calmly remarks that she must be surprised by the little changes to the house and suggests that they should go inside. His casual tone only deepens her disbelief as she takes in the overwhelming transformation. Not only the exterior, but everything within. The living room, the kitchen, even the bathroom has been completely renovated. It all looks entirely new. This makes her question whether he had hired remodeling contractors instead of simply moving elsewhere. As her gaze drifts, she notices that even the bath has been changed. Carmine explains that it had seemed too small to him, so he decided to get a larger one. This leaves Liana even more puzzled, as she recalls thinking that the old one had been spacious enough for them to roll around in without falling off. Carmine then casually adds that the extra space would be useful for later when they might use it together. His words immediately send her thoughts spiraling, and she hurriedly tries to suppress what she considers inappropriate ideas. Flustered, she suggests that they should just wash up first. However, instead of easing the tension, both of them grow even more embarrassed. Carmine quickly excuses himself, telling her that she can wash first while he goes to gather some firewood. Internally, Liana silently begs him not to dwell on the awkwardness they have just created. Later, Carmine mentions that he will stay until he sees her fall asleep before leaving. This catches her off guard, as she had assumed they would be sleeping together. A wave of disappointment washes over her as she realizes that tonight will not be their first night sharing the same bed. She reflects that it is always like this with him. She gets carried away with her own expectations and ends up overthinking everything. Her nervousness keeps her from falling asleep. She wonders if he truly intends to stay by her side until she drifts off, especially after the exhausting battle he has endured earlier. Thinking of his fatigue, she considers telling him to go rest instead. Meanwhile, Louis quietly speaks, believing that his master is already asleep. He expresses his curiosity, wanting to ask Carmine what exactly he likes so much about Liana, and when those feelings began. He wonders whether Carmine had liked her from the very beginning, or if those feelings developed later, perhaps during the time when he had been ill. He insists on hearing everything in detail. Carmine, listening to Louis, cannot help but think that Liana had been right in calling him a chatterbox. Louis continues, stating that even if Carmine has fallen completely for her, he still does not fully trust him. He points out that Carmine cannot even say what he truly wants to say to Liana. Carmine admits that the reason lies in his lack of confidence regarding how much Liana truly likes him. Hearing this, Liana, who is secretly awake, realizes that this was what he had wanted to stay and confirm all along. The thought that he is worried about her feelings makes her heart soften, and she finds him unexpectedly adorable. At the same time, she notes that pretending to be asleep has never been this difficult. Louis, however, responds bluntly, saying that he had not expected such a weak answer. Carmine asks if Louis has never felt anxious about whether Liana truly likes him for who he is, or if she simply sees him as a convenient tool. Louis immediately dismisses the idea, stating that while Carmine may lack confidence in love, he himself has no doubt in his master's feelings for him. With his usual exaggerated pride, he declares himself to be extraordinary, and admits that his only concern would be jealousy if his master were to take on another companion. Even then, he claims he would only worry briefly about turning into something unpleasant, but at least she is not asking him to become something like a pot. Carmine concedes that Louis is right, calling himself a coward who cannot properly express what he wants to say. He acknowledges that he may not seem very reliable yet, but he sincerely hopes that Louis can believe in the depth of his care and love for Liana. As these words are spoken, Liana feels her face grow warm, her heart responding to the honesty she hears. Louis, unfazed, simply remarks that if that is truly how Carmine feels, then he should say it directly to Liana herself. Carmine suddenly becomes extremely flustered, his composure breaking as he hurriedly asks whether Liana is truly asleep, insisting that if she had been awake, she should have said something sooner. His voice carries both embarrassment and a hint of panic. Liana, unable to maintain the pretense any longer, quietly admits that she has not been able to sleep at all. Meanwhile, Louis observes the situation with a mixture of amusement and self-importance. He reflects that it is remarkable how he, of all beings, has ended up worrying about his master's love life. In his own mind, this only further confirms his belief that he is an exceptionally magnificent and considerate sword. Carmine and Liana find themselves locking eyes, the air between them growing heavy with unspoken feelings. As they remain like that for a moment, Liana gathers her courage. She thinks to herself that since he had found the strength to voice his doubts, she should also give him reassurance. With newfound determination, she tells him not to worry, promising that she will love him more than anyone else. Her words catch him off guard, but his uncertainty does not entirely fade. He hesitates before asking what would happen if he were not the grandson of his grandmother, if he turned out to be someone entirely different from who he is now. His question is vague, yet filled with hidden anxiety. Liana, momentarily confused, wonders if he is implying that he might be involved in something questionable, perhaps even something like a loan shark or gangster business. He immediately denies such a possibility, assuring her that it is absolutely not the case. Relieved, Liana responds without hesitation that if that is so, then there is no problem at all. To her, Carmine is simply Carmine, regardless of anything else. Her answer is straightforward, yet it carries a sincerity that reaches him deeply. For a brief moment, he simply looks at her, as if trying to fully absorb her words. Then, unable to hold back any longer, He pulls her into an embrace. His voice softens as he admits that he does not know what to do because he likes her far too much. Liana smiles gently at this confession and tells him that there is nothing complicated about it. He should simply cherish and love her, without trying too hard to be anything more than what he already is. She reassures him that he only needs to continue treating her the way he always has. Carmine, moved by her words, swears that he will never hurt her. In that moment of sincerity, he leans in and kisses her. When they pull back, they look at each other, their expressions filled with warmth and lingering emotion. Their moment, however, is abruptly interrupted when Louis clears his throat loudly. With a tone that blends irritation and mock seriousness, he points out that while they may be excited about their first night, they should consider calming down. He adds that they should have given him time to prepare himself as well, as he has not yet made up his mind about marrying off his master. His comment immediately draws a sharp reaction from Liana, who protests loudly, questioning whether he thinks he is her father. Carmine, equally exasperated, admits that he had carelessly given Louis such a position of authority. Lowering his voice, he quietly tells Liana that he will move Louis to the living room the following day. With the tension easing into a softer atmosphere once more, the two of them exchange their good nights, their earlier embarrassment now replaced with a quiet sense of closeness. The scene then shifts to Liz, who is engaged in a tense confrontation. She firmly tells the man before her that she has already explained multiple times that His Majesty is currently busy. Despite her composed demeanor, the man raises his voice, demanding to know how the Emperor could refuse to show his face even once. He argues that, as the child's uncle, he has every right to be acknowledged. He goes on to complain that he learned about the Emperor's marriage through the newspaper, expressing how humiliating that was for him as a member of the imperial family. Liz listens, her expression steady, though inwardly she notes how persistent he has been today. It becomes clear to her that he has come specifically to question the news of the marriage. Within the Empire, the individual with the highest right of succession after her brother is Duke Douglas. From the perspective of an uncle who harbors ambitions for the throne, the possibility of an heir being born is undoubtedly unwelcome. Maintaining her composure, Liz reminds him that the woman in question is someone precious, a person for whom Madame Aurelian herself had personally acted as a matchmaker. She emphasizes that before anything else, he is a subject of His Majesty, the Emperor. To come here without following proper procedures and to make unreasonable demands is nothing short of overstepping his boundaries. The Duke, however, refuses to back down. Raising his voice further, he accuses her of trying to gloss over the matter. He criticizes the decision to bring a wife from another kingdom, questioning her judgment, and asking whether she has lost her mind. He goes as far as to express outrage at the idea of introducing foreign blood into the noble lineage. Liz responds with controlled firmness, pointing out that if he had properly read the article, he would already know that the future empress is a noble lady from a high-ranking family of that kingdom. Beneath her calm exterior, however, there is a growing resolve. Now that her brother is gone, she cannot simply stand by and tolerate such arrogance any longer. Madame Aurelian is known to have 3 sons. Among them is Carmine, who is also the father of his daughters, while another is Lord Douglas, a man whose nature mirrors that of his father, greedy, narrow-minded, and unworthy of the imperial throne. Though he lacked the courage to speak openly while his grandfather was alive, he now begins to reveal his ambition the moment his younger nephew ascends to power. In the palace, the Duke attempts to defend himself, insisting that he has never once claimed to doubt his mother. However, Liz remains firm and unyielding. She points out that he does not even possess the courage to confront their grandmother, yet he dares to raise his voice here. With authority befitting her position, she declares that if this is all he has to say to His Majesty, she cannot permit him an audience. She orders him to leave immediately. When he calls out to her, she turns sharply, her gaze cold and commanding. She warns him not to use her name so casually. While they may share the bond of nephew and uncle in private, in official matters she stands as the Emperor's chief advisor, and he is to address her accordingly. The Duke leaves, bitterness festering within him. In his thoughts, he curses Liz for her insolence and blames Carmine, believing that the child has ruined all his siblings. In his eyes, both Liz and Susan have grown unbearably arrogant. He even resents his mother, thinking that if she has left the palace, she ought to remain silent rather than interfere. As he departs, the butler approaches him with concern, asking if he is well. The Duke responds with frustration, stating that there is no way he could be. The circulating reports are true. He has glimpsed the documents Liz was handling, and they all pertain to the Emperor's royal marriage. The plan involves bringing an empress from another country a possibility he had never considered. He realizes that the emperor has deliberately ignored recommendations from influential families, likely intending to choose a powerless empress while maintaining control through strategically chosen concubines. If this plan succeeds, the emperor's position will only grow stronger, making it increasingly difficult for the duke to gather support within the palace. The butler adds that if the paperwork is already in motion, the marriage must be approaching quickly. The duke agrees and concludes that action must be taken without delay. With the matter already leaking into the news, the situation has become troublesome and he needs something significant to shift attention and regain influence. He then inquires about a previous matter he had ordered the butler to investigate. The butler informs him that the Information Guild has delivered useful intelligence. According to their findings, an ego sword lies dormant in a state to the west. This revelation immediately captures the duke's attention. He recognizes the location as the infamous Sea of Death, a place where countless lives are lost each year due to its violent and unpredictable waves. The butler confirms this and explains that the extreme and unusual weather conditions in that region may be caused by the presence of the ego sword. The duke contemplates this carefully. An ego sword is no ordinary weapon. It possesses magical abilities and can choose its own master. Such a relic could become a decisive symbol of power and legitimacy. He recalls that doubts surrounding Carmine's right to rule began when the symbol of legitimacy, the ego sword, disappeared. Now that its whereabouts have been uncovered, reclaiming it could change everything. However, retrieving it from such a perilous location presents a serious challenge. The Sea of Death is not a place one enters lightly. The duke considers sending his private soldiers to retrieve the sword, but uncertainty clouds his mind. If the sword were to imprint itself on another as its master, all his efforts would be in vain. Yet, despite the danger and the risks, he recognizes that this may be his only remaining opportunity. The butler further informs the duke that, although the risk is undeniably high, the reward would be even greater. If he succeeds in obtaining the ego sword, numerous ministries would inevitably rally behind him, recognizing his strength and legitimacy. The duke reflects on this carefully, realizing that if Carmine were to get even the slightest opportunity or advantage, his own chances would vanish entirely. With that in mind, he decisively orders the butler to prepare at once, declaring that he will personally travel to the western state and instructing him to gather a unit of private soldiers without delay. The scene then shifts to Carmine, who is lost in thought. He reflects on the previous day, assuming that both of them must have been exhausted. As he looks at Lionel sleeping peacefully, he finds her appearance especially beautiful in that quiet moment. He had not even noticed when dawn had broken, so absorbed was he in watching her face. A gentle thought crosses his mind. Perhaps she would be happy if he prepared breakfast before she wakes. He then considers their future. Once they return to the imperial palace, they will be required to live separately in their respective palaces, meeting only on designated days. Because of this, he feels that the simple, ordinary life they are currently experiencing is something they can only enjoy for a short while longer. At that moment, he hears noise from outside and rises, assuming that they have finally arrived. As he walks out, a voice loudly proclaims glory to the son of the empire. Another voice calls out to him with relief, expressing how glad they are to see him safe. The speaker introduces himself as Count Russell, and almost immediately begins to sniffle, overwhelmed with emotion. Carmine notes inwardly that Russell is as tearful as ever. Soon after, Viscount Brian arrives and remarks that Russell had been even worse before His Majesty summoned him to the kingdom. The Imperial Magic Master Felix adds humorously that if the situation had lasted any longer, Russell might have ended up sleeping with His Majesty's cloak every night. Carmine addresses them all calmly, acknowledging that they must have endured a long journey and expressing his gratitude for their efforts. He reminds them that this place has now become Imperial territory. Russell confirms this, explaining that they have already spoken with the kingdom's soldiers stationed there, though the soldiers seem unable to fully grasp the situation, likely because this is their first time witnessing such an event. Carmine understands this confusion. There has never been a precedent for territorial incorporation of this kind. While they recognize the autonomy of foreign lords, the peaceful integration of territory presents numerous logistical challenges, especially in constructing new border walls. Historically, borders have only changed through war, not through peaceful means. Despite this, Carmine gives a clear order that the territory must extend up to the mountain in the distance. Felix hesitates briefly, noting that including the mountain would be difficult. Carmine questions whether he is saying it cannot be done. Felix responds that while it is not easy, if it is the Emperor's command, it must be accomplished. With that resolve, he uses his magic to construct walls across the designated area, remarking that it is the first time he has exerted such a vast amount of magic on this scale. Carmine observes that such a feat would only be possible within the Empire. Without Felix, an Earth attribute master, he would not have even considered territorial incorporation so easily due to the physical constraints involved. Brian then reports that the existing walls have been moved to the new border, though some sections will require additional construction and reinforcement where the length falls short. Carmine orders that soldiers be stationed along the newly positioned walls. He also instructs Russell that any residents who wish to remain part of the kingdom should not be forced to stay and must be allowed to leave freely. As the work nears completion, the others assume they will soon return to the capital, but Carmine states that he intends to remain a little longer. Brian wonders if he is concerned about maintaining public order in this newly incorporated territory. At that moment, Felix mentions that all the walls have been moved, and then asks about the future Empress. Russell eagerly agrees, expressing his curiosity and asking to be introduced to her. Carmine calmly admits that she does not yet know that he is the Emperor. This revelation shocks all three of them. Russell reacts loudly, insisting that such a thing is impossible. Brian speculates whether it might be a forbidden love, while Felix adds jokingly that even the most disciplined individuals can lose their composure when they fall in love. Carmine immediately protests, insisting that it is not like that. He explains that at first, he intended to leave after obtaining the Ego Sword, so he kept his identity hidden to avoid revealing his presence in the kingdom. However, as time passed and they spent more moments together, things gradually changed before he even realized it. Hearing this, the three men become visibly delighted. Carmine, however, remarks that his retainers are being extremely disrespectful. Ignoring his complaint, they excitedly question whether he is staying because he has found a woman he truly loves, noting that they never expected him to have such a romantic side. He urges them to quiet down and reminds them that his identity as Emperor must remain a secret for now. Russell then asks what the woman calls him, and Carmine replies that she simply addresses him as Lord Carmine. Brian cautiously asks one final question. When does he intend to reveal the truth to her? Carmine falls silent for a moment before answering. He states that the chief minister will soon arrive to officiate their wedding, and he plans to reveal everything to her after that. On the other hand, Sienna looks out from her carriage, her expression filled with confusion, as she wonders what exactly is happening around her. She is only just awakened, and yet the entire scene before her has drastically changed. With a sense of urgency, she calls for her maid and instructs her to look outside, questioning how a massive wall could have appeared overnight. As she continues observing, her unease deepens when she notices that the horses are gone as well. The absence troubles her, and she begins to suspect that someone might have stolen them during the night. Still calling out for her maid, she gradually realizes that no answer is coming. A growing silence confirms her fear. Her maid is nowhere to be found. Meanwhile, Ancre remains hidden, carefully watching the situation unfold. In his mind, everything is proceeding exactly according to plan. He recalls how, just the previous afternoon, the maid had indeed come to the agreed meeting place alongside the coachman, but the two had fled together while the crown princess was fast asleep. Seizing the opportunity, Ancre now steps forward and approaches Sienna. He subtly inquires whether the maid has already left, maintaining a composed and reassuring demeanor. He explains that remaining in the Empire is not something one can do without proper preparation, unless one is someone exceptional like her. Presenting himself as helpful and reliable, he offers to fetch water and food from a nearby village, suggesting that she should rest for the time being. Sienna, relieved by his presence, becomes visibly excited and expresses her gratitude inwardly, feeling comforted that at least someone has stayed by her side. However, Ancre's thoughts reveal a completely different intention. He reflects that he has successfully positioned himself as the only person the crown princess can now rely on. With this advantage secured, he resolves to begin his true mission, to gain her trust and uncover whatever secrets she may be hiding. The scene then shifts back to Sienna sitting inside the carriage, her thoughts spiraling with anger and disbelief. She feels deeply betrayed by those who abandoned her, and silently vows that they will regret their actions for a long time. Yet her mind returns once again to the mysterious wall. She cannot comprehend its sudden appearance, especially since it stands directly on the path leading to the royal castle. Although she had expressed a desire to go to the Empire, she had never intended to abandon the royal castle entirely. The absurdity of a wall appearing out of nowhere troubles her, and she initially dismisses it as impossible, until another thought emerges. She begins to consider the possibility of magic. Recalling fragments from the original story, she remembers a magician named Felix, the Empire's genius magician, feared by all for his extraordinary abilities from birth. He had always been treated as a dangerous weapon rather than a human being, until one person reached out to him with genuine compassion. That person was Carmine, who had sworn that he would never allow Felix to harm others. Because of this promise, Felix eventually became the Empire's magician and later traveled to the kingdom alongside Carmine in search of the magic-sensitive ego sword. Sienna contemplates whether someone like Felix could create such an enormous wall. If that were the case, then perhaps this entire situation is connected to Carmine. The thought unsettles her, and she begins to suspect that he may have gone to such extreme lengths to prevent her from returning to the royal castle. This possibility confuses her even more, especially when she reflects on his previous cold demeanor. If he truly feels such a strong attachment to her, why had he acted so distant before? As she continues to analyze the situation, she recalls that in the original story, Carmine had not been openly affectionate from the beginning either. Much like a Sundar, he had pushed her away and behaved coldly, despite his underlying feelings. This realization reassures her slightly, and she convinces herself that everything will fall into place eventually. She resolves to remain patient, believing that he will come to her in time. The scene then transitions to Liana, who finally awakens after what feels like an unusually deep sleep, as though she had been completely knocked out. As she prepares to start her day and considers having breakfast, she glances outside and immediately notices something strange. The environment has changed, and she is certain that what she sees was not there the previous day. At that moment, Carmine appears beside her and gently asks if she slept well. She confirms that she did, mentioning how comfortable the bed had been. This pleases him, as he expresses relief that the new bedding suited her. Soon after, a voice calls out, announcing that the bread is ready. This surprises Liana, prompting her to question whether someone else has come to the house. Carmine explains that his subordinates had arrived early in the morning, eager to meet her. The realization startles her, as she becomes self-conscious about her appearance, having just woken up. However, Carmine reassures her in his own way, insisting that she looks beautiful regardless. Although she inwardly believes that such words are merely his biased perception, she decides to quickly tidy herself up. As she begins to brush her hair, Carmine gently intervenes, taking the brush from her and advising her to hold still, explaining that she might damage her hair otherwise. He offers to braid it for her instead. Though surprised, she questions whether he is truly capable of doing so. In response, he casually mentions that he has 2 younger sisters, implying that he is quite experienced. The ribbon he uses appears somewhat worn, suggesting that it has been used many times before, which leads him to consider finding one that suits her better in the future. Once her hair is neatly braided, Liana reflects on how pleasant it feels to live together like this, appreciating the small, thoughtful gestures he shows, such as doing her hair. Her thoughts then shift to the subordinates he mentioned, and she admits to feeling slightly nervous about meeting them. Carmine reassures her, suggesting that she need not feel intimidated and could even treat them casually. However, she disagrees internally, recognizing that these individuals are important to him and should be treated with respect. Carmine, on the other hand, firmly believes that she holds the most important place in his life. At that moment, someone impatiently calls out again, remarking that although they understand the excitement of newlyweds, the food will grow cold if they delay any longer. With that, they proceed to the dining room, where 3 individuals greet Liana respectfully, expressing that it is an honor to meet her. Among them, Russell and Brian each claim to be Carmine's most trusted subordinate, their rivalry subtly apparent. Felix, observing the situation, internally dismisses them as fools before introducing himself more calmly as Carmine's friend. Liana, still trying to adjust, politely prepares to interact with them, but becomes puzzled upon seeing the food laid out before her. She cannot help but question what exactly has been prepared. Brian, with confidence, seems to justify the effort by implying that since they arrived early, they at least took responsibility for preparing their own meals. Each of them has made something individually, though the portion given to Liana appears slightly better in comparison. As she examines the food more closely, she begins to suspect that it resembles something like a tortilla, yet her confusion deepens when she wonders whether soil has somehow been mixed into the bread. She also questions the absence of basic ingredients such as milk or sugar. Felix bluntly remarks that it appears to consist of nothing more than flour and water. This leads Liana to conclude that these men are most likely inexperienced in cooking, perhaps attempting it for the very first time. Realizing that the situation cannot be left as it is, she decides to step in. She firmly stops them before they begin eating, recognizing that she cannot allow Carmine's important guests to consume something so unappetizing and poorly prepared. Taking initiative, she moves toward the kitchen and begins preparing something herself. As she works, Felix observes her actions with curiosity, questioning what she is making. She proceeds with confidence, preparing a simple yet effective dish, understanding that the key lies in the sauce. She notes internally that raw vegetables and plain bread alone lack flavor. but when combined with a proper sauce like mayonnaise, the taste transforms completely. With this approach, she assembles a dish consisting of vegetables and flatbread, ultimately creating wrapped sandwiches that are both appealing and flavorful. Carmine asks Liana if there is anything he can help with. She responds by asking if he could chop some vegetables, but at that very moment, the other three immediately step in, insisting that they will do it instead of Carmine. Liana, however, remarks that there are more knives available, so everyone can simply chop together. As she observes the scene, she notes how much they all genuinely care for Carmine. This leads her to wonder whether Carmine has even more subordinates back in his hometown. Considering that he has been away from home for a long time, she assumes there must be many people worried about him. That must also be the reason Suzanne came looking for him. She speculates that there are probably complicated circumstances within Carmine's family, yet she realizes she had simply assumed he would live here forever. With that thought, she begins to consider that they should eventually have a serious discussion about their newlywed home. Suddenly, her attention shifts back to Carmine as she questions whether he truly knows how to slice vegetables that thinly. He explains that he actually practiced. She recalls how he once mentioned wanting to make pumpkin knife-cut noodles for her, just as she had done before, and that next time he wanted to prepare them himself. This makes her think that he is truly the epitome of a perfect man. She even wonders why someone so flawless, someone who looks like a descendant of a god of beauty and possesses such a perfect personality, was sent to this world. At that moment, Louis interrupts, remarking that comparing Carmine to a god of beauty shows a complete lack of sense. Liana immediately tells him not to interrupt when she is feeling moved. Louis then shifts his focus and urgently tells Carmine to put the knife down. Carmine calmly replies that he is almost done chopping, but Louis raises his voice, insisting that he stop immediately. He cannot tolerate Carmine using any sword other than himself. Liana finds this amusing and notes that Louis is becoming jealous, even as Carmine's master. Suddenly, the others notice that Louis must be an ego sword. As expected of a magical sword, he is able to fly, which fascinates them. Felix expresses his desire to analyze it in his laboratory, while Louis continues complaining and urging Carmine to stop using the other knife. Eventually, Liana finishes preparing the sandwiches, and the three of them eat, while expressing their gratitude for the meal. Liana reflects that it has been a long time since she experienced such a lively meal. It reminds her of coming home. In her past life, she never appreciated shared meals and would constantly complain about the side dishes. Carmine then calls out to Liana, noticing something in her expression. She wonders if he misunderstood and thought she was talking about the past in a sorrowful way. She reassures him that she is not sad at all. She explains that since coming here, she has found her calling, become independent, and that everything is going well. However, she suddenly senses the atmosphere growing tense. She brings up the wall outside and asks if everyone knows what it is. This startles her, as Carmine explains that it is the border wall. She recalls that this area has now become imperial territory and acknowledges how remarkable her grandmother must be. With this change, the applicable laws will also shift, meaning she will need to study agricultural laws and farm permits again. She then expresses disbelief at how such a massive wall could be built in just one day. Carmine clarifies that it was not built but rather moved using magic. She remarks that this does not sound easy, especially given the terrain. Felix excitedly interjects, explaining that it is indeed not easy and requires an enormous amount of calculation, though people often assume it simply appears effortlessly. Liana then asks Felix if he is a magician, noting that she never encountered one while she was at the duchy. He shyly admits that he is only an aspiring magician. She finds this impressive, considering how rare magic users are in the kingdom. Louis, however, loudly protests, declaring that they themselves are the crystallization of magic and that he is shining right beside her. Liana points out that he is not a person, then curiously asks why he is specifically named Bontuart. She notes that such titles are usually passed down through generations and wonders if he was the first of his kind to gain consciousness. Louis explains that he is not the only ego sword in existence. There are two more sibling swords created by the same craftsman around the same time, using similar methods. He is the youngest among them, which is why he is called the third sword. Carmine adds that he once read about this in the archives and had assumed it was merely a legend, but it turns out to be true. Liana reflects on the existence of these two other swords and finds it somewhat sad that, despite being siblings, they do not know each other's whereabouts and were scattered among different masters. She thinks that if Louis had his siblings by his side, he might have been less lonely, and she sincerely hopes that he can meet them again someday. Liana then turns her attention back to Carmine and asks if he has any family besides these siblings. The mention of family causes everyone to fall silent, making her worry that she may have said something wrong again. She wonders if perhaps his entire family was killed, or if he is an orphan supporting younger siblings. Eventually, Carmine speaks and reveals that he does have an uncle. Another adds that this uncle is a greedy man who desires to take everything from Carmine. The reason they had to search for the ego sword was because the uncle spread malicious rumors, claiming that the sword disappeared due to Carmine's lack of legitimacy. Liana reflects that every family seems to have adults who fail to act their age, and in this case, it appears to be the uncle. She concludes that troublesome adults are often the root of such problems. She also considers that it is no wonder Louis left home, given the state of the family. She expresses that now that Carmine has Louis, he must feel somewhat relieved. She quietly hopes that both Carmine and Louis will have a happy ending. Meanwhile, Felix lightly strikes Russell, pointing out that they are in the middle of a serious conversation, yet Russell continues eating without restraint. Russell simply responds that the food is incredibly delicious and praises Liana's cooking skills. Liana reassures him that there is plenty more and encourages him to ask if he needs additional servings. This reminds her that Suzanne also enjoyed sandwiches when they used to work in the fields. Russell then asks about Lady Suzanne, and Liana replies that she is doing well and living energetically at the Lord's castle. Russell fondly recalls that Suzanne has always been energetic, even mentioning how she once placed a caterpillar in his tea. Liana is astonished by this and wonders how such a situation even occurred. Thinking of Suzanne, she considers bringing her some sandwiches as well. Just then, Suzanne herself suddenly appears, questioning why there are so many people gathered and asking if they are having a housewarming party without her. Carmine explains that earlier that morning, when he mentioned they had slept in their newlywed home, she ran off before he could finish speaking. Liana warmly invites Suzanne to sit and join them for breakfast, but Suzanne refuses, stating that she does not want to sit next to a certain man. Susan approaches Liana and asks whether there is any digging work to be done today, mentioning that she has brought her shovel. Liana explains that they are going to the ranch today, so there is not really any digging to do. Carmine then remarks that he has been curious about when Susan started liking digging so much. Susan explains that she tried it last time and found it really fun, adding that it helped relieve her stress. This makes Liana think that since Susan finds digging enjoyable, she must be a natural worker. Carmine also warns Susan to be careful, noting that digging recklessly can be dangerous, and advises her to learn properly from Liana just in case. Susan reassures him that there is no need to worry, as she has already learned well and has become a digging master. Russell then comments that there is joy in simple, repetitive exercise, and mentions that he also finds muscle training enjoyable. Suzanne responds with irritation, telling him not to twist her words, and states that she will go look for digging work herself. Russell insists on accompanying her, explaining that they should go together since it could be dangerous for her to wander alone in an unfamiliar place. Susan questions what danger there could be, asserting that she is strong too. But he continues to insist, saying that he is worried. Liana observes this interaction and realizes that it is the first time she has seen him care about someone in this way. She asks Carmine whether something happened between the two of them, and Brian explains that Russell is Suzanne's first love. This immediately excites Liana. Phoenix then adds that Suzanne rejected him right away, because Russell is an idiot who only knows swordsmanship. Hearing this, Liana reflects on how sensitive the relationship must be, thinking that even she would feel constantly upset in such a situation. She considers how heartbreaking it must have been to gather the courage to confess, only to be rejected immediately. Carmine then clarifies that Suzanne was just a child back then, so it was probably not a very serious confession. However, Liana disagrees, stating that he does not understand a woman's heart at all. Ego Sword also comments that martial artists are often like this, very insensitive. Liana believes that if the confession had not been sincere, Suzanne would not still be concerned about it now, as an adult. She concludes that there is a high chance those feelings are still continuing even now, and that this situation of them being alone together could become a turning point. Carmine then reminds Liana that she said they were going to the ranch today, so they should go together. Brian adds that she prepared such a delicious breakfast for them, so they will come along as well. Liana acknowledges that they have to go to the ranch, but she remains curious about what will happen between the two of them and wonders what she should do. Ego Sword calls out to her and offers to be her second pair of eyes. In response, she slaps him and excitedly declares that he must tell her everything without missing a single detail, calling him her CCTV. The scene cuts to Susan and Russell. She thinks that she did not expect that they would end up alone like this. Russell is Carmine's most loyal guard of common birth, and he has served as Carmine's guard since he first became a new recruit. Because of this, it was natural that their paths crossed during their childhood days. Back then, she would ride on his shoulders and even throw tantrums, asking him to sleep with her because she was scared. Back to the present, Russell notices something and points out that it looks like Ego's sword. Susan also realizes that it really is him and wonders why he is following them. Russell assumes that he is probably trying to protect them under someone's guidance. Russell then speaks to her, noting that she is finally looking at him, and asks how she has been. As she looks at him, she notices the scar he received while saving her when they were young. He tells her to feel comfortable, admitting that he does not know how to act when she uses formal speech. She calls him an idiot and wonders why she would use formal speech, but then thinks to herself that if they become too casual like in the old days, she might misunderstand again. That is why she's trying to draw a line. Even if he does not like her, since he rejected her, he should not give her any hope. If he keeps being so kind like this, she will only become more confused, especially when she does not even understand her own feelings. On the other side, Carmine comments to Liana that the farm is bigger than he expected, and wonders if it has been difficult for her to manage it alone. Liana replies that the size is just right for managing on her own. She explains that her main focus is on field crops and orchards, while she runs the ranch to obtain fresh dairy products. The workers take turns cleaning the barn occasionally, but she manages everything else by herself. Because of this, she cannot miss the opportunity when people are available to help her today. She then introduces a dairy cow, explaining that while all animals produce milk, dairy cows produce much more than others, making them essential to raise. She demonstrates that by holding and squeezing in the proper way, fresh milk will come out. Felix reacts by saying that he cannot do it because animals are too unpleasant for him and they smell. Liana points out that the eggs he ate in the morning also come from animals. Brian encourages him, saying that he should try it once because it is more fun than he thinks. Liana advises Felix that if he squeezes too gently, nothing will come out, so applying the right pressure is important. He finally tries it and admits that he thought it would be uncomfortable, but it is actually more fun than expected. Liana explains that this is the charm of farm work, as it may seem like repeating small, simple tasks, but there is also excitement in achieving a big harvest. Brian then asks Liana whether she had always wanted to run a farm since she was young. She replies that she has only been doing this directly for a few years. She simply happened to study agriculture, and since there were not many opportunities in the countryside, she started without much planning. In truth, she had no choice. When she thought she might starve, she noticed sweet potatoes growing everywhere, and in order to make them taste good, she used all the knowledge she had learned. That became her starting point. She adds that there is a big difference between knowing something in theory and experiencing it firsthand. Brian agrees, saying that it is certainly true. He mentions that he also learned a lot about commerce in theory, but only now does he truly understand the value of labor. He admits that he did not understand why Carmine wanted to stay here before, but now he realizes that he had misunderstood him. Carmine responds that they must understand now that they have tried it themselves, as both cooking and farming are demanding tasks that can make a day feel too short if done properly. Felix adds that he had simply assumed commoners had low academic aspirations, and that was why their participation rates were low, but now he realizes he was mistaken. In this situation, just maintaining daily life takes so much time that it would not have been easy at all. Liana then says that she has come up with an innovative business idea to solve this problem and asks whether they would like to hear about it. She introduces the concept as her business presentation, explaining that it is about a meal kit business. She is often considering business items related to farming, since bread and salad are staples for the people here. They do not seem interested in learning complicated recipes. She thinks that if complex dishes could be made easily, then everyone would be interested. This could become a good business item. What she comes up with is the idea of a meal kit business. She explains that it involves selling ingredients for one meal in a single pack. Since it provides pre-cut ingredients and necessary prepared sources, anyone can cook easily just by opening and preparing it. Carmine acknowledges that with such kits, meal preparation time will definitely be reduced. She further explains that it will also reduce food waste by using just the right amounts of ingredients. However, it is still only at the ideal stage, and she is still thinking about the target audience. Poor commoners will not be able to afford meal kits, while wealthy nobles already have their own chefs, so they will not need them. As for the manual, there is a need to focus on dishes that are easy to make, but unfamiliar dishes might not sell well either. In fact, not all territories are as agriculturally active as this place. There may be regions lacking ingredients or struggling with farming, so she decides that she will target these points first. Carmine suggests distributing the kits to mining or industrial areas in exchange, as those places often receive scarce manuals or manufactured goods. Liana thinks that this approach seems to involve active interregional exchange, but the problem is that those areas are too far away. If transported by carriage, the products will easily spoil. Felix then remarks that distribution should not be a big problem within the empire, even if it cannot reach all territories, because major cities have teleport zones. Liana questions this, prompting him to explain that these are legacies created by the combined efforts of past imperial arch-magicians. Unfortunately, there are hardly any beings capable of such grand magic now. Due to concerns about misuse in war, these systems have been kept confidential and unused, but they are not entirely impossible to access. Liana internally wonders whether it is truly acceptable for him to reveal such confidential information to her. She reflects that the empire is indeed vast and magnificent. Even when she lived as a duke's daughter, she had never heard anything about such magic. If the empire has had arch-magicians since the past, then they must have monopolized most magical artifacts as well. She realizes that this explains why the kingdom is so obsessed with holy maidens, as divine power must be the only alternative to magic. Thinking further, she concludes that the world seems to exist solely for Sayana, as if every setting is designed only to elevate the protagonist. Nevertheless, she dismisses it as no longer her concern. She then wonders when they can start the business, and whether they have any thoughts on the initial production volume. She concludes that they need to calculate the expected harvest first. Carmine assures her that if she needs anything for the business, she only has to say the word, and he will do his best to help. The scene then shifts to Sayana, who is crying, feeling that she cannot endure this any longer. Even though the royal carriage is comfortable, enduring it for a day or two is manageable, but she cannot understand how long she is expected to camp out without a change of clothes. Her maid informs her that there is an inn in the village. Sayana wonders whether the money she has is enough to stay there. She begins to throw a tantrum, feeling overwhelmed with frustration. She regrets not trying to use money herself in this world earlier. She reflects that those romance fantasy novels are all lies, where heroines effortlessly sell their dresses and jewelry for money as soon as they leave. She also complains internally that Ankre, who knows that she is a precious person who has never even touched a drop of water herself, should have arranged proper comforts for her. Instead of merely bringing water and food, he should have prepared a comfortable bed and a proper place for her to wash up. Suddenly, as she is walking, she trips on something slippery and shouts, asking what it is. She wonders what she should do in such a situation, thinking that maybe she should call for help. Finally, she asks the man lying there if he is alive. The man suddenly grabs her hand and says that he is hungry, which makes Sienna scream in fear. Thinking that he must be a zombie, she immediately turns and runs away, shouting for help. The man, however, watches her and thinks that the woman gives off an unusual aura. The scene then cuts to Susan and Russell. She tells him that they are almost there. He questions whether this is the place where she wants to dig. She replies that it is, even though she does not fully know why, but others have said to leave this area alone. Russell explains that it is probably because there are too many rocks, and seeds cannot take deep roots in such soil, causing them to die. She wonders if removing the rocks would allow crops to grow there. He replies that it might be possible. She becomes excited and declares that she will remove the rocks herself. Watching her new sister grow various things, she wants to have her own field as well. Since her sister mainly grows vegetables, she decides that she will plant pretty flowers like her grandmother used to. Russell tells her that farming is much harder than she might think, but she insists that she can do it well and tells him not to underestimate her. Russell suggests that she should try working on just a small part of the field first. He explains that if she sets her goals too high from the beginning, she might become tired easily. Coming from a commoner background, he has experience in farming, so she needs to trust him. Thinking about his background, she recalls how people used to whisper in the past, questioning why His Majesty brought in a guard from a commoner background. They worried that it might lower the prestige of the Imperial Knights. She reflects that for him to speak so casually about such matters shows how much he has been hurt by those people who only care about one's background. As they continue digging, they notice something unusual. Suzanne wonders whether it is edible. Russell decides that he will take it to Lady Liana for now. She agrees, saying that it is great, and that these things keep appearing as they dig. Russell admits that he had been worried she might get hurt while digging, but it seems his concern was unnecessary. She asks him what he would have done if she had gotten hurt. He pats her gently and says that he would have carried her in his arms and run, because she is too precious to him. This makes her blush, and she tells him not to say things he does not mean. She slaps his hand away and demands that if she is so precious to him, then why did he reject her confession? He hesitates for a moment before explaining that, as she already knows, he He is much older and not suitable for her. Even so, he says that whether they are in a romantic relationship or not, the fact that she is precious to him will never change. From now on, as a loyal subordinate, he will remain by her side. She shouts at him, calling him a fool, and asks whether he thinks she confessed just to be treated like a princess. She questions if this kind of distant care is what she truly wants from him. Then, suddenly, she steps forward and kisses him. After that, she turns away, telling him that he had better take care of the shovel and the rest before leaving. From a distance, the ego sword watches everything unfold and thinks that this is important news to report. The scene cuts to Liana. She says that it is great work from everyone, and she will make lunch later, so they should go and get some rest until then. Suddenly, Ego Sword comes rushing toward her, saying that there is big news, which makes her think that finally her CCTV has returned. He says that he saw those two dating, and it was so sweet and innocent. Liana tells him that is enough, and instructs him to tell her the rest in the room. She asks him what he means by dating, wondering if it was not just Suzanne who liked Russell. He explains that no, from what he saw, that guy clearly has feelings too, which makes her wonder why he rejected her confession. He replies that he does not know. Liana begins to think about what the reason could be, perhaps age difference, or maybe social status, and concludes that this is turning into a whole drama. Ego Sword then asks whether she is going to ask them directly about what is going on. She admits that she is curious, but also believes that a clumsy third party can make things worse. Ego Sword starts shouting, questioning how she cannot understand people's hearts, insisting that after all that fumbling, sometimes people need a little push. She questions what fumbling he is talking about, reasoning that if other people's romance is a slow train, then theirs is a bullet train. She then asks why he came back alone and where Suzanne is. He replies that Suzanne kissed the guy out of nowhere and then ran away, probably out of embarrassment. This makes Liana question it in shock. What? A kiss? She shouts at him, asking how that could be the most important detail he left out, and whether Russell followed Suzanne right away. He says that no, that man just stood there dumbfounded. Liana starts to think that Suzanne might be crying somewhere alone, possibly heartbroken, and that she needs someone to talk to. She decides that listening to her story is her responsibility as the new sister. Because of that, she asks Louis to lead the way, saying that they should go find Suzanne quickly. As the two of them begin searching for her, Liana asks him if he is sure that it is that way. He admits that now that he thinks about it, she might have gone another way, which makes her point out that he is basically saying that he does not know. She asks him to be honest, realizing that he did not actually see where she went. He finally admits the truth, that he became so excited seeing the kiss that he flew straight back to her. This makes her shout at him, scolding him for not checking where Suzanne went. She then plans to go back, thinking that it might be better to wait at home, but suddenly she becomes startled as she wonders if what she sees is a corpse. Violent crimes like murder do not happen often in Paston, and if they did, the Lord's grandmother would beat them to death. However, she notices that the person lying there seems to still be alive. She asks him if he is okay, but the man becomes upset and insists that he is not okay. Suddenly, he looks at her basket and wonders if that is milk, questioning whether she is an angel sent to give him food. She begins to wonder why he is suddenly acting like a dog, and more importantly, that milk belongs to someone else. He tells her that he has not eaten anything for days, implying that she would not ignore such a pitiful person. Having no other option, she tells him to drink it. He becomes extremely grateful and says that may God's blessings be upon her. Liana thinks that if he truly had such blessings, he should bless himself first. The man then says that thanks to her, he has overcome the crisis of death, and calls her a girl from another world. This makes her question what he just called her. He repeats that he called her a girl from another world, which makes her think that it is impossible. How could he know that? She immediately grabs him and questions who he is and what evidence he has to say such a thing. The man claims that he is too hungry to have the strength to talk, adding that if she had something more to eat, he might regain the strength to speak. This makes her blood boil, as she realizes he was answering just fine until now. With no other option, she says that she will cook for him and that they should go to her house. He wonders if it is still far, and she replies that they are almost there. At the same time, she thinks about what a fool she is for bringing a stranger home. Another world how tempting and intriguing. She then asks Louis whether they should just ditch him and run, suspecting that he seems like a con artist. However, Louis says no, explaining that he senses a warm and mysterious power from the man, something like God's protection. The man then says to Liana that he has been curious about one thing, what that unique sword is, describing it as somewhat sacred. She immediately grabs Louis and declares that no one is allowed to touch their baby. The man questions whether she is worried he might break it, pointing out that his frail arms are even thinner than hers. She introduces Louis, saying that he is her precious family, that he is sensitive, and that he does not like being touched by others. The man remarks that calling an inanimate object family makes her seem crazy. She immediately shouts at him, questioning how he dares to say that after receiving free milk. Suddenly, someone arrives and asks what she is doing there. It is Carmine. He explains that he was about to go look for her since she had disappeared, but at that moment, his eyes lock with the new man. The man asks Carmine why he is here instead of at the Lord's castle, even addressing him as Majesty. Carmine quickly grabs his face and thanks him for coming all this way, whispering to him to keep it a secret that he is the emperor for now. The poor man looks confused and asks what he even means. Liana asks Carmine if he knows this person, and Carmine responds that this is father, who has come to officiate their wedding ceremony. She reflects that even if religious details differ by country, she thought holiness itself would not change. She then explains that he had collapsed on the road, claiming that he was hungry, which makes Carmine think that this behavior is typical of him, as he is known for being a free spirit. Liana addresses father again, saying that she should greet him properly and introducing herself. Father begins to say that she must be the young lady getting married, and even hints that she is from another world. But before he can finish, she grabs his hand and says that the priest speaks very strangely. He admits that he does not know how to react to such an intense gaze. Liana thinks to herself that if he dares to say anything about another world in front of Carmine, she will kill him. Soon, he announces that they have arrived at the house and immediately demands to know when the food will be ready, saying that he is hungry and urging them to hurry. Both Carmine and Liana feel the urge to kill him on the spot. Father then teases them, saying that if they are not going to serve him food, he might have no choice but to reveal the secret immediately. The two of them shout at him in response. He casually remarks that with such a reaction, he expected at least a tomato steak, and that he is looking forward to a feast. This makes Liana think that this new person is truly annoying. Compared to the kingdom, the empire is not exactly enthusiastic about religious activities. Since the emperor remains indifferent to religion, the people mirror that same indifference. As a result, the temples of the empire are constantly burdened with financial difficulties. The empire's temple treasurer, Cardinal, points out that they are in deficit once again. It is a deficit, yet the high priest is nowhere to be seen. Cardinal notices the absence and questions where the high priest has gone again. He had intended to suggest covering the deficit with potions or by blessing items, but before he can act, a girl informs him that he is already too late. A letter has arrived from the imperial palace, stating that Postine has been incorporated into imperial territory. Cardinal questions this, recalling that it was previously under the kingdom's domain. He thinks to himself that more precious blood will likely be spilled again. He resolves that if the imperial palace requests priestly support, it should be rejected entirely. The empire does not provide them with funding, treats them poorly, and yet calls upon them only in times of crisis. A priest is someone who performs miracles by borrowing divine power. Among priests who reach a high level, some possess healing abilities, which is why they are often requested during wars, with many casualties. Among them, the one who has reached the highest level is called the High Priest. The girl then informs Cardinal that no such request for support has been made. This leaves him confused, and he wonders how the Empire plans to handle the wounded. However, he also acknowledges that the Emperor is not the type of person to treat soldiers as disposable tools. The girl suggests the possibility that it might have been a bloodless conquest. Cardinal finds this unlikely, thinking that the kingdom is not foolish enough to simply hand over its territory without resistance. The girl then proposes that perhaps the local lord was persuaded. She mentions that Postine is a place where the late emperors once resided. Cardinal reflects that there has been no interaction with that region, making the situation even more puzzling. Yet he admits that it is still possible. Carmine may appear like a bear, but he thinks like a fox. His thoughts shift to the royal wedding, and he finds it strange that it is not being held in the capital. Instead, it is set to take place in Postine. This confuses him further, as the empire has both an imperial banquet hall and grand temples, making the choice of a remote village seem illogical. The girl then suggests that this might be because of Duke Douglas. She reasons that the ceremony is being rushed to make it official before the Duke can interfere. This explanation begins to make sense. It would also explain why the High Priest has been urgently invited to act as a witness in case the Duke opposes the marriage. Cardinal finally instructs that the High Priest must not go there under any circumstances. Even if he does go, he must raise his worth as much as possible. Cardinal considers the situation to be the consequence of the Empire looking down on the divine for so long. However, the woman informs him that it is already too late. The high priest has already departed. Apparently, he mentioned seeing an intriguing aura as soon as he read the letter and rushed off before anyone could stop him. This revelation causes Cardinal to shout in frustration at the high priest. The high priest comes inside and sees that she is still cooking. Liana says that the others went to the Lord's castle earlier and asks him if he came alone. He says that it just happened that way. By the way, he questions what she is making this time. She says that since she has milk, some fresh milk, she thinks she will make a few things such as cheese. The word cheese makes the high priest visibly brighten, while she tells him that no matter how he looks at it, she is not giving him any. The high priest says that is too bad, as he happens to have a high-quality bottle of vinegar. This makes her shout in surprise, wondering how and why he has that. He explains that their parish makes and sells vinegar. The Empire does not provide funding for religion, so even temples have to work hard to make a living. She asks him whether he receives donations from believers even without funding. He replies that perhaps, due to the central government's policy, there are not many religious people. Liana thinks that this is the opposite of the kingdom. She reflects that while the temple's situation is heartbreaking, it also means people do not need to rely on religion because they have fewer worries. She considers whether that means it is a good country to live in. The scene cuts to a cardinal shouting at Carmine, asking him to consider the dignity of the temple. Carmine says that he understands his position, but having many people rely on religion is not necessarily a good thing. It means the people have nowhere else to return to, so they must be cautious. The high priest, standing there, thinks that he had expected them to use funding as leverage to gain backing, but this is unexpected. Carmine must be anxious due to the unstable rule caused by Duke Douglas. He wonders whether to call it upright or stubborn, but concludes that they are quite alike. The high priest says to Liana that he thinks the same. It is much better than those charlatans who sell healing through divine power. While he does not mean to brag, the vinegar their parish makes is of excellent quality. With cheese, how could they do without vinegar? This makes her think that he is a merchant after all, yet it truly does sound delicious, sweet and sour. Making vinegar itself is not difficult, but obtaining good wine as a base is quite challenging. She owns the largest vineyard in the area, yet she has not set up a winery. She tells him that she will share some with him and asks him to wait. The high priest observes the process, noting how unique the cheese-making method is. She explains that they stir and heat the milk, then add salt and vinegar, and it turns out like this. She remarks that prohibiting processed food is truly a foolish doctrine. The high priest reflects that food becomes something entirely different through the cooking process. According to the temple's doctrine of pursuing naturalism, priests are forbidden from consuming processed food. He thinks that it is ridiculous, especially considering that they themselves produce vinegar. Liana notices that he has eaten all the bread and butter, yet his stomach still seems empty. He admits that he understands because he does not usually get to eat delicious food. This makes her think that even priests have to work to make a living, so he must be quite poor and unable to eat properly. She decides that she will make him plenty of nourishing dishes while he is here. The high priest says that since he keeps receiving, he should give something in return for the food. He offers a prayer, wishing that the breath of God will always be with her. Liana wonders what this is as a warm energy floats toward her, like dandelion seeds. It feels as though it seeps into her entire body. She asks what it is, and he replies that it is a blessing. She wonders whether it feels different, because the God they serve is different, as it does not feel the same as when she received a blessing at the royal palace before. Suddenly, the gate opens, and Russell enters, asking if they have anything to eat. He is soon seen munching on the food, remarking to Liana that the bread is so soft, sweet, and delicious. She encourages him to eat as much as he likes, which makes the high priest shout in protest, questioning why her reaction is so different toward him when she had scolded him earlier. She explains that Russell has not eaten anything, which only makes the high priest protest louder, pointing out that he has not done anything either. Russell finally asks who the new man is. Liana introduces him as Father Arno, who will officiate their wedding ceremony. Upon hearing this, Russell remarks that he should address him as Father. At that moment, Ego Sword arrives and declares that she has fed him enough, so she should stop beating around the bush and ask the main question, what happened after the case? Liana wonders what he is doing, and how she is even supposed to ask about such matters. She questions how one even begins to probe into such things, especially when they are not close. Meanwhile, Louis urges her to hurry and start asking, saying that he is getting dizzy. Russell comments that the Ego Sword seems to be moving quite busily, Liana corrects him, explaining that it is actually dancing. The priest observes that the will of God is truly unfathomable. To bestow intelligence and human-like emotions on such an inanimate object, Liana recalls that it supposedly received a blessing from the god of abundance, though she struggles to remember the name, something like Alelical. The priest responds that it sounds like a rather good name. Meanwhile, poor Louis becomes extremely irritated, prompting Liana to wonder if one might be cursed for mispronouncing a god's name. The priest laughs, explaining that nothing serious happens from such a mistake. In the past, many gods ruled the world equally, but now there are no gods capable of causing great events. They are merely forgotten entities. Liana thinks that this is a harsh assessment for someone who serves a god. The ego sword's existence and power are real, so perhaps the gods are as well. The high priest compares it to ancient magical artifacts that still exert power today. They have not disappeared, but they no longer hold meaning. Liana wonders if that implies that Louis is also a meaningless existence, and she suspects that he might have heard her thought. Suddenly, Russell winces and says, "Ouch." Liana asks what is wrong, and he replies that he has a small bruise on his cheek. Louis explains that it is a trace of the kiss Suzanne gave him earlier when she smashed her lips against his cheek. Finally, Liana reluctantly gathers the courage to ask Russell about his personal life. She notes that he appears to be a knight by profession, and if so, he must be quite popular with women. She asks whether he has thought about marriage and whether he has met someone he likes. Russell replies that it is not really like that. He has simply been too busy with work and has missed the right time to marry. He does not particularly feel like getting married right away. Liana feels frustrated, thinking that if he had just said he had not found someone he liked, she could have at least suggested that he might be overlooking someone close to him. Russell then mentions that he heard Liana was originally a noble lady. She confirms that she was, though she has now cut ties with that life. Russell explains that although he is a knight, he comes from a commoner background. There was once someone he had feelings for, but she was far above his station. It was an emotion too grand for someone like him. After letting go of that lingering attachment, he no longer has any thoughts on the matter. Even though being a knight is honorable, many nobles still look down on knights, and for those of commoner origin, the contempt and mistreatment are even worse. Liana quietly asks the ego sword what they should do. From Russell's reaction, it seems that he still has feelings for Suzanne. The ego sword questions what she means by asking what they should do, insisting that it is their human duty to bring this immature couple together. He proposes a grand idea. They should host a large party. At the party, everyone will drink, get swept up in the atmosphere, and naturally reveal their true feelings. Once they realize they share the same emotions, they will be happy together. Liana considers that it is a classic approach, but holding a garden party in such a small countryside setting would be strange. It would seem odd to suddenly throw a neighborhood gathering at their house without a reason. She briefly thinks that the Lord's grandmother's birthday could have been a good excuse, but that occasion has already passed. At that moment, the high priest asks when the wedding will take place, suggesting that it would be nice to have a grand celebration like a village festival for the occasion. Liana immediately reacts, realizing that the wedding idea could serve as the perfect excuse. However, she pauses, finding the timing suspiciously perfect. She wonders if he somehow heard Louis's voice, though that seems impossible. Meanwhile, Louis continues shouting that waiting for the wedding is too late. He urges her to ask Russell about his feelings for Suzanne right now and to tell him to confess. Liana protests, wondering how they could possibly ask something so direct all of a sudden. At the same time, the high priest steps forward and directly asks Russell whether he loves Lady Suzanne. Liana wonders why the high priest is suddenly asking such a question and whether he can truly hear Louis's voice. Russell glares at the high priest, thinking that it is an impertinent thing to say and that if he sullies a lady's honor, he will not forgive him, even if he is a priest. Everyone begins to murmur in surprise, wondering why he is reacting so sensitively, while Louis remarks to Liana that the excitement disappears in an instant. Liana thinks that they should simply change the subject, but she notices something and asks Russell what it is. He explains that he brought it to give to Lady Liana, revealing that it is ginger. She becomes extremely excited and wonders where he managed to obtain so much of such expensive produce. He explains that it is Jerusalem artichoke, a health food often used for dieting and diabetes, frequently consumed as tea, and an extremely expensive crop that costs 30,000 won per kilogram. He further explains that he actually found it while plowing an abandoned rocky field with Lady Suzanne earlier that day, recalling that Lady Suzanne had mentioned wanting her own vegetable garden like Lady Liana. Liana thinks that they should quickly wash them so they can dry and process them. The priest questions whether he also needs to go, which prompts her to remind him that priests are supposed to work as well. She urges him to hurry, pointing out that he also ate the bread. This causes him to sulk, thinking that she is using food as leverage, and that even her method of threatening is exactly like someone else's. The scene then shifts as the grandmother asks Carmine what brings him there today, remarking that it is the season when sesame is being harvested, so he would not normally be interested in an old woman's world. Carmine questions what she means by interest, noting that he even brought bread made by Liana, called red bean butter. She responds that they cannot simply eat it as it is, and orders her servant to brew some tea. Carmine asks whether she knows what kind of bread it is, and she replies that Liana had explained it to her before, describing it as a dessert that requires a great deal of effort, which is why she has not made it until now. Carmine recalls that Liana once said she only makes it for special guests, leading him to think that he should thank her. The grandmother takes a bite and finds it both sweet and savory, perfectly suited to her taste. She remembers asking Liana many times to make it, but Liana never did. Suddenly, she recalls something and begins to shout, questioning whether the time for returning to the Imperial Palace has been set, wondering if that is why Liana made such a special dessert before leaving. Carmine responds that it has not been decided yet, which confuses her, as the borders have already changed and the border guards have arrived. A heavy silence follows as she questions whether he still has not confessed. She begins to look forward to the moment Liana will find out, thinking that the longer the two remain here, the better it is for her. She believes that once Liana leaves, the farm will never be the same, and they will no longer be able to have their regular tea parties, even though her words make her sound like the one most opposed to Liana becoming empress. Carmine reflects that he might be able to enjoy Liana's cooking more frequently now, as she is planning something called a meal kit business. The grandmother thinks this is an excellent idea, noting that it would benefit not only young people, but also elderly individuals like herself, as those living alone often skip meals, but would be more inclined to eat regularly if they could access delicious and convenient food. Carmine considers that when people live alone, it is easy to neglect proper meals, and he thinks that including healthy herbs in the meal kits would be beneficial, especially for single-person households and the elderly. The grandmother agrees, believing that Liana is knowledgeable enough to make it possible. She then asks whether he has considered implementing a welfare system that provides meals free of charge to the poor, noting that many people become lethargic due to depression, yet some regain vitality simply through cooking. Carmine admits that he has not thought about it before, but promises to look into it. He acknowledges that while the intention is good, making it completely free would be unrealistic, so he would need to consider alternative methods of implementation. The grandmother remarks that Liana's unique ideas are proving to be very helpful to him as well. Carmine agrees, admitting that although he has claimed he would take care of his people, he feels ashamed of how little he has understood about their daily lives. The grandmother reassures him that even an emperor cannot excel at everything, which is why it is important to surround himself with kind and capable people. She believes he already has such individuals around him, and that he will be able to govern righteously. She then casually asks whether he might have had an argument with Suzanne. He denies it and wonders why she would think so. She explains that Suzanne had arrived shortly before him and said she was returning to the Empire, leaving through the teleportation gate, and that she seemed upset, which made her suspect a disagreement. Carmine reflects that Suzanne had behaved as though she would never return, making her sudden departure puzzling. They both conclude that she likely went straight to Liana, deciding to contact her when morning arrives. Meanwhile, Liz is experiencing a complete mental breakdown, overwhelmed by the fact that her uncle is eyeing the throne with intense ambition, while Suzanne, who had promised to bring her brother, has gone silent. Although things have been unusually quiet recently, the silence itself feels unsettling. At that moment, someone informs her that the item she had requested has been prepared. Despite the wedding taking place in the countryside and being relatively modest, her brother had insisted there was no need for excessive preparations. However, she believes that the bride's feelings might differ, and since it is still the emperor's wedding, appearances must be maintained. She assumes that there will be a formal ceremony once they return to the palace, but she begins to wonder whether they will return at all. She considers the possibility that they might choose to remain in the countryside even after the marriage, but quickly dismisses the thought, convincing herself that they are simply enjoying rural life for the time being. Someone arrives and announces that the second imperial princess has arrived. Liz assumes that she must have come to collect the dress, and decides to take advantage of the opportunity to learn what is happening there. Suddenly, Suzanne rushes in and embraces Liz, appearing distressed and unsure of what to do. Liz immediately assumes something serious has happened, wondering whether her brother had contacted her or if something had gone wrong. However, Suzanne reveals that in a moment of anger, she ended up kissing Count Russell, leaving her unsure of how to face him again. Liz is completely taken aback by this revelation, she finds herself thinking that both her sister and her brother are behaving in equally chaotic ways. She feels a surge of frustration, believing that they were sent to past 10 for important matters, yet all they seem to be doing is falling in love. Finally, it is done. She says that things do them. The trimming ended abruptly, and she will make dinner even more delicious, so they should please wait a bit. She thinks that Carmine has grown up a lot and wonders if he has many things to talk about with his grandmother. Suddenly, someone asks her what is for dinner. The high priest says that just having cheese salad sounds a bit boring, and he wants this and that. For reference, he can eat anything, as long as it is not spicy, which makes Liana think that he is leaving the food to her and question whether he is trying to get on her nerves again. Finally, she goes back to her cooking, and it looks like she is making something super spicy. The high priest comes and asks what it is, saying that it looks insanely spicy, while she responds that he is entirely mistaken. On the other hand, Sayana is seen looking inside from the window, saying that the smell is insane. This makes Liana shout, asking if she is still not back at the palace yet. Sayana is not sobbing, as she says it is delicious and wonders how long it has been since she had spicy food. Liana wonders where the maid went, walking around alone like a beggar. Sayana asks why Liana is staring at her like that, saying she has money to pay for the food, and if she does not want it, then whatever, she gets to save money. This makes Liana wonder if she should just grab her by the throat. The high priest comes and asks who the woman is, which makes Sayana remark that the beggar lying down earlier must have come because of the food smell too. Liana tells the high priest that the person is her ex-fiancé, Sing's cheating wife. This makes the high priest shout that they should throw salt on her and kick her out, but Liana plans to hear her out first. She asks Sayana how she even knows where she lives and whether she still has something to say to her. Sayana flinches, saying that before that, a past setting unfolds where Sayana walks around, wondering why Ankre is so late when she is starving. She cannot take it anymore, so she decides to head back to town after all. She plans to get free food and buy new clothes too, thinking that since it is such a rural place, there is probably at least a proper-looking house. Suddenly, she smells that familiar scent, the spicy chili pepper aroma. She tells Liana that she did not know it was her house. The spicy smell suddenly made her miss home. This makes Liana think that Koreans do find it hard to resist such smells. Sayana then says that if she is done, she should leave now. She's already stolen someone else once and still has no shame. Sayana shouts, asking what was stolen, insisting that Liana was the one who messed up and got dumped. This makes Liana question what she even messed up. Sayana says that Liana constantly spread baseless rumors about her and humiliated her in front of everyone. Liana scoffs, asking when she ever did that. This makes one think that, yes, this is right. She kicked her out before she could be attacked, so the timing feels strange. Liana says to Sayana that she accused her of things she never did and did not even give her a chance to defend herself. Instead, they called her shameless and kicked her out. Sayana shouts that, despite everything, she went crawling back to David, did she not? If not, then why would he miss her so much? Liana remarks that Sayana is the same as always paranoid and never listening to others. She says that perhaps he regrets it. He abandoned someone who did nothing wrong to strengthen royal power and chose a saint who cannot even use divine powers. So maybe he thinks he was too harsh on Liana back then. The scene cuts to nighttime as Liana sits down, thinking that today felt especially long. Carmine returns as well. She welcomes him, asking if he is busy and why he is so late. He explains that he had a meeting with his grandmother about the meal kit business, and that is how the time flew by. She stands up, saying that it is already that late, as she thought they only talked about it briefly in the morning. Carmine replies that they further decided to suggest a deal to Holstart, which has a salt mine. If everything goes well, people from there will visit soon for a detailed discussion. This makes her think that Carmine always listens to her sincerely. She then asks whether he met Susan at the manor. Carmine says that he did not meet her, but he heard she returned home. He also heard that she did not look well, so he plans to check on her tomorrow. She must have already arrived. Liana notes that if it is only half a day away, then her house must be quite close. He replies that it is not that close, but there is a shortcut so it does not take long. Liana wonders what she should do. She understands the urge to run away from shame, but if she keeps avoiding it, she will never fix things with Mr. Russell. She says that she wants to talk to Suzanne alone. Since it is close by, she suggests that they go to his house now, as she has not properly greeted his family yet anyway. Carmine becomes flustered, questioning whether they should go right now, as they were supposed to greet them after the wedding. However, she insists that if she leaves Suzanne alone like this, she will not be able to sleep, and asks whether it is truly impossible. Carmine thinks that he cannot delay it anymore, and that he should reveal the truth before it is too late. He agrees, saying that if that is her decision, then so be it. He then asks her to sit for a moment, warning that she might be really surprised when she sees his house. Liana tells him that she already said before that no matter what kind of person he is, she will never be disappointed. He did not care whether she was a commoner or the Duke's daughter, so the same applies to her. Carmine agrees, saying that it is really late now, so they should leave, as there is work tomorrow. He reflects that the time they spent together and their sincerity were not lies, so his plan is to trust Liana and be brave. Liana also notices that Carmine seems different this time. She thinks that maybe it is because things were so lively before, but now that it is just the two of them, it somehow feels awkward. Carmine asks whether she prefers it when it is lively with everyone, saying that he is truly happy to finally be alone with her. He kisses her hand, while she says that is not what she meant. On the other hand, Sayana wonders whether David truly regrets it. Did he change because she twisted the story? But who is foolish enough to suffer, even when they know what is coming? She also wonders why the High Priest keeps following her. The High Priest explains that he is curious. She is a girl from another world, and there is definitely divine power coming from her, yet she has never trained to use holy power until now. He thinks that she has so much divine power, yet cannot use it, and questions whether someone might be suppressing her powers through a scheme. If that is true, then as someone who serves the divine, he must help her. Sayana asks if he is really talking about everything she mentioned. She claims that she is a special being, living proof that the gods are real, so why should she need training? She insists that it is the gods' fault in the first place for throwing her into this world, and they should have made everything easy for her. She questions what kind of gods would make people suffer this much. At that moment, he understands why the gods brought another being from another world. There are those who lose everything and still strive forward with strength, yet the one who stole everything from such a person still asks for more. He turns away, saying that if she continues blaming others for the rest of her life, then even if someone like her receives divine power, she will only use it for her own selfish desires. The next morning, Liana says that it is done, and that they should now move to the Lord's castle. The priest arrives and is completely taken aback. She asks him why he is looking at her like that. He responds that she is truly an incredible farmer. Leonard turns away, saying that if he is bored, he should go find someone else, as he does not have the time to entertain him, with goods still needing to be shipped to other territories. However, the priest remarks that she even handles shipments to other territories, which he finds amazing. Liana explains that now that it has become imperial territory, the trade routes might get cut. The priest replies that as long as they reach an agreement with the lords, there should not be any issue. She thinks that, just in case, she is planning to look for new trade routes among the imperial territories. Fruits lose their condition just a day after harvest, so they need to hurry. She then asks him again why he is staring at her like that. He says that she is like a queen, and that this is her castle, even without the special powers that others possess. He adds that he had only been trying to find those who came to this world through divine intervention, as they usually possess unique abilities, and he reminds her that he had told her before that he can sense an otherworldly aura from her. He questions why she is hiding it, stating that if the kingdom knew, she would not have been exiled, but instead treated like royalty. Louis suddenly pops out, wondering if they are saying that his master is a being from another dimension. Liana asks the high priest whether he would believe her if she denied what he said. He replies that if she plays dumb, there is no real way for him to prove it. She then asks what if she tells him the truth. He responds that he could perhaps be of some help to her, as she has been enduring everything alone all this time, and assures her that he will not tell anyone else, so she should not worry. She then explains that, for starters, she is not an otherworldly girl, but that she was an adult woman before she died. He asks if she died in that world and was reborn here, and she confirms that she did, explaining that it is called reincarnation. The high priest remarks that it seems many people go through that there, and that they even have a term for it. Louis pops out again, complaining that she kept it a secret from him all this time. She explains that she only regained the memories of her past life, and that perhaps it was divine providence meant to ensure that she would not starve on the streets like before. Louis says that he is still upset, insisting that someone else knows more about her than he does. She pats him, telling him that he is still her best friend, her family, and her dad, and that does not change. The high priest comments that it feels like she is going too easy on him for that to be true. Anyway, she says that she has told him her secrets, so now he should tell her something useful. He replies that he is a bit busy right now, which makes her say that she guesses she will save the grapes for Carmine instead. Hearing that, he immediately changes his tone and says that actually, she can do the same thing too, which shocks her. He explains that despite appearances, he is a priest with very high divine power, and he can help awaken her abilities. She stands up, saying that she is not really convinced. She points out that even if she were strong, who would believe that she is a saint? The priest shouts that even so, divine power is fundamentally about healing and restoration, and that restoration could help her run the farm. This makes her think that it is a bit tempting, like making sprouts grow faster. However, he clarifies that artificial growth is not allowed, as the gods love the natural order. She then questions whether it could heal the mind when someone is hurt, and he replies that it might be a bit too much. She asks about detoxifying poison, but he seems to have no answer for that either. She shouts that there is nothing useful at all, questioning whether that can even be called healing and restoration. Louis pops out, saying that she will not understand without knowing the principles, and asks to explain. He tells her that she has already experienced divine power and should think carefully. Her presence has brought prosperity there, as a saint's existence naturally brings divine blessings. Now that she thinks about it, she does recall feeling a special energy when she was blessed, though nothing changed dramatically. She asks the priest if he can tell her what specific power she might have. He explains that it is hard to pinpoint for now, as the ability she manifests depends on what type of god is connected to her. She wonders, what if the god who called her is something bad, like a god of calamity? He responds that there is no way such a god would have summoned her. She presses him, asking if there is truly zero chance. He admits that he cannot say it is impossible, but it is surely a benevolent god, and tells her to stop worrying and come train with him so that they can walk the path of the divine. Louis also sides with him, which makes her wonder if she is really just switching from being a farm owner to a saint like that. Still, the idea that she might have a hidden special ability makes her hopeful, and if anything, she hopes it can help both her and her farm. So she agrees, saying that they should do it and start learning. On the other hand, the Duke is seen on a ship as his man says that the waves are too rough to get close, and that it would be better to turn back. However, the Duke insists that they cannot fail to retrieve something like that. Finally, one of the men says that he has found it and asks to be pulled up. The Duke remarks that at least one of them is useful. He takes the sword from him and then pushes him away, ordering his servant to throw that man to the fish, saying that it would be troublesome if the ego sword were to accept that man as its master. The ego sword declares that it is a sword blessed by the god of calamity and questions what he is trying to accomplish through it. The Duke states that he will become the emperor, and since the ego sword is a symbol of the emperor, simply claiming it will allow him to take the throne. The ego sword warns that if he takes it, calamity will fall upon the entire empire, yet he still desires it. The Duke shouts that a naive child, with no experience or knowledge sitting on the emperor's throne, is already a calamity, and that he is the rightful heir to the throne. The ego sword responds that it actually likes his spirit. Suddenly, something begins to appear around the Duke, making him wonder what it is. The ego sword says that it is amusing that he would rampage without knowing that the blade of calamity could turn on him. It reflects on how humans, terrified by the horror of calamity, once cast it into this desolate place, only to forget and come searching for it again, finding humans amusing in that way. Suddenly, the Duke's servant arrives, saying that there was a loud noise, and asking if he is all right. The Duke calmly replies that there is no problem, and orders that they should go and seize the throne now. The servant informs him that they have run into a problem recently. A few knights were sent to Poston at the Emperor's summons, and their condition, he hesitates, clearly reluctant to say more. The Duke presses him to speak properly, and the servant finally reveals that it seems the Emperor has found another ego sword. At this, the man bursts into loud laughter. The idea of a new dark ego sword makes him think humans are truly foolish. After being so thoroughly defeated by him, they still dare to create another ego sword. He finds the situation genuinely entertaining. The Duke then asks how long it would take to reach Poston from here. The servant questions why he is suddenly asking, but the dark ego sword is already lost in thought, wondering just how impressive this new development might be. He concludes that perhaps he should go and see it for himself. The scene then shifts. The high priest announces that since breakfast is over, they should begin training immediately. Liana questions this, surprised that they are starting right away. She had assumed he would try to avoid it somehow. However, he explains that although he may not look like it, he keeps his promises. He also mentions that he feels an unusual urgency, as if he has been told to teach her quickly, though he describes it merely as a hunch. This makes Liana internally doubt him. A divine messenger speaking about hunches sounds like a fraud to her. At that moment, Carmine arrives and asks what she is talking about. The high priest explains that he is going to spend some time meditating with Liana. Carmine immediately grows suspicious, wondering what the priest is trying to scheme. Liana herself does not want him uncovering anything about her past life. Both of them look at the high priest with clear warning in their expressions, as if silently threatening him not to say anything unnecessary. The high priest calmly explains that Liana has shown talent for divine power, so he has decided to teach her. Carmine remains unconvinced, still finding the situation suspicious. However, Liana agrees with the explanation, stating that he did say she has talent, so she believes it would be good to learn. She wants to become helpful to him after all. Carmine reluctantly accepts this, but tells her not to push herself too hard. He reminds her that they are going to his house later that day. She reassures him that it will be over quickly. Outside, the high priest begins the training by asking her to close her eyes and remain quiet. He instructs her to listen carefully to the sounds around her. Any sound will do. The goal, he explains, is simply to recognize that many different sounds exist around her. Perhaps because it is still morning, Liana does not hear much at first. The high priest tells her not to let her mind wander and to focus only on the sounds. He adds that among those sounds lies the voice of the god who brought her here. Liana inwardly dismisses the idea. She thinks that it cannot possibly be that simple. If hearing a god's voice were this easy, anyone could become a divine messenger. Yet, to her surprise, someone calls out to her. She hears her name Liana. She is immediately startled. The high priest notices her reaction and asks if she has heard something. Liana admits that she is not sure if it was the voice of a god, but everything around her, the birds, the wind, suddenly fades into silence. In that stillness, it feels as though someone whispers right next to her ear. However, she cannot understand what the voice is saying. The high priest tells her that if she continues training, she will begin to hear it more clearly. He assures her that she truly has talent, and that in time, she will naturally come to understand the god who called her. Hearing a god's voice makes everything feel more real, and she finds herself wondering what kind of god it could be. A thought lingers in her mind. What if it is an evil one? The high priest observes her carefully. Although she appears calm, he assumes she must be anxious. He explains that he had originally planned to take things slowly since it is her first time training. However, her progress has exceeded his expectations. Because of that, he decides to put her through a crash course in divine power hard mode. He confidently assures her that he can guarantee results. The scene then shifts. Carmine asks Liana how her training went. Before leaving, the high priest reminds her not to forget what she learned today, adding that he will check on her next time. Liana reflects that although the priest may act strange, he is quite strict when it comes to his actual work. As they prepare to leave, she notices that Carmine does not have much luggage. She wonders whether they need snacks or anything for the trip. He replies that they will arrive soon, so he did not think it was necessary to bring anything. The two of them walk downstairs, and Liana becomes confused. She had no idea a place like this existed inside the Lord's castle. She points out that if they are taking a carriage, it should be outside, so she questions why they are here instead. Carmine explains that there is actually a shortcut if they go this way. They continue descending the stairs, and Liana soon notices something astonishing. It is something she has never seen before, something massive and brilliantly shining. She asks Felix what it is. He explains that it is the teleportation device he mentioned earlier. Liana is surprised, as she had believed teleportation only existed in major imperial territories. She recalls that Poston belonged to the kingdom until recently. Carmine clarifies that this place was originally a territory of the Empire, but his grandmother wished to spend her remaining years in her homeland as the Lady of Poston. Because of that, the land was temporarily left under the kingdom's control. Through special negotiations with the kingdom, they were still able to install a teleportation device here. Liana realizes that if they can install something so valuable, Carmine's family must be incredibly powerful. She decides that she needs to prepare herself mentally. She steps closer to Carmine, and the two of them stand side by side. Carmine tells her that if she is not close enough, she might end up being scattered elsewhere. He also explains that there are limits on how many people can use the device at once, and how often it can be activated. Felix asks if they are ready. Cortana questions whether he is not coming along with them. He points out that if there is a limit, it would be more efficient to send as many people as possible at once. However, when he notices Carmine glaring at him, he quickly backtracks, admitting that it may not be necessary. Before he can continue, Louis comments to Liana that she truly lacks awareness, wondering if she does not realize that Carmine would not want to see his woman being overly familiar with another man. Carmine then asks Liana directly whether she really wants Felix to come along with them. Seeing his jealousy, Liana responds by kissing him. Felix, slightly awkward, states that if they are ready, they should depart. Finally, the magic circle begins to activate. However, Carmine suddenly remarks that something feels different from usual. At the same time, Liana becomes confused as she notices that her surroundings appear somewhat transparent. Carmine urgently tells her not to let go of him, no matter what happens. She questions the sudden warning, but Louis also tells her to grab onto him without asking questions and to hold on tightly. She obeys. After a moment, she opens her eyes, wondering if they have already arrived. The instant she does, she quickly lets go of Louis, startled by how hot he feels. Carmine, now standing nearby, states that someone interfered with the teleportation magic. Liana asks if that means they are not where they were supposed to go. Elsewhere, another scene unfolds. The Duke quietly mutters that it is about time they arrive. He reveals that he interfered with the teleportation specifically for this moment. Anticipation gleams in his eyes as he looks forward to seeing exactly what kind of sword Louis truly is. Liz and Suzanne remain visibly startled as they inform Carmine that he has genuinely frightened them with his sudden arrival. Even his maid quickly steps forward, asking with concern whether he is all right and checking his condition. Carmine responds that, thanks to the egos protecting him, only the teleportation coordinates were distorted, while his body itself remained completely unharmed. He further explains that this is the first time a teleportation process has gone so irregularly and unpredictably. Felix then analyzes the situation and remarks that if someone is capable of interfering with magic powered by ancient artifacts, then whoever is responsible must be an exceptionally skilled and highly advanced magician. He raises the concern that it might have been deliberately done as an attempt to target His Majesty from the very beginning. Carmine considers this possibility and states that it could indeed be the case. Until the true cause is identified, he insists that they must proceed with extreme caution. He adds that the first priority is to determine their exact location and then establish contact again once it is confirmed. He also orders everyone present to remain at their designated posts and continue performing their duties without deviation. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Liana, who is observing Louis and noting that his condition appears to be improving, with his fever having noticeably subsided. Carmine arrives and asks her about Louis's current state. She confirms that he is significantly better than before. He then inquires about what information has been received regarding their current location. Carmine explains that everyone was relieved to hear they are safe, and he mentions that after surveying the surroundings, the castle appears to be relatively close. Fortunately, they do not seem to be far from Postine, suggesting that returning should not take too long. He proposes that they should locate a nearby village to obtain food supplies, as the situation could become dangerous again if monsters appear, similar to the previous incident. He then firmly asks her not to leave his side. Carmine remains visibly tense, fully aware that they had narrowly escaped death, and the thought of how quickly everything changed weighs heavily on him. Liana expresses gratitude for the situation stabilizing, reflecting on how, in just a blink, they had been transported to an entirely unfamiliar place. This sudden displacement reminds her of the moment she first regained memories of her past life, when she had been completely alone and terrified. However, she realizes that this time the fear does not overwhelm her, possibly because she is not alone and has someone like Carmine with her, which keeps her from feeling anxious in the same way. The scene then transitions to a separate location where the butler urgently reports to David regarding matters related to the Crown Prince. David responds that he had already instructed that all affairs concerning the Crown Princess should be handled exclusively through her attendants. The butler then informs him that only the Crown Princess's attendant has returned alone, and that Her Highness herself has traveled to the Martial Empire. David reacts with concern, noting that even when permission is granted, such actions are likely to generate speculation within a foreign nation, especially in a politically unstable place like the Empire, which is already burdened with various troubles. He immediately instructs the butler to bring further information without delay. Soon after, the attendant arrives, and David questions what exactly has been happening between the Crown Princess and Liana. The attendant explains that she only followed in order to assess the situation and was not aware at first that their destination was the Empire. She adds that initially, the Crown Princess had stated that they were going to meet Lady Liana. This confuses David, leading him to conclude that Diana likely went to meet Liana, possibly to vent her anger after their falling out with him, as that aligns with her usual behavior of blaming others and being overly critical. The scene shifts back to David as the attendant continues, explaining that the Crown Princess and Liana did indeed meet within the